The man raises the scroll in his hands. As the king of Dirhan, he announces his intentions to divorce Arnoa, no longer has a place in this palace. Since the girl is not a resident of the empire, she only has the right to leave the castle and return to her homeland. The young man prepared one old cart. Perhaps the heroine would be allowed to stay, only if she begged his majesty. Larissa steps forward, complaining about the cart she arrived in. She is even more tired of talking than of the road. The girl is the daughter of Count Astea, the richest man in Dirkhan, and was appointed as Her Majesty's personal servant. Although she does not have royal blood because of her status, she lived in the castle. The woman is also the king's beloved. He did not even hide his relationship with her. The beauty knew about the blonde's situation, so she came because she was worried. Banas gave his beloved a special decoration. The tiara decorated with black diamonds is a set with the crown of Dirhan. The jewels that were inlaid into the decorations were the dowry sent by Arnoa Kaision. No one expected a man to do this. The maiden who had the most noble name of the empire, the only heir, became a doormat. The woman received the news and divorce papers. In a shameful manner, people around her were whispering, but she didn't care because finally everything was over. It was decided not to worry about the queen's status because she was just a former ruler. All family members bowed their heads before Dirhan, and she was just a divorced lady with nothing left. The blonde must come back and spend the rest of her life hiding in some tower, away from the eyes of other people. Miss Larissa, others say, would be a more suitable candidate for the new ruler. It was common knowledge that His Majesty did not love his first wife, and most thought that he would avoid divorce for the good of the family. Queen Arnoa is the half-sister of Emperor Luciano, ruler of the entire great continent. The girl is also the niece of Duke Rickel, who is called the ruler of the southern lands. Banas married the lady for this very reason. He managed to save his reputation, having only a small territory. The marriage of convenience lasted a little over 2 years, but eventually the man changed his mind because of his mistress. Larissa could no longer be content with the position of some servant, so she was given the title of queen. Of course, it was not an easy decision. Over these more than 2 years, there were several reasons to start the divorce process. The first event was the heroine's pregnancy, followed by the queen's strange behavior towards her mistress, and more. It would be better to say that the lady treated Estea with particular cruelty. There was one last step that was taken the day before everything ended. The man was told that his relationship with the emperor would continue even after the divorce, so he had nothing to lose. One night, a messenger from the king came to Dirkhan. The man was a magician and resembled an ice sculpture. The kingdom has proven its ability and loyalty many times, so there won't be any problems. Arno's dowry was only a small part of the country's wealth, and one would not want to spoil relations over such trifles. It dawned on the blonde that if Luciano didn't mind, he wouldn't have to put up with his wife any longer. It was time to end it all. Now the man stands in front of his ex, looking at her with a contemptuous look. Initially, the king had no desire to leave the lady with nothing. If she had been smarter, she would have continued to live at the palace. If the girl had asked to love herself at least once, perhaps everything would have turned out completely differently. The man simply wanted the girl to be like Larissa, a little simpler and better. A lady could simply go into the bedroom and secretly flirt with her husband. There was nothing wrong with that. Each time the girl left Dirhan alone and made way for her mistress, as if she didn't care about anyone. Arnoa had never been truly interested in the young ruler. Her coldness was probably due to the fact that she considered the man a bird beyond his feathers. Until the very end, the blonde is all correct, trying to look good in her own eyes. Turning away, the blonde no longer wants to see the princess's face. He will live peacefully, knowing that she has returned to the tower. Her hands reach for the papers. Since the divorce has already been confirmed, she no longer has to observe any propriety. Getting up from her knees, the blonde smiles. Finally, her ex-husband is no one anymore. She has never been so happy. Raising his eyebrow, Dirhan tries to build a chain of thoughts for the lady, but it is extremely difficult for him. There is wind in her head. The heroine is either in shock from the divorce, or she has completely lost the remaining drops of sanity. The only thing the Empress does is to thank for the ending. She waited for this for 2 years. They lasted like an eternity. The voice lowers, as if the lady still hasn't realized what situation she's found herself in. The young man cannot stand it. He does not want to hear about how he did a good deed. The smile never leaves her face. It wasn't Her Majesty who started all this, but her ex-husband, who was like a thorn in her side. The man had never seen such an expression on his face in 2 years. Something urgently needed to be done about this. The girl is probably in such shock that she doesn't understand where this is all leading to. It's as if she's forgotten. Without listening to the words of her ex-husband, the lady calls Belle, asking her to convey the emperor's last will. A figure appeared in the middle of the hall, and it gradually became clear that it was a man with white skin and dark pitch-black hair. The face is perfect because it was created by the gods. The same magician whom Banus saw at night appeared nearby. Because the young man was ordered to show himself, he no longer knows whether he is an envoy or an assistant. The Empress called him as she has the right to do so. It turned out that Luciano had died. He had been overcome by illness, and the man had arrived to deliver a message. The blonde doesn't believe it. Everything was fine with the ruler. The words sound more like a fairy tale. The empire had been in the hands of the Kaision dynasty for centuries, and young Luciano had no heirs. The first contender for the throne was the second Prince Ariane. Of course, he lived next to his brother in the palace. Next in line was the king's half-sister Arnoa, and still unable to control himself, Dirhan asked if His Majesty the Prince had taken the throne. Unfortunately, he also passed away. Both were sprayed. It turned out that the disease was a cover. In fact, poison was found in the food. People fell silent. They didn't think that such a thing could be real, that someone dared to attack the ruler. The Virgin tries to shut up her ex-husband. The magician arrived personally to notify about the death, so the news is only true. Now Binus doesn't know what to do. It was a situation that no one could have imagined. Only a few years had passed since the beginning of the reign of Luciano, who did not quarrel with anyone and had many allies. His Majesty was about to leave the empire on business, but in the morning he was attacked. Since Arian also left no heirs, the throne rightfully passes to the next member of the king's family. According to the marriage contract, the husband will inherit everything that falls to the wife's share, and this is not just about property. The title is mentioned in the papers. Initially, the successor was the King of Dirhan. His Majesty could not bear it and fell to the floor. If the man had waited just one more day, the continent would have been his alone. But now the dreams were shattered. The divorce took place before the announcement of the emperor's death, so another person, everyone knows him well, takes the place of the ruler. The one who will ascend the throne is Arnoa Kaision. In the place of the subjects, it would be better to bow your head. Baina steps back what he said, still echoing in his mind, the smile on his face growing even wider. The heroine suggests showing due respect to the new emperor of the continent. This is how proper people behave. Pushing Larissa away, the young man gets angry. In his opinion, the Queen of Durkhan cannot become the one who will lead the countries. The lady just snorts. She doesn't care about the words of her ex-husband, when in the emperor's message, she still takes the throne. It's time to stop pretending he didn't hear anything. The hero should calm down and accept his fate. They will not continue the dialogue further if the man cannot demonstrate standards of decency. It is time to get down to business. The dowry that was brought. There was a whole cartload of gold. The lady orders that everything that was delivered be prepared immediately, and she was told to leave the palace by the end of the day. The young man had never seen such a cold-blooded face on Arnoa. It was as if she had become another person, unknown to anyone. Binus remained silent, so they turned to him again. reminding him that the queen does not intend to wait any longer than necessary. The emperor's message conveyed that the cart of gold was only a small part of the wealth and that nothing needed to be returned. The magician said that the family did not want to conflict with Dirhan over some trinkets brought along with Her Majesty. The brunette steps forward. He doesn't understand when this happened in reality because the data transfer took place on a different plane. Apparently, the king is a man of limited intelligence. He should have explained better, adding more details. Since the young man still hasn't understood, he is obliged to return all the money if he doesn't want to be left without a head on his shoulders. His Majesty continues to repeat to himself that he himself does not understand what is happening. He thought that life would be better, but it turned out the opposite. The ex-husband has about an hour for everything. The cart must be filled with gold, the same as what was brought 2 years ago. If the contents of the treasury are not enough, the young man will take the jewels from the roofs and walls. But even if this is not enough, the swords and armor of the guards will be used. If there is still not enough money, Arnoa orders to shave himself and cut off Larissa's hair. This will help fill the void. The girl was about to leave, but then she stopped. She turns around, reminding about Anastasia's black diamonds. Let's not forget that what glitters on the crowns of His Majesty and his mistress, he specially encrusted the jewels. Now he will give them back. Furchin allows the Empress to remain silent. He asks to fulfill the will of Her Majesty. Larissa is shaking with fear. She asks Binas what they should do now and how to get out of the situation. The man was silent for only 30 seconds. Everything that was required was done for him. The magician rips the crown off his head. Trying to carefully smooth the beauty's hair, the king shouts about all the problems that Furchin brought. Stepping forward, the blonde tries to protect the woman, asking what the stranger is doing, but he, choosing the moment, takes the tiara even from him. The behavior goes beyond all boundaries of what is permissible. There is no way to hide from it, no matter how much one would like to. King Dirhan is being ignored, which only makes things worse, and the anger comes out in double quantity. The dowry that the man's wife brought, he gave to his mistress, as if it was something in the course of things. He did not notice the problem. Belle slams the jewelry against a nearby column to retrieve the stones, which instantly fall to the floor. The seizure ended quickly enough. Picking up the diamonds, the young man steps closer to Her Majesty. As the woman asked, Furchin gave her what she asked for. Smiling, the magician asks if he did well. Now the queen is about to leave. She does not want to see stupid faces. She has already seen enough. The blonde is very interested and can't wait to see how much she got back and what kind of jewelry. Today is the best day in the life of Her Majesty. Arnoa remembers how Luciano showed her the view, almost throwing it off the balcony. Everything she saw did not belong to her. Her life belonged to a man, as if he were on a distant continent, and she had to remember this until the end of her days. The Virgin should not count on the throne. She is a non-entity who can die at any moment. After the death of the previous emperor, the young man immediately locked his sister in the tower of the palace, and upon reaching adulthood, she married King Dirhan, thus getting rid of her. The union was a profitable marriage. There were not even words about love. Binas only liked the dowry. The lady turned a blind eye to the betrayals, because the most important thing was that she managed to get out of that little tower in the castle. The young man was always close to Larissa, believing that meeting her was a destiny written by the gods. The lady always said how happy she was to be with His Majesty. The blonde served as their personal maid. Even at that event, she stood next to the glasses of champagne while the couple were making out. The mistress reminded the king that he himself had asked the woman to stand so that someone would hold the drinks. Then, smiling at his beloved, the blonde thanks the queen for her help. The young man didn't think that Arnoa would stand next to him, because usually it is extremely difficult to make her do something. Estea smiles. In any case, there is no longer any need for shamanism. His Majesty does not like warm alcohol. In order to keep the girl close to him, the first thing Binas did after the wedding was to appoint her as his wife's personal servant. Virgo is feeling unwell and is going to go on vacation. It's a pity Larissa wanted to enjoy the wonderful day with her. Of course, they are not averse to the girl's company. She can stay, but she is not obliged to. The beauty goes to the throne, where she sits down with her lover. She has taken her rightful place as queen. The woman was thrown out of the hall, but not with words, but with actions. Running out of the hall, the girl rushes down the corridor. The blonde doesn't know when everything went so wrong. Probably when on their wedding night the man went off to seek Larissa's company. Binus invented something that didn't exist. In high society, he told that his wife's body didn't impress him. The management of the household was also entrusted to the mistress. If something was needed, Her Majesty had to obtain permission. The young man constantly put his future wife above the one who, according to him, was just getting in the way. The king was a fool from the start, and he will always remain one. In any case, that's the truth. The heroine was ready to endure everything that happened just so as not to return to that hated tower from which she was released. The half-brother hated his sister from birth. Apparently because of her mother's blood, she lived in the Duchy of Rykiel. Her father was weak in body, and so he died together with her mother. After that, Luciano ascended to the throne, knowing what her position was. The main character tried to live quietly with Anastasia's relatives. Nothing worked. The brother locked Her Majesty in a tower near his palace, not allowing her to do anything. Despite Banus's antics, things were better in Dirhan. The blonde could endure everything. It wasn't difficult. Larissa's tiara was a blow to her pride. It contained black diamonds belonging to Arno's mother. The woman received the stones in her youth as a gift from the king. They were well known in high society. When the maiden first saw part of her dowry on the crown, she began to get angry. Her aggression level increased sharply, and later fear appeared. Count Estea, seeing his daughter next to the king, decided that the baby could become the new queen of the country. After this thought, attempts were made on Her Majesty's life. First, there was poison in the food, and then mercenaries in huge numbers. The woman was truly scared. She could not hide in any way, and eventually the castle ceased to be any different from the tower. The lady cannot stand it, but she wants to live. Going to the room, she hopes for a well-deserved rest. As she enters, she freezes her eyes wide, and there is a huge leopard lying on the floor in front of her. A strange expression appears on her face. Perhaps this is the Count's doing again. Her Majesty has no other options. The only thing that is unclear is why the animal is so huge. Such a size has never been seen before. The hand easily hits the head. Because of fatigue, something begins to appear. It is better to go to rest. Before going to bed, the lady goes into the corridor to call someone to remove the beast from the room. An objection is heard, and in a split second, the heroine finds herself on the floor, crushed by the leopard's weight. Before the queen's eyes, a man appeared in front of her, who did all this with the help of some strong magic. A high-ranking magician stands in front of her, and it's not so easy to understand what's going on, since the young man prefers to remain silent for now. If Arnoa is standing in front of him, the conversation will be simple. The girl has received a letter from her old friend. Anakin writes to the heroine that if his friend wants to leave Durkhan, he will gladly take her and find a motive to curse the kingdom. The arrogant guy has been behaving worse than ever since the academy. The brunette decides not to go into details, asking to finish reading the message. It turned out that the emperor and his heir had been killed, and the young man had sent a gift so that it could be used. Willow sincerely wishes him luck and still looks forward to the lady meeting him again. The heroine has too many experiences inside. She does not believe that the brothers were killed. This means that the empire is passing to her. I would like to rejoice if only at the wedding ceremony Her Majesty did not transfer all the titles to her husband. At that time the ruler of the lands was Aryan, so the blonde's head was turned off. She did not think that the title would be hers. If both are no longer able to ascend the throne, due to their death, Dirhan will go there. The lady seems more angry than upset by this news. Even the magician himself, sitting opposite, notices this. The girl wants to know more, but it seems that the explanations on paper have ended limited to 2 words. Belle asks, mockingly, asking if he needed to buy anything before he showed up. Obviously, there is nothing this stranger is too noble to appropriate someone else's property. So this option is out of the question. A picture begins to form in my head. The blonde asks why the magician arrived. He, as a good friend, fulfilled Willow's request. According to Anakin, there are no people in the Magic Academy who can be classified as good. The young man waves his hand, saying that he has his own reasons. It's not hard to guess. He made some kind of bet. Those who wield power have their own price if someone calls a magician by his full name and offers a bet, he is forced to agree. The unshakable rule has existed since the beginning of time. Of course, it is not the easiest thing. The names of the spellcasters are long and confusing, but even if you overcome difficulties, make a bet, most lose, and as a result, die. Only Anakin is not one of those people. It would be good to take advantage of the opportunity. The girl does not quite understand for what purposes her friend decided to make a deal. He has enough power and prestige. Apart from him, only two people know about the death of the Emperor. The owner of the Tower of Magicians must directly notify about the death and change of positions. Only now the puzzle has come together. In front of the heroine sits the very man who will become the one who will announce the future. Anakin wasn't lying when he said his friend was smart. A smile creeps in, but it's quickly removed. The Emperor has died, and it is the brunette who is obliged to inform about this. He asks where Banus is in order to fulfill his duties. As it turned out, Willow ordered Belle to meet with the Queen first, as if he was hinting at something. All this is obvious, and the heroine must understand that calling the magician by name is too easy. Smiling, the lady asks to make a bet. Turning away, the young man snorts. Such a person does not know the name of the owner of the tower. The maiden was silent, but very soon she called out the cherished name, thereby causing a violent reaction from the one sitting opposite. Extending her hand, the heroine again asks him to make a bet with her. This is the only thing she wants. The blonde had already thought everything through. If she won, she would become empress and ascend the throne. For a long time, they had to remain silent while Luciano was in power and kept his sister locked up. The servants were suspected of the slightest violations. No one knew what was happening to them after the wedding. The heroine was bullied by Banus. It was scary to even think about the Count's assassination attempts because it never ended. Luciano died without even leaving an heir. If the main character's husband had known, he would have seized the throne, and Arnoa would have become the named empress and would have suffered humiliation for the rest of her life. To avoid all the problems, Kaizion plans to take the throne into her own hands. She will do it faster. Belcarianas is the 28th master of the Tower of Magicians, the ruler of the territories of Fairhen, and is the son of the 26th mistress Amaryllis. The child was born with the strongest magical abilities in the world. He truly had no equal. The mages may be vassals of the empire, but they do not show people what is hidden inside their heads. From birth, the young man was locked in his tower, into which even the king did not dare to poke his nose. He conscientiously fulfilled the role of messenger under a contract that had been concluded long ago. The girl remembers very well how many rumors were circulating around Belle. He entered the academy at the age of 15. Everyone called the man a genius, who was able to study all sorts of subjects externally. Anakin mentioned his good qualities more than once, but also his bad ones. It's hard for the sorcerers without their powers, and he ruins everything by making a bet. Fortune takes away their abilities. As it turned out, the hero was excluded, but not everyone is clear for what reason. After training, Belle returned and fought with the owner of the tower. They say that in this duel, he managed to take power, which is why he became the new owner of the lands. The brunette scoffs. It seems that Her Majesty herself does not know what the price of such a deal is. A bet is a serious thing. It's strange, but there is not a drop of fear on the young lady's face. Since she knows the name, she must be aware of the rumors. The maiden offers her soul in exchange, and the hero, frozen in surprise, asks if Arnoa knows the process of extraction. The magician takes half of a person's lifespan and creates a gem, the soul must be offered voluntarily. Every person has his own piece of magic, but the most power is stored in the souls associated with the name of the emperor. This suits Belia, but he hastens to disappoint her. Even if she gives her soul, the girl is unlikely to become an empress. All messengers announcing the death of the emperor are bound hand and foot. It is just as impossible to harm the new ruler as it is to kill him. The girl's offer was to his liking, but he couldn't make a bet. The young man doesn't get involved with those who can't pay. If you think about it, a man is not limited by time. He must report a death. In this case, it's true the brunette was bored and would like to sort out his task as quickly as possible. By delaying for a month or two, they put the entire company at risk. People may find out from other sources. The lady asks for only a month, during which time nothing will be told to Benas. The plan that Her Majesty has made is based on divorcing her husband. If nothing happens within a month, the main character will give up half of her life, and if she wins, she will become the ruler of the country. Another condition is no less important. Belle will become the woman's messenger. He will have to carry out all the orders. The brunette has a lot of questions. If so, it would be better to get at least some benefit from the bet with the tower owner. No one will see how the queen's pride is broken. This is her choice. In order to get the soul, the magician is obliged to help the girl survive. Even doing all sorts of crazy things, the heroine will go to the very end. Belle lights up with joy. He was interested, so in the end they sign the agreement. On stage, the action takes place. The blonde screams at Nanisa, asking how she dares to seduce the king. The woman tries to restrain herself, but it is becoming increasingly difficult for her. There is nonsense there that is impossible to watch. The king put on a show in which the queen was mocked, and everyone gathered applauded on purpose. They have bad taste. If everything is so terrible, I would like it to end soon. Count Estea only spoils everything. His desire to make his daughter the only queen exceeds everything else. An actor who plays on stage, plays in all such performances. He is known throughout the empire because he is wonderful. His Majesty asks the man to come forward. He thanks him for the scene. The sparkle in his eyes appealed to him. The blonde turns to his wife, asking which scene she liked the most. It will be interesting if the maiden plays the role of the main queen. Turning around, the beauty asks for help from the wonderful actor. It's been a while since Her Majesty showed any initiative, so the man immediately calls the blonde closer. Noticing the fact that the heroine knows the actor's name, she asks him to come closer and does not stop until the very last moment. Smiling Arnoa begins her own performance, the kind of person she had pictured in her dreams. The voice won't stop causing everyone else to freeze in horror at the potential threat to the marriage. According to the young lady, there is no one else who is worthy of the king's place. There is no one else for the throne. Rick is afraid of saying the wrong thing, and every time the words come with difficulty, the fact does not change. A woman places a beautiful purple emerald on a man's finger, a sign of love for Arnoa Caicion. The queen asks for forgiveness because she named her true name, along with Irnia. Bowing her head, she thanks for the attention. It turned out that the ring was a real gift. She could keep it for herself. The blonde thanked him for the introduction. The color on the hand symbolizes the ruling family. No one except the king and queen dares to wear it. Aristocrats are whispering. Some believe that Her Majesty has a new object of desire. Larissa calms her lover, noting that Tabian did not put on the jewelry on purpose, but they do not listen to her. They only push her away. Rick grabs the guard, and while he is making excuses, the husband gives his wife a nasty look. No one will dare to touch the queen, so there will be no problems. Realizing that he can do nothing, His Majesty quickly runs away. Although Larissa is the blonde's first love, he is truly in love only with himself. He cannot stand ridicule. If the most important thing is his own feelings, then he will not be able to be the ruler of the empire. Arnoa hurt her husband's pride, but he certainly won't decide to get a divorce because of such a trifle. The next morning, all the newspapers wrote about the incident. Many thought that he looked like Binas. Kaisian laughed. She herself was asked to take part in the play after it ended. As a wife, the girl is obliged to act accordingly. He forgot that the lady does not know how to be a queen, although she lived in a castle all her life. Blue-Eyed didn't forget anything. She forgot the moment yesterday she should have gone crazy, just like in the play, and attacked Larissa. The man was about to scream, but his mistress asked him to calm down. Her Majesty was more emotional today. It would be better to have lunch together. Larissa holds out the meat, skewered on a fork. It's her favorite dish and definitely worth trying. The couple enjoys the idyll, forcing the third wheel to leave the dining room. Of course they must be tasty, because Arnoa put her whole soul into it. She still has a jar of the potion. Since childhood, the mother taught her daughter she had to find one devoted person in order to shift all the worries onto him. Anastasia confided that when a member of the imperial family has no money, they need to use something else. First, Arnoa must find someone who will help in all matters and will be more loyal than everyone else in the palace. It is important that the subject is smart. So far, this is the main criterion that is used. The woman advises to shift all worries onto such a person, but first make sure that he will never betray her. Mother was right. Belle realized that this was the reason Noah chose Dr. Rudes. In order to survive in a foreign kingdom where there is danger on every corner, the lady at first did not understand who she should find. It was the doctor who saved the lady from poisoning. She took care of her health. She helped to restrain the enemies. Rudes is still just learning. The lady very luckily found herself in the right place at the right time. The royal physician does not need anything, but the miss had a different situation. The brunette also needed to support her mother. Money was handy for her. There was no way to refuse. The lady always said that she was ready to do anything for Her Majesty. In that case, these were not just empty words, but something more. Before this, a friend even created a contraceptive for Larissa. At least that was over. If Estea had any signs of pregnancy, the woman would have been worried. But this is not the case. They made a deal with the doctor, and she promised to give them a fake diagnosis in about 3 weeks. It turns out that Her Majesty is much smarter than she seems. At first glance, Belle wants to know how she managed to hold out in this place for so long. Larissa's attempts to poison her lover's wife continually failed. Furchin immediately realized that not only the doctor had done a good job, but also the blonde. As soon as the conversation ended, the brunette said goodbye and jumped onto the balcony, promising that he would return later. Every time the young man comes when he is not expected and stays when asked to stay, even cats do not do that. Going out into the forest, the hero meets a raccoon. He arrived too late, despite the request to move a little faster. The hand transforms into an ordinary human body. It was offensive for him to listen to the words. They hadn't seen each other for a very long time, and in the end, the meeting didn't go as planned. A servant brought a message from Fershin. A boy from the Rupin family has developed symptoms that the magician knows about. During the man's absence, the queen managed to destroy an entire theater group. This is also news. The woman is much more dangerous than she seemed at first glance. But this, on the contrary, is a little exciting. His hand rummages in his pocket because he brought the promised artifact he shows the player. As we know, it is Anakin who is the first to always get his hands on the best. A picture appeared, and then a recording of that very evening, and a smile involuntarily appeared on my face. Ruka saw what was happening with his own eyes, and can proudly say that it was not an accident. Her Majesty thought it all up. This girl proved in just one day that she would be a much better fit for the role of Empress than Luciano. The brunette points to the side, asking if everything is okay, because mercenaries burst through the window. The maiden was reading a book when she heard a creak, and thought the magician had returned, but she froze in horror when she saw figures in cloaks. Blue Eyes almost got hit on the head by the first attacker, but she was saved by Belcarianas. He appeared at the most convenient moment and stopped everyone with magic. The brunette is angry that the guards have disappeared somewhere, although it can be seen that they were aware of everything. It is not clear whether the queen knows the truth or not, but the most important thing is that she will remain alive. The beauty backs away, moving right up against the wall. She trembles like an aspen leaf. At this rate, the heroine will never become a queen. Fear blocks the path for most. The young man carefully examines the lady's palm, but she waves it off. Rudy's will help deal with the pain. In order not to keep him waiting, Bell uses healing magic. He doesn't know too much, but the basics are definitely imprinted on the subcortex. The brunette immediately realized that Astea and his manic desire to put his daughter on the throne were to blame for what happened. It would be easier to get rid of the king first because he is alive. Arnoa has too many problems. If you kill Banas like Luciano and his brother, the problems will disappear in no time. The lady continues to refuse, not because of anxiety, but because the right to the inheritance will pass to her nephew. If His Majesty is killed, the blonde will become a widow for the rest of her life. It will be quite a spectacle when a boy who knows how to throw grandiose tantrums becomes emperor. Deciding that everything is still simple, Bell suggests getting rid of that 10-year-old, but his mouth is shut. The future empress asks not to touch anyone. There was no permission. Knowing the nature of the magician, the main character orders not to make unnecessary movements. The soul will be in exchange only after all the rules are followed. Since they had made a bet to play by Arno's rules, she decided it would be easier that way. Of course, the brunette nodded. He also had one condition. After saying this, he took a cat's eye out of his pocket. The item is being passed on because it is a paired artifact, and with its help, it will be possible to avoid problems. While one part is in one, the other can see and feel everything that happens to him. Hands gently touch her neck as the guy puts on the pendant. Her Majesty thanks her. There is a stomping and loud shouting in the corridor. Obviously, the guards only reacted now. The first to start moving was Arnoa, who pushes her friend forward. Either he will transform, or they will both be in trouble. The guard burst into the room, asking if the queen was okay. She stared intently, assessing the arrivals with an angry look. It is not clear how they managed to survive. The queen is being pursued by Luck. The man asks what happened. Screams were heard 10 minutes ago. The girl's expression doesn't change, saying that she feels better, but for some reason the servants just can't cope with their duties. It's as if they don't know how. There is a rustling sound behind the door that makes one feel uneasy. The knights rush to the side to check for mercenaries. The beauty screams convulsively, asking them not to climb anywhere. But it is too late. A kitten of a beautiful white color is sitting in the middle of the room. Roxanne stands in front of a man, holding a knife at his throat. The enemy's demands are simple, and they are going to get everything that was originally planned. To prevent the lady's fiancé from being killed, the commander had better once again discuss the terms of the peace treaty that were put forward not long ago. They were already fed up with the senseless slaughter. The woman listens to the words, but at the same time, demonstratively ignores the meaning. She reaches for a bow and arrow, not answering questions about the meaning. Pulling the bowstring, the red-haired woman is silent. Obviously, she has decided to kill her future husband with her own hands, which already seems unthinkable to everyone gathered. The boy screams, begging him to think about a solution. Roxanne can't just take his life doing everything for this. The words don't have time to leave her mouth. The sharp tip pierces her throat. The princess is called crazy only because of the decisions she makes. Pointing her hand forward, the lady orders to kill all those who are on the battlefield. Another battle begins. Duke Acelier takes a sip of his whiskey and chuckles, finding it funny to hear that someone actually hoped that the offer of a peace treaty would be accepted so easily. The woman agrees. Nothing can be taken from fools. They are nothing special. The lady herself is completely fine. On the contrary, she is fine because everything that is happening is probably in the order of things. The last thing the lady wants is a better and smarter groom than that idiot. The father nods. The wedding is a serious matter, and he will approach the matter with particular rigor. Careful preparation will not hurt. There is something more important. Now the girl changes the topic to the imperial palace. They planned Luciano's fall. I would like to know how it all went. The man just wanted to start a conversation, but in the end, everything went down the drain. They were hoping that only the first named king would die when they added the potion to the food. Arian also died. He didn't seem stupid enough to swallow poisoned food, but in fact, that's what happened. Unfortunately, the news is true. Now that a problem has arisen, it requires creative solutions. You can't make a ruler out of the king's narrow-minded brother. Roxanne can't calm down. Their plans were perfect, but they ruined everything. The Duke knows what a hot-tempered daughter he has, and calmly asks her not to rush ahead. They still have a chance to get the best possible outcome. The one on the throne will be replaced by someone just as stupid. After thinking for just a second, the lady remembers that now the rights to the throne will pass to His Majesty Dirhan, who did not show up in the empire, but was busy with his state. The emperor's daughter gave up all her privileges about 2 years ago because she didn't want to go near the castle. But now she will have to become the new empress. Even if that is the case, there is no need to worry, because the girl will never compare to the one who is now considered the best. She is just a weak and pampered girl who will be easily dealt with. The lady does not know what Arnoa really is. It is impossible to predict how weak the girl is. As the father himself says, sometimes people only at first glance seem nice like harmless sheep. The whole situation is far from simple. Roxana is the daughter of Acilier. The blood of His Majesty, the Emperor, flows in her. She is the most excellent in the whole wide world. Therefore, she will become the new queen. Direct kinship is not important for inheritance. The Duke's line was originally much more noble than the imperial one. It is not comparable to anyone else. The throne which his lordship failed to obtain falls into the hands of his daughter from her very birth. He was sure that the girl was special. She had a special nature. The tower's owner had to deliver the message immediately because he was the first to know everything, and the King of Dirhan would soon learn the news. Perhaps the blonde already knows. He just prefers to remain silent for a while. He can't even imagine how hard it is to sit on the throne. The game is just beginning. Roxana smiles. We need to make that fool understand what the difference is between a king and an emperor. He still thinks that he will be fine. The real power is with the Duke and his family. The aristocrats are once again discussing the fact that Her Majesty has developed feelings for Rick. She even gave him the ring, symbolizing the kingdom, and was not ashamed. One of the maids laughs subduedly. Although deep down she doesn't understand. If it was true, who knew what emotions were hidden behind the woman's haughty face? She remained silent all this time. Larisa, sitting nearby, notes that this is unrealistic. Apparently, the queen still has not understood how to behave in Dirhan. Training takes more time. As maids, they will do more. The conversation is interrupted. Iastea angrily asks who entered her greenhouse and freezes, noticing the blonde. In the absence of the heroine, they enjoyed tea. Her Majesty came anyway. She had her own business, but she set aside time. The blue-eyed one did not bother to warn and opened the door with her own hands. Something must have happened. The blonde received an invitation, but the door was locked. She had to open it herself. Larisa laughs. That's right, but she doesn't know how to get out of it. If her mother is angry, the Countess herself has the right to think about what to do with the servants, who instead of doing their work, sit in the garden wiping their skirts on chairs. Larisa's gloomy face makes it clear that the joke didn't count. She is her father's daughter. She continues to repeat the same thing over and over again. This is the order of things. Count Estea staged only one play each time which he sponsored, and his attempts to get rid of Her Majesty were also absolutely no different from each other. Risa's plans for the tea ceremony were the same. She called Arnoa, who had no friends, treated her to strange food, and pointed out all the shortcomings. The final finishing touch was always dresses that were out of fashion, all done with the aim of making fun of a silly queen like her. Larisa smiles, asking if Cazione had previously worn the clothes given to her by Larisa. Before this, there had always been efforts to find suitable outfits, but obviously something was not to her liking. Her Majesty turns up her nose. She doesn't want to wear what was given to her. This is the only reason, pretending to groan. The woman asks if it's true that her friend didn't like anything. Instead of keeping silent as usual, the blonde snorts. It's true, and it seems that a sense of style will never appear again. It has long been lost. The beauty could accept this fact just by looking at her wonderful dress. Examining her food, the lady clarifies what they added to her this time: poison or venom. The gaze turns to the empty mug that stands on the table. The servants who forgot to pour tea should lose either their hands or their positions. The brunette asks Her Majesty not to be angry. Getting up from her seat, she carefully takes the teapot. If the girl drinks the aromatic drink, the mood will immediately improve. The color of the drink has changed. The cup has been smeared with something. Her lips begin to burn. As soon as the heroine takes one sip, the maids, as if adding fuel to the fire, notice that the tea is sweet. Only the abnormal like this horrible drink. If they like it, it can be said with certainty that it can't get any worse for them. Everything is already lost. Larissa takes her tea and tries not to stray from the path. She also holds her chin. Proudly, the woman has become too perceptive lately. The king only loves the smart ones. The dear maid takes care of Her Highness. Kindness must be repaid. Bending over the girl, Arnoa grabs her cheeks with his hand. The demands are not that harsh. The heroine expects to take a sip of a tasty drink, and after that, she promises that everything will end quickly without causing harm to health. After a flood of liquid, the lady finally breaks free. She coughs and screams for salvation. Because her mouth has become too hot, her plan has turned against her. Having asked for water, the heroine receives a mug from the princess, into which she poured tea again. At first, the maiden did not even notice that something was wrong, but then it became clear. The cup breaks when the young lady accidentally drops it. The blonde thought that the girl liked the drink, so she pretends not to know anything. The door suddenly opens, and the countess runs in. She immediately runs to Larissa to check what happened to her. Estea listens to her crying. She doesn't understand. Hugging her daughter, the woman again asks who brought the girl to such a state, and she points to Her Majesty, standing serenely a few steps away. It is immediately obvious what the queen is allowing herself. She simply treated the maid to delicious tea, because this is the reward that she deserved more than anyone else gathered. This time the girl will dot all the I's. The interlocutor continues to shout, showing not to lie, because everyone saw how she forced Larissa to drink tea by force. This is unacceptable. It is impossible to be so cruel. A member of the imperial family should be ashamed since a mistake was made. Then it will have to be punished doing it correctly. Taking out a fan, the woman asks to give her palms. She also does the same thing every time. Their whole family is similar, but this time the course of events will be changed. An object is already being raised above her hands, preparing to cause pain. But at the last moment, the blonde steps back. Her companion's wrist turns red, and she screams. The beauty smiles. It is obvious that the lady has completely miscalculated her strength, trying to prove her case. Estea squeals something about staged events. In 2 years, the queen has not learned anything. She is not going to argue, so she nods. Everything is exactly as the maid said. She would like to know much more. Still, there is something that the heroine remembered. The main one, that is Banis's wife, should be in charge of the kingdom's economy. She should fire and hire workers. The conversation went off track. Now everything is different. The woman jumps up, promises that she will immediately report to His Majesty. He will find a way to deal with the rebellious nobility. The blonde sees no need to go to his chambers. The work is over for today, just like it is for tomorrow, because the countess has just been fired. It is customary to fire incompetent workers. This is how business is conducted. In any normal country, it turns out that Estea received a high salary, but in 2 years, she still did not teach anything. Her Majesty is to blame for this situation. Apparently, she does not think so. If no one taught her how not to become a cruel person, it was a forced measure because of society. A teacher has a duty to educate his protégé. A lady who has not been taught anything should get ready and leave as soon as possible. But before that, finish what she started. Grabbing another mug of unfinished tea, the heroine begins to pour the liquid on Larissa's head. She fully enjoyed the tea ceremony, and her smile does not fade. While the girl asks her mother to bring her some water, the other maids of honor stand silently and look away. In front of them is not the queen. Everyone knew she seems to have gone mad. The man watches his friend through his cat's eye and can't help but laugh when he sees what she did. Ruka asks her to be a little quieter so she won't be heard. Since they are on the territory of the royal palace, the magic's limit has been reduced, and the boy cannot completely hide their voices from outsiders. I like the training, and it's not that something went wrong. The tea ceremony was incredibly funny. The servant didn't see, so he doesn't understand. He frowned. The magician himself didn't show him anything. The blonde turned out to be quite an interesting girl. With such a character, it's impossible to imagine how she managed to restrain herself for so long, trying to remain in the shadows. The woman finally fought back and was sincere in her actions, trying not to justify it. People die from sincerity just as much as from lies. It is like poison. Whoever says that there is no way out will be considered stupid. Her Majesty has a plan of action, and victory will most likely be hers. Ruka listened calmly until the moment came to ask what benefit the man would gain. He probably wanted to win the bet and take the Empress's soul. The brunette is not going to answer the questions posed. The acquaintance has become more talkative. This means that they are no longer on the same path. It is better to get away as far as possible. As long as nothing happens, his lordship will continue to watch everything that happens. This time the queen will do something new. At least that's what one would like to hope for. Larissa almost immediately ran back to her chambers and fell on the bed, bursting into bitter tears. Benas tries to calm her down, but nothing helps. The lady believes that the future husband is obliged to be angry at the one who did the most terrible thing to the future queen. Immediately flaring up with anger, the blonde nods actively because it is so. The feelings should be the same as before, but if so, it is better to get rid of Arnoa, who stood in the way. The blonde had already said that his first and last love was Estea. The only problem is that Noah is a member of the imperial family. It is not so easy to divorce. Her fate is too cruel to the couple. The Lord tests the sincerity of feelings, because this game cannot be called anything else. They themselves do not understand how this applies to them at all. Lowering her sad gaze, Larissa imagined that Her Majesty would suddenly let his wife get away with everything. She should get what she deserved, exactly in a way she didn't expect. Of course, it is impossible to just leave the pranks alone. After what Her Majesty has done at the upcoming Spirit Festival, she will understand what a serious mistake she has made. The smile seems vile. The darling promises that he will do everything to make the party a spectacle worthy of the woman sitting in front of him. They will both have fun. The queen appeared, as usual, the very last one entering the hall. She collected a lot of glances, but everyone did nothing but discuss her old-fashioned dress. The outfit was popular more than a century ago. They say that the king himself chose this dress. The guests chatted completely indecently, recalling the antics at the tea ceremony. The first song is over, the second one is starting, and applause is heard all around for the most wonderful couple that could possibly exist. We are talking about Larissa and Benas. Apparently they were made for each other. The young man believes that the lady dances superbly. No one else could do it all, thanks to the fact that the teacher and partner was the king. Arnoa's voice is heard greeting His Majesty from behind the dress suits. The stern queen deserves to be dressed in such strict tones. Estea also laughs when she notices how much the fake purple pearls on her hem suit the blonde. She will have to endure it. Nothing can be done. The girl does this for a reason. She wants Belle to sit and watch this situation. She knows that right now, he is also watching the events. Before that, about 2 days ago, the magician had sneaked into Arnoa's chambers. Of course, he had taken the form of a kitten. The purpose of his visit was the necklace. He said that it was better not to take it off. If the lady really wants to be protected until the end of their bet, she should never take off the pendant that was given to her not long ago. There is nothing to worry about. Her Majesty only took it off to change her clothes. The brunette can't help but comment on the ugly dress that is currently on her body. It doesn't look like something worthy of someone who, after all, rules the state. Blue-eyed waves it off. She knows she looks ridiculous. This is her costume for the Spirit Festival. Banus chose it himself, telling his wife to dress like her grandmother, who died 100 years ago. There are other clothes, of course, but nothing normal will suit the Mad Queen. There is no point in worrying about her dignity. The magician does not understand why her friend insults herself like that. In fact, she is far from out of her mind. One could say that everything is completely fine with her. The girl does not understand how this happens, and decides to remind him of what she did in the past, that the king had a mistress, and his wife called the actor handsome can be called madness. In the same way, Her Majesty punished a servant who had insulted her dignity and fired a teacher who had not fulfilled any of his duties. For all this, the girl was humiliated. This can be called insanity, but it seems that only the magician himself does not think. So, it is normal that people experience a sense of injustice. This sometimes happens. When they are together, Belle no longer wants to listen to words about how crazy Her Majesty is. It seemed like everyone in the tower was emotionless. Obviously, he is different. The brunette decides to change the subject, and of course asks who the invitations were given to. Apparently, only aristocrats, who have at least some influence in general, will arrive. Trying to get the paper from the young man will not work, and he has already given up because he does not belong to the categories of guests. Instead, he asks to take the rose that is in the vase. The blonde involuntarily raised an eyebrow. If his lordship needed a flower so much, he could go to the garden and pick one from any bush. They would be much better and fresher there. From the very first word, the guy starts to be stubborn. He wants exactly what he sees in front of him. Of course, the lady does not understand what he saw, but he cannot refuse. The girl is thinking about the magician and his words when she is distracted by Binus. It is already quite late, and he seems to have already decided on a partner for the evening. So there is nothing more to wait for. The woman doesn't mind being alone. She is interrupted mid-sentence, showing how unimportant her position is. Someone else can be found for this evening. A marquise appeared before the heroine. He is a distant relative of the king. They say that this man is ready to do anything to achieve what he wants. Therefore, he is famous for his debauchery. Bowing his head and smiling roughly, the blonde assures that it is an honor for him to become Arnoa's new partner, but she alone is not at all happy with this turn of events. Rumors began to spread throughout the hall, but nothing changed. The queen simply forced His Majesty to find himself a more sensitive partner in the person of Larissa. Apparently, words have no weight. Bane suggests that the lady needs to loosen up. No one has ever been able to slip away just like that, even such closed-off individuals. The hero speaks of Her Majesty and gradually leans closer, placing his fingers on her cheek, not intending to remain silent. She grabs her companion by the hair and pulls him back with all her might. There is nothing difficult in leaving the guy alone. A brat like him cannot even be called a semblance of a man. Origin, in this case, does not matter at all. The Marquise was unlucky. The queen has been a real scoundrel lately. She will not tolerate bad treatment of her person under any pretext. As the acquaintance fell to the floor, the king runs forward, menacingly asking what they were doing to his guest. It was the man who first began to allow himself too much. It was obviously a joke. The reaction was too strong, and it shouldn't be like that. The girl snorts. She doesn't feel guilty, but if that's what they want, they can even punish her. With enough audacity to continue laughing, Arnoa began to forget herself, relying too much on her imperial family. They will see who will laugh. Last, the lady does not immediately understand what is going on, because she does not see what is happening on the balcony behind her. It turned out that there were maids upstairs with a bucket of ice water ready. They were acting childishly, but there was no point in it. It was better to play along. There was no need for more problems. To confirm her madness, the beauty will allow her husband's plan to come true. She was already preparing to receive water, but then someone closed it. The face of the one who appeared nearby in time is hidden by a mask. But this does not prevent the blonde from understanding that the owner of the magic tower stands in front of her. He is smiling calmly. Baina starts to rage, asking how anyone dares to touch the queen with their hands. In reality, he is more worried about his failed plan. Bel is in control of the situation as best he can. He just helped his partner and doesn't want to be misunderstood, but everything should be wonderful at this party. Bowing in a welcoming gesture, the magician gently kisses the queen's hand, asking for forgiveness for his lateness. They will go to the dance floor together, even if it is unexpected. The lady tries to say something, but nothing works. He has a gift, or rather that same rose, which now also changes its color. Accepting the flower, the heroine freezes. Magic happens. The outfit is transformed in a second. Now it is in beautiful yellow shades. Those gathered cannot contain their admiration, because just recently there was a completely different person in front of them. Sometimes the dress plays too big a role. Trying to speak as quietly as possible, the blonde asks what it's called. It's forbidden to use magic, but Bel didn't do anything. The artifact helped him. The woman wants her friend to leave right now, but he, ignoring her words, pulls her closer, repeating again that he has already promised to walk her home and even dance a little. Finally, when it was all over, the couple found themselves in the garden. The lady still doesn't understand why they helped her. She herself asked for protection while they had a bet. There was no connection found between the queen simply being doused with water. The blue-eyed one does not believe that her dignity would be seriously affected. Nothing worse could happen. With the help of Binus's antics, the lady could have shown herself to be even crazier. Her wishes did not match reality, and in the end, everything was ruined. The blue-eyed girl thought, before saying anything, it seemed like they were trying to stop her from getting a divorce. This was beyond any bounds. If such were her thoughts, the magician would not object. That's the thing about Bel. He's different from the rest. And fortunately, it will always be that way. Yet despite what happened, he was the only one who stood up for Her Majesty. Binus is sitting in his office, but as usual he is angry. The girl has definitely gone crazy. He calls the servant because he wants to find out something. It will not take much time. The brunette is asked what he thinks about the queen. A smile appears on his face, because the girl is incredibly beautiful and kind. There are no others like her anywhere. Without losing his temper, the protagonist explains that he is talking about her behavior in general. Arnoa has no right to accept another man's proposal in front of her living husband. Marquis Bane acted on the orders of His Majesty. But we are talking about someone else now. Since the young man hid his face behind a mask, it means he looks terrible. They say that the one who danced with the queen is Count Lurk. For the blonde, this sounds more like a fairy tale because he studied with the man and has known him since he was in diapers. It's all true, but something else also happened. That man literally the day before bought all the lands of Lurk, along with the title which he appropriated for himself. The fourth largest share of Dirhane was sold, and the king didn't even know about it. The empress was involved in this matter, as if she did it on purpose. The blonde began to think about all the possible options for such behavior. Most likely jealousy was the cause. He had no other options left. The girl wants to make His Majesty jealous since she is unable to harm Larissa. She had to find another way, more effective than the previous one. Now the king is sure that what happened at the celebration is similar to what happened in the theater with that actor. Her Majesty is a pathetic person since she acted like that. The conversation is interrupted by a knock. A servant bursts into the door, bringing with him a letter. Kesman's carrier pigeon arrived half an hour ago. It was intended for Dirhan. The Empire is at war with that country. It seems that they had previously sent their soldiers there, whom the Duke had requested for help. They did not have enough people to fight. The letter states that Acelier is going to form a special squad, selecting only people from the country's team. After these words, Real horror is displayed on his face. The army personally formed by the Duke differs in its strength. In fact, that person as commander-in-chief gets rid of all people who are not pleasing to him, doing this with particular cruelty. Asking again, the blonde tries to make sure that he didn't misheard. He would like what was said to be untrue. He feels sorry to give up his best fighters. Perhaps everything is happening because of the queen. The servant also had such thoughts. If you think about it, then it is difficult to find other reasons for such an angry attitude towards the state. Although she and Luciano are not on the best terms, the heroine still belongs to the emperor's family, and this has its own weight. After 2 years of marriage, the main one began to worry that Arnoa was not receiving love. The girl always wanted only a good life for herself, and now she is constantly suffering. Rumors have probably already reached the castle. His Majesty exhales. He already understood that there was only one way out. The hero would personally go and take care of everything, so that there were no gaps. The servants began preparations sitting at the table. The blonde asks what they are doing to her. The scent of roses in her hair is good. Larissa uses it every day. Everything is done according to the king's orders. He asked to apply the scent that his beloved uses, because this scent is the best. The hand is shown in a warning gesture. If the maid uses the bottle, something will be done to her. This time, it is the queen's order. The maid decides to leave as quickly as possible, leaving the lady alone. With her thoughts, she doesn't like being dressed like a doll. She looks like Estea. The door opened, and Durkan appeared on the threshold, wearing only a robe that barely covered his body, and a rose in his teeth, also like a sign. The girl did not understand why he came to her bedroom, and in such a state, she confidently says that such behavior is generally indecent. Today, the hero gives his wife what she has wanted for so long. All this time, the lady was jealous. Therefore, she offended Larissa and had fun with another man. What the blue-eyed man is going to give is all of himself. He has long since figured out what the matter is, and he is not going to put off their important matter any longer. Pushing away from the wall, the lady tries to leave. She doesn't want anything. Not understanding how this is possible, the young man playfully reminds that today they must conceive an heir. It's too late to pretend to be noble. There's nothing wrong with the queen wanting a husband. No. At that moment, a cat jumps out of the window and scratches her face with all its might. The nasty animal hurt His Majesty, making him scream. The blonde quietly calls Snowball to her, reminding him that behaving this way is not the best idea. His Majesty listens attentively. If the girl sees such disgusting behavior, even once more, she will do the same as she did with Marquis Ban. The blonde is directly threatening to hit him in the leg. Or perhaps do something worse. They can check right now because it won't be a problem. The screams were too loud. Accusations of madness were heard. Even after the man ran away, the girl asks the animal to turn back into a human. The beauty assured him that everything would be fine. Now the brunette had finally regained his magical form, but they found themselves pressed too close to each other. The man asked to be put down on the floor first, but since they didn't listen to him, there was nothing more to say. The warning had been given literally a second ago. In any case, something else is important. Now the queen does not understand why it was necessary to attack Binas. It has already been said many times that it is wrong to kill, and even more so to cause harm. The young man looks serene. He just touched up his face a little. Of course, he had no desire to spoil anything that was not on the list. Since you can't use your magic to harm, you have to try to find a way out. The hero is pleased with how creatively he approached the issue. The girl is silent, but does not hold back from asking why all this is being done. The magician, on the contrary, does not need this divorce. He must interfere in every possible way. The state changes. The brunette behaves as if he no longer wants to receive the soul of the future empress. Rumors said that the tower's owner was fickle. Belle only did what she wanted at that very second, and her mood changed even more. Furchin wanted to bite the king, so he did just that. He thinks he did the best he could by removing the brat from the queen's chambers. If only his hands weren't tied by the contract with the imperial family. Then Binus would have been facing death. He could be considered very lucky. In the forest, as usual, a hunt is taking place. A blond man runs after a raccoon, which once again masterfully dodges all the arrows fired at him. The knight standing behind assures that everything is fine. Not everyone can catch such a fast beast on their own. There is no point in getting upset. The animal is much more agile than a boar or a bear. And by letting it go again, His Majesty loses nothing. After all, he did his best. The hero's arrows have run out, and he can't continue hunting. The servant offers to give him the beast he caught, but instead of agreeing, he gets a scolding. Banus can't calm down that cat, that raccoon. Everyone behaves as if they are deliberately mocking, considering this a completely normal order of things. So nothing has changed. Everything didn't go according to plan. And Larissa, having learned that her future husband went to Arnoa's bedroom, got angry and burst into tears, which made her head spin. There are even more problems with his wife. It would be nice to conceive an heir with imperial blood in his veins. But in the end, the girl refused in a rude manner, forcing him to run away. It is also understandable why there is no news from Kaizion, since they were never really together. But it is not clear what the problem is with Larissa. She should have become pregnant by now. The problem is with the king, but he doesn't want to admit it. Someone hits his leg with a tail. It turns out that it's that raccoon again, who this time took the potion with him. The queen sees what is happening. Although she is far away, she cannot contain her laughter. Estea appears nearby. She guessed that the lady is hunting for the first time. The concubine herself often spent time with His Majesty, so everything that was happening was not new to her, but rather could be attributed to something similar to routine. The lady waves it off, but notes that she hunted both in the fortress and in the duchy. She even knows how to use a bow, no matter how surprised Larissa is. For the acquaintance, this information means nothing. She was trained by the ruler long before the arrival of Arnoa, who used to sit in the tower. Blue-eyed doesn't care at all how close the girl is to Banus. She's trying to bite harder after the news that the husband was in his wife's bedroom. The heroine is not going to tolerate such behavior, since she did not have another mentor. Obviously, she was unable to learn anything because the king is among the losers. Since the best couldn't catch an ordinary raccoon, things in the kingdom are not going as they should be. And it won't end well, that's for sure. The queen acts as if her skills are better than other people's. Larissa suggests a competition to show who is the best at hunting. Estea has won more than once, even against the royal guard. She doesn't care how good Arnoa is at archery. She won't win anyway. The girl nods, chuckling. The proposal is interesting, but we need to decide on the targets we will shoot at. Since today is a hunting day, the assessment will be based on the number of game killed. The knight standing behind reminds them that they will be leaving soon. No luck, even if we start. Now there is not enough time. Estea herself recently went with the guards and already caught a rabbit. The girl froze in slight confusion. When she realized her mistakes, she seemed not to even guess about the seriousness of what was happening. When she caught the animals in someone else's trap, finding herself in a difficult situation, handed over the Empress, accusing her of being unable to personally cope with the situation, sounded cold but confident. Larissa looks back in panic. Her voice sounds desperate, as if she is trying to justify herself. "What difference does it make?" she exclaims. Her eyes are burning with determination for her. The main thing now is to catch the animal. The rest of the details do not matter, because they are on a hunt where everyone is the same. Although the interlocutor looks at her reaction with distrust, slightly raising an eyebrow, trying to express even more emotion. Smiling defiantly, the beauty tries to make a different appearance. Her gaze is full of confidence. She throws down a challenge. If the opponent is so capable, let her prove it by catching something more serious than a rabbit. Her voice sounds mocking, but at the same time there is a hidden threat in it. It is clearly read that she thinks that such a thing is unrealistic for such a simpleton as the queen to catch a target with one shot. Then the abilities will be recognized. Of course, the Empress is not going to give in so easily, either giving in to the one she hates with all her heart. The maiden stands with her head held high, her voice full of contempt and irony, asking if her interlocutor really thinks that she cares about some kind of confession. In response, she hears a call to apologize for her ignorance, but inside the woman is seething, thinking why she suddenly needs to ask for forgiveness from someone who is worthless. Estea's gaze is tense. Thoughts are racing through her head. She needs to figure out how to respond better, get out of the situation, and get out of the situation. Now is the most important thing. She is sure that her rival does not want to lose, and is certainly bluffing the one who has been hiding for 2 years without showing herself. Definitely cannot be better. Anger and doubt are boiling inside, which are intertwined with the desire to prove her superiority. Her head will be bowed. Finally looking down, the girl smirks. Of course, a great idea came to mind. Now Arnoa will find out everything. The lady declares that if she wins, then her opponent will have to apologize to her. There is a challenge in the words, especially when she mentions the reason. An apology for what was done to her mother and for the pain caused to herself. She is clearly determined to get what is hers. The blonde reacts completely differently than she imagined in Larissa's head. She behaves as if all the power in this situation is concentrated in her hands. The lady thinks out loud that killing the beast with the first blow is something magical and also stupid. The princess, in response, absolutely cannot restrain herself. Anger burns in her eyes, which perhaps has not manifested itself even earlier. It is much easier to shoot an arrow than to cut the throat of an animal, so it is necessary to change the course of events. With a flush on her cheeks, the lady looks back excitedly, as she is ordered to go into the forest and catch something next to her. A young man offers her a hunting contest. He looks worried about the squabble that has broken out, but adds uncertainly that it could happen next month. If she agrees, she will have to wait. The pink-haired girl, with a sly smile, confidently declares not to worry because she is brave enough to go into the forest alone. Nothing will happen. There she will come out alive. The challenge sounds even more bold when she asks if her opponent is really afraid. It was worth offering to surrender right now because this is not the first time she loses to her, so there is no point in embarrassing herself. Stepping forward, the blonde raises her bow and pulls the string. There is no need to go to the other side of the thicket. She calmly takes out her weapon, preparing for action in front of her eyes. There is a large enough target for her to concentrate. While her remark sounds caustic, it is not nice to delay others, hinting at the sluggishness of those around her. Realizing that things are not going as planned, and the provocation, on the contrary, pushed the Empress to crazy actions. The lady backs away and screams in fear, asking what is happening, her voice trembling with bewilderment. In response, another person holding a bow at the ready answers with a grin that she just went hunting. Her calm confidence contrasts with the panic unfolding before her. Of course, all this does not matter. The girl clasps her hands in confusion, her voice trembling with fear and indignation. She does not believe that they can harm her, confident that the king will not leave it without consequences, because he cares a lot about the woman he loves, very much. In response, her opponent, with a grin, notes the fear of the Majesty, clearly enjoying the situation. She is not going to retreat just like that. With a slight grin on her face, Arnoa sarcastically replies that she also really hopes that that same idiot will not leave all this just like that. On the contrary, it will not do her any good to professionally organize a divorce. That will be ideal. Her look is full of irony, and the tone of her voice sounds mocking, as if she already anticipates how her interlocutor will be confused by these words. In an attempt to back away, the lady accidentally falls to the ground. As she tripped over a stone, she looks embarrassed and confused. In a panic, the beauty admits that she is not a warrior or a knight and does not understand how she can cope with hunting in the forest alone. Meanwhile, the Empress, without ceasing to smile, notes that if you cannot catch an animal in the thicket, it is worth aiming at the nearest one. There is no point in overexerting yourself. There is nowhere else to run. She can't climb up, partly because of her paralyzed limbs, which stopped obeying. After an attack of fear, the girl is in a panic. Her thoughts are immersed. She understands that the attacks of madness that she observed before are repeated. The same thing happened at that tea party. At this time, the guards are desperately trying to calm her down, asking her not to panic. Their voices are full of anxiety because the situation is getting out of control. Diva still thinks that they should help her. She looks at the guards asking something. It's hard for her to understand what kind of image this is. Arnoa shouts for everyone to shut up. They're just getting in the way. A warning escapes her lips. She's about to shoot and has already aimed again. Larissa, sitting opposite, screams and covers her face with her hands in anticipation of pain. She had to accept that no one will help. The arrow flies, it is mad, and hits the target, piercing the boar, which instantly falls. Those around look at it in surprise, not believing their eyes. The lady falls to her knees. Shocked for some reason, she was ready for something else. Meanwhile, the future empress mockingly remarks that the animal is larger than the rabbit they talked about earlier. Baina's mistress screams indignantly, wondering what is going on here. Her voice full of indignation. It was too dangerous. The arrow could have missed the target, making everything even worse. Kaisin only smirks, not attaching any importance to the words, and calmly reminds that she, by the way, won a victory, enjoying her triumph. After her words completely saturated with toxicity, the girl leans forward, her gaze full of cold contempt, demanding that the girl keep her promise. Squeezing her chin with her hand, she forces her to look straight into the eyes, not allowing her to turn away in the other direction. Feeling an internal protest, she understands that there is no way out. An apology is inevitable, as she promised. The hand is still on her cheek. Larissa is struggling to hold back her tears, realizing her helplessness. The situation has worsened progressively. Her voice is shaking when she finally admits that she was wrong, and with an effort, asks for forgiveness, exactly as she promised those around her. Seeing this, exclaim, calling on her to come to her senses. But the tension does not ease. The situation is tense. A smile is frozen on her face, which this time cannot be removed. The doctor, sitting next to the queen, anxiously tries to figure out the situation. Binus runs into the room. He looks at her with concern, and the woman on the bed holds her hand to her face, trying to come to her senses after what happened, and sobs, stretching her hands forward. The blonde exclaims with fear and excitement, asking what Arnoa did again. The main one, hugging his pink-haired lover, feels a mixture of irritation and bewilderment. He can hardly contain his anger when he is told that she only laughed when she saw her friend lose consciousness, and then turned around to walk away. Inside, his thoughts are boiling. Why does his wife always calm and quiet behave as if she were another person? The guy is still trying to stay calm. It's quite difficult for him. He turns away from the doctor present, who asks a question, as it seems addressed to his future wife. Miss Rudes, without hesitation, asks a direct and delicate question concerning women's health. She is interested in when was the last menstruation. Larissa felt awkward about the question because her delay had already lasted for half a month. With emotions in her eyes, she asked what this could mean. The brunette looked at her with a serious face and asked how she had been feeling lately. Finally, the woman admitted that she felt sick and periodically dizzy. These are the symptoms that prevent her from living. The news that seemed to have been waiting for an eternity is heard. A man with golden hair stands with a stunned expression on his face, holding Larissa in his arms. It turns out that his woman is pregnant. His face expresses shock. He repeats, trying to understand that she is carrying his child under her heart. The other lady also looks surprised and confused. She smiles. The main character lies on the bed, clinging to her companion. Her face expresses a mixture of happiness and fatigue. Miss Rude strongly recommends complete rest, because now she is carrying the heir to the kingdom. She needs to take care of him, preferably properly. The words about the child fill her with joy, realizing the greatness of her new role. Now Arnoa will change his mind and will know where her place is. The golden red-haired man, with a shining smile, turns away. Of course, he can't tell what's going on in his head. However, there flashes a thought about why he once doubted himself, because he never had problems with bed affairs. The girl all in emotions, but tears begin to well up in her eyes. Only she knows what she is going to do. Understanding came too early, but immediately after the woman's words, everything came back even more quite recently. That same incident with the bow happened when the blonde aimed at the queen. She scared her very much, almost to death, especially when she released the arrow. The beauty is afraid that she could lose the baby. She is very lucky that it ended well. It is simply impossible to react calmly. His opinion has changed. Even if the king also hated Arnoa, before anger is hidden behind a storm, is raging in his thoughts. He understands that the girl is right. If something had gone wrong, Larissa could have lost her fruit due to fear or stress. He cannot bear to realize that she is acting so boldly and recklessly, as if she had completely lost her mind. And now she behaves as she pleases. His heart was filled with resentment, which mixed with other feelings. He remembered every insult, every threat that the Empress had thrown at him, calling him a vile pervert and threatening to deprive him of his dignity. It was offensive, but not so much that he would behave the opposite. Now the beauty had gotten to their child. This was the last straw. He would no longer be able to forgive, which meant it would end badly. The first thing the hero does is gather the knights, who immediately came at the first call. He bursts into the room, his voice full of anger and indignation. The man shouts that he can no longer stand it and knows about all the atrocities of his wife, ordering to immediately lock the queen in her room, not to let her out. Under any circumstances, his patience has snapped, and now his determination is inevitable. The blonde silently listens to the accusations. She does not move. A smile appears on his face. It means that the end has obviously come. This is exactly true. His anger is overflowing. He continues to give orders, this time even more cruel. No one dares to visit her. No one owes her any food or water, even if this person is close to her highness. His face is distorted with rage. His eyes sparkle with a crazy decision. Now the power shows that the order is unconditionally carried out. The king is not going to move. He continues to scream, creating even more noise. The thoughts are terrible. They are cold. Very soon, the girl will be forced to beg for mercy, because no one can refuse food. Starvation is not an option for her. The knight threw the blonde into the room, not caring at all that she hit the floor. Remaining in place, the young man asks the servants if they locked the doors. He turns and sternly says that if the queen says anything, the servants are obliged to immediately report to him. Instead of helping her get out or giving her water, there will be punishment for failure to comply. The brunette nervously agrees, trying to hide her fear of his rage. She did not argue. The imagination is immediately busy. A picture is displayed there that makes the soul feel good. The girl will probably lose a lot of weight. There will be sadness and a request for mercy in her eyes. And this is the young man's most cherished desire. The blonde must regret all her committed atrocities that were committed not so long ago. In order to make sure that the lady was really locked up, she grabs the iron bars with her hands. It's not that simple. It doesn't seem like they can really think that she will sit and starve after the order that Banus gave. Her eyes are full of determination. She realizes that she does not intend to sit silently and suffer. Her gaze is full of firmness. There is a plan for revenge and decisive action ahead. That's exactly what she will have to do. A lady with a serious and thoughtful expression on her face writes something on a piece of paper, sitting at a massive table. She went there almost immediately after the door closed. She has a pen slowly moving across the surface, as if each word has great importance. Having finished, she puts the letter down and then picks up a gold pendant, looking at it intently. Finally, she sees how everything around begins to glow. The woman sitting at the table with a delicious feast in front of her looks pleased. She holds a piece of bread, which she dips into the soup. The taste is too wonderful. Feeling the pleasure of the food, she manages to smile. However, she is surprised by the abundance of dishes, and she wonders why such a luxurious feast was arranged when she asked for only a piece of bread. The young man does not cease to amaze. Belle is standing next to him. He moved toward the table. In literally a second, he immediately hands the woman a piece of food on a fork. His expression is calm, but there is severity in his voice. He says that he will not allow her to die of hunger, especially since she herself threatened that she would not give up her soul if the table was not set for her, considering that the poor health of the future empress will not benefit anyone. The blonde turns away. It's obvious that she's been outplayed. Her words have been used against her. She squints and speaks with a slight mockery. She's offered dessert, since everything has already been eaten. But doubt flashes through her thoughts. This is too much food for one. After this, it could be even worse than not eating. The guy still doesn't move aside. He crossed his arms on his chest, calmly and confidently answers her that recently he is interested in such things as what girls like. Initially, the lady wanted to tease him, but in the end, she received an answer that is completely consistent. She looks at him in surprise, slightly raising her eyes because the man looks too confident. Arnoa doesn't even think about moving. She spears another piece of food on her fork, which instantly melts in her mouth. The beauty calmly closes her eyes, enjoying the moment, and says that if someone sees her now, they will think that she is pregnant just because of such a good attitude towards her person. She notes that Larissa is not treated like that, considering that she is just carrying Durkan's child. Belle chuckles. He was thinking whether it was worth explaining the situation, and decided pretty quickly that it would be so. It turned out that Binus's future wife had a false pregnancy. He is confident in his words, because there is living confirmation of this. Dr. Rudy's herself spoke about it. Obviously, the lady found out everything after the first examination, but has not yet told the truth. The girl sitting on the bed tiredly covers her face with her hand. She has already moved. Her thoughts are confused, but it is much easier to understand that problems with the cycle, slight ailments, and even fatigue, all this was not true. Larissa asked the doctor to lie that what was happening to her was related to pregnancy, when as a whole, she feels great. The woman looks away. Her face expresses a mixture of feelings. They are understandable, but not to everyone. All her plans are so carefully thought out. They pierce her consciousness, which makes her feel good. She understands that she really was able to create an ideal reason for divorce, despite all the expectations of those around her. This is exactly how she imagined everything. From the very beginning, all that remains is to complete the plan and finally become free. The girl is asked if the door will be closed for some time and how long it will last. She briefly answered that it is true. He was confident in his actions and therefore moves forward, making sure that his plan works. He nods. Of course, the girlfriend does not yet understand what will happen, but is obliged to trust. Very soon, someone should come. It remains to wait a little. He should not be noticed, just like Belle himself. Not understanding the beauty raised an eyebrow, since climbing to the third floor will be quite a difficult task. Waving it off, the man assures that his friend climbs walls. Well, there will be no problems. Arnoa, hearing a sharp sound, raised her head in surprise. In front of her stood a raccoon, clearly an unexpected guest. In such a place, her face lit up with slight surprise and confusion. The baby looked at her, his mouth wide open, as if he was about to say something important. However, animals as a rule do not talk. The woman sat down in front of her new friend, gently stroking his head, smiling. She remembered how she had already met him on the hunt when he attacked Binus. With a slight smile in her voice, she asks a question, looking at him with curiosity, assuming that the raccoon is a student of the main magician from the tower. Belle looks sternly at the raccoon standing next to him. He says that enough reports and turns to his interlocutor to move away from his partner, not understanding what is happening. She still continues to follow him. A moment later, a boy with bright hair appears joyfully greeting the queen. He has long wanted to meet Her Majesty. While the hero's rage overwhelms him, he demands an immediate report. His companion, trembling with fear and excitement, begins to report the news in confusion. Panic is clearly visible on his face, but despite this, he continues to report the latest news collected from Kesman. Her gaze froze when she heard the name. A duchy located in the very north of the continent. A gaze filled with anxiety, as if reflecting her thoughts that were whirling through her head, foreshadowing something serious. She can't ignore it, that's for sure. Arnoa understands that we are talking about the duchy, where Asilier and his daughter started a war specifically to steal more money. They don't care about human lives, because the most important thing is their own thoughts and consciousness. Even before that, there were too many intrigues around them that interfered with the state. The chief mage of the tower lay leaning against the pillow, languidly squinting and recalling the previous conversation. It was obvious that he was tired, considering that all this news could not be called good. The maiden then asked why they were planning an attack when the war was already going on. There was a slight mockery in his voice, as if he was surprised at her naivety. The woman nodded. She turned to ask Elias again. If so, it would be better to ask him everything, because the news would come from such a person. There was hope in her voice. While the lady asked if this war was over, he, sitting on the floor, only spread his hands and answered with regret that no, not even a hint of peace was visible. However, according to him, Kesman did not have the strength to continue this endless slaughter. The young girl's gaze freezes. The tension increases when she thinks out loud that the Duke deliberately started the war. The character joyfully exclaims, not understanding how she guessed. It is clear that if you think about it, you can understand the whole meaning while active military actions are going on. The imperial palace is obliged to sponsor a man without asking unnecessary questions. As is known, Luciano gave the Duke everything he asked for, but Asilier still killed the Emperor without even thinking for his plans. He needed to behave exactly like that. Of course, Arnoa did not suspect, but the Imperial Palace was in even greater trouble than the Kingdom of Dirhan, and the outcome of this war became obvious in advance, even when the actions began. Now there are a few other questions the lady will find out. What else is left to be told? The boy with shining eyes continued his story. Animatedly, his enthusiasm was noticeable. In every word he proudly said that recently the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army created a special detachment. His voice trembled with excitement. He barely managed to restrain himself from jumping to other topics. A scream breaks out from her chest, but the heroine tries to suppress it as quickly as possible. It will be easier, and specifically for everyone. The Duke's gloomy, sinister smile is displayed in her head. It is clear that Asilier did not create this detachment for victory, because the people there are already suicide bombers. So the man decided to punish everyone he doesn't like. The queen moves on to another. She wants to know who is among those gathered. The young man sits thoughtfully, slightly tilting his head to the side, pondering the answer to the question. He explains that the members of this special detachment have completely different statuses. None of them dared to contradict the Duke, but there is something that unites them all, a hidden connection, invisible but strong. The gaze is focused, the lips are pressed together, and there is surprise in the voice. The magician says that all 20 people from that detachment are soldiers of the Kingdom of Dirhan. The thought that the Duke already knows about the death of the prince causes even more tension, awakening doubts and anxiety. Something needs to be done further, but this is more difficult. Asilier clearly planned to eliminate only Luciano, leaving Arian alive. That was his plan, planned step by step, but events took an unexpected turn. It became known that the young man had also died. This changes the entire balance of power, turning the outcome of the intrigues into an unpredictable whirlpool of consequences. The Duke is determined to break the spirit of the Empire's next successor, King Dirhan, who is prophesied to ascend to the throne, as his wife has renounced all titles, the plan being to destroy the hopes and future of the kingdom. by crushing those who might threaten his power. Ascalaus quickly explained that what had happened 10 days ago was just the beginning. In fact, a few days ago, a special squad that had been involved in a dangerous mission had been destroyed. All the soldiers had died, and Kesman had become the site of their public execution, which had become a sad news that had spread throughout the kingdom. The characters are deep in discussion of a terrible plan that has obviously caused a lot of pain and suffering. Belle asks why complicate the whole situation. There is no point in this because it is much easier to deal with Binus, directly forcing him to change. The blonde reminds that if the Duke did this, he would have to take the blame for the death. He does not need responsibility. People will not take it well. The guy again finds himself in the center of events, although he himself does not want it. Of course, he does not really understand anything, because he had to take the throne and become the king of Dirhan by complete accident, which happened not so long ago. He had to stay on the sidelines, giving in to another person. Now he is haunted by constant failures for Kaisin. This is a plus. A smile appears by itself. Binus was informed of everything that had happened in the last few days. He clenched his fist. Indignation was boiling inside him. In the 3 days that had passed since that incident, not a single word of apology had been heard, which he so badly desired. Everything was boiling in his head. How could this be? How could one be such an impudent girl? A servant stood in front of him, humbly lowering her eyes, clearly not realizing all the rage raging in his soul. The maid looked at the master with concern. Her voice trembled slightly as she reported, "No crying, only thunderous silence." One of the maids even spoke to the queen, but the answer was just as cold. The young man frowned. His thoughts were absorbed in what was happening behind the closed door. The queen assured that she was fine, but something in her words seemed strange because food and water were still not served. Turning around, the blonde tries to restrain himself. It is even more difficult than before. The servant was also clearly puzzled by the latest events. Besides, she was much more cheerful than 3 days ago, adds his interlocutor, casting a heavy look, as if trying to find meaning in what was happening. Of course, they did not see the face, but the voice was completely fine. The girl is not a witch, but then it is not clear how it happened, that she still does not think to beg for mercy after 3 days without food and drink. By this time she should already be lying unconscious or screaming, standing at the door, and not living happily. Her condition is misleading. In the character's thoughts, a thought appears about a girl who, even after 3 days without food and drink, maintains her dignity and does not pray for mercy. He understands that now she is too proud. This is the whole problem. Her resilience causes surprise, but also bewilderment. Even if she is guilty, she will never apologize. These words will not wait. The man is lost in his thoughts, thinking that he wants to starve her even longer. It would be right considering what exactly she did, but then he realizes that if she dies, he could have serious problems. If rumors that she died, not from illness but from hunger, reach the emperor, everything will turn against him, because no one knows what exactly to expect from Luciano. A young man in a formal suit looks with slight irritation and fatigue, realizing that the situation is getting out of control. He has to restrain his emotions, with difficulty, saying that nothing can be done. At this time, a servant with an anxious face bursts into the room shouting that something terrible has happened. The news from Kesman is very important. The character looks at his interlocutor with tension, trying to understand the meaning of what is happening. The message that all the soldiers of the recently formed detachment were caught and brutally executed shocks him. His thoughts are filled with the horror of realization. Something irreparable has happened. He is scared because in his head there was not even an option for such a development of events. The servant, lightly clutching the parchment in his hand, gloomily reports that the letter said that many soldiers were beheaded and their heads were put on display for all to see. His words are disturbing and his face tenses. Baina sits clenching his fists in indignation, and his eyes are full of horror. He cannot believe what is happening, feeling injustice and wondering why fate is so cruel to him. The character is in a state of panic, wondering how it was possible that rumors of his affair with Arnoa had leaked out despite her refusal. He sits clasping his hands in an attempt to suppress his nervous excitement. The question of why Emperor Luciano is behaving this way towards him does not give him peace. His hand supports his head. It becomes more difficult to breathe because problems appear one after another. The families of the dead aristocrats will not leave it like that. They will definitely come with showdowns. It will not be possible to ignore them thinking about this. He tugged at his hair, wondering why the emperor cares so much about that girl. The young man thinks with a smug smile about how he made the sister of someone dear to him a queen. And now the beautiful Larissa is next to him. For some reason he is convinced that this demonstration of strength and a successful marriage will prove to everyone that he is the best match for the king's sister, and that now he should think about it. The servant carefully says, "Your Majesty, the officials are already waiting for you in the reception room." The blonde frowned, raising an eyebrow in surprise, because he did not expect that time had passed so quickly. Exhaling tiredly, he commanded to release the queen, realizing that it was necessary to act quickly, despite all the internal disagreements. From the very beginning, the protagonist knew that the wedding would be a heavy burden for him, like chains that tightly wrapped around his arms and legs. The realization of this was heavy, dragging him down, as if every step was no longer his own. A feeling of powerlessness seized him because, in the end, this is what happened to him. The palace meeting was heating up. One of the courtiers, unable to bear it, shouted out that 20 soldiers of the kingdom of Dirhan died in vain. Another in red waved his arms in anger, calling what was happening unfair. They demanded an explanation from His Majesty, not believing what had happened. All this was too cruel. Sitting at a long table, the kingdom's advisor, looking sadly at the papers, says that their kingdom has always been loyal to the empire. The aristocrat in red, sitting next to him with bitterness in his eyes, furiously asks how the ruler could do this to them. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, anticipating a quick denouement. A man with golden hair dressed in an expensive dark suit sat at the table and, clasping his hands, spoke with regret. He, like everyone else, did not understand the emperor's actions, but being his sister's husband, he realized that he was not able to influence the decisions he made. This thought tormented him. Bayness cupped his chin in his hand. His face reflected regret, and there was bitterness in his eyes. He thought about how sad it was that time could not be turned back. The wedding had already taken place, and now nothing could be fixed. Thoughts about the past tormented him. He would like to change, but his wife would not allow him. The talk of divorce stirred up strange feelings in him. He looked at the old man with bewilderment when he suggested this idea. It sounded cold and distant, but divorce could still be an option that had not yet been considered, which was an obvious mistake or a gap. The character, with a thoughtful expression, looks at the object in the room, thinking about the meaning of further actions. His thoughts are full of doubts. Is it worth continuing this union with the queen? Because for Dirhan, there is no benefit in this. Thoughts are interrupted by the voice of Countess Dea, who confidently insists that divorce is a logical decision. The man, with a cold expression on his face, thinks that if they can come to an agreement, there will be enough reasons for a divorce. The emperor can make it possible, because he himself is a fairly normal person, who understands that sometimes families can break up after the wedding because something goes completely wrong. The two advisors stand next to each other, their jaws clenched tightly, one of them keeping his back straight, trying not to show emotion, while the other is clearly worried about what is happening. They discuss the need to punish the queen for her misdeeds, so that in the future they will not have to spoil the mood of the emperor. Like, now they can't behave like this with her anymore. A divorce will solve the problems. The hero thoughtfully touches his hand and thinks about the dowry that the queen brought in. The carriage filled with gold. There were still a lot of jewels. If a divorce occurs, this dowry will be in danger, considering that they do not have that kind of money. Thoughts about the possible consequences begin to worry him. Jumping up from his seat, the man confidently offers his solution. He is full of enthusiasm, promising to convene an academic council and find the best specialists from all over the country because they will help solve the problems. There is determination in his voice. He is sure that there is a loophole that will allow you to avoid the return of the dowry, and it just needs to be thought through wisely. Count Estea has his own goal, which he will follow to the very end. To marry his daughter to His Majesty now is the time to focus on the couple's child, or rather, on the health and well-being of his daughter. The second interlocutor listens with slight surprise and tension on his face. Thinking about this unexpected advice, there is contempt. The nobleman stands up and clears his throat to say something. First, they will send tribute from the kingdom to prove their loyalty. He assumes that the emperor will not act rashly, finishing. He adds that after that, they can agree on a divorce, as if it was a premeditated plan, and pretend that there will be no problems. A man lost in his thoughts thoughtfully looks away, pondering the proposals. Made he clenches his fist, as if this decision was not easy for him. His thought is clear. I will think about the proposal. With a mysterious smile on his face, he thinks that there is always a way around difficulties. Confidence that there will be a loophole slides through his thoughts, because he knows that in any situation you can find a way out. Larissa, dressed in a dress with bright flowers and decorations, stands against the backdrop of a magnificent rose garden, where she entered for a walk with her friends, accompanied by compliments from those present, who admire her appearance and follow her on her heels. She laughs, waving off the praise, while her mother nearby remarks that for a walk in the garden, she could have chosen something simpler, but no less wonderful. There is nothing to be done if there are only such dresses. In any case, they fit, and this is accordingly the most important thing. Meanwhile, two girls were whispering nearby, surprised that the prince gave as many as 10 dresses, which none of them could even dream of. Larissa held a ruby necklace in her hands, admiring its shine. She thought about the value of dresses compared to such jewelry. At this time, her friends could not hide their delight. One was envious of the romance of the situation. The other noted how elegant it was. They could not take their eyes off the girl, confident that she was incredibly beautiful with this necklace. The beauty again repeats about grace and elegance. Each of the presented is simply wonderful. And last time the king gave her black diamonds, those same diamonds, she only smiled mysteriously, secretly. The environment dreams of the same wonderful gifts and love which they have not yet deserved. She can't stop showing off. Everything is too wonderful, and being the center of attention is the best thing a beauty can come up with. She thoughtfully exclaims about why she is so envied because everyone loves her so much. The maids around her assure that this is just a sign of great success. Everything was fine until the figure of the empress appeared in the distance. Her hair is impossible to tangle. The fans of the future queen bow their heads, just like Estea herself. You can see from her face that she is very displeased. The blonde snorts. It seems the only one who did not pay her respects was the countess, standing behind with an angry expression on her face. The girl with fiery red hair is clearly irritated and angry. And the princess remembers the past and caustically remarks that one of those present has forgotten about decency since she was kicked out of the palace. Anger is overwhelming. Her face is distorted with emotion. But now it is more important how the countess's wrists are. She was probably in a lot of pain last time. One of the women looks back with tension. She herself does not know how to react because, as we know, being rude to the queen is still forbidden. Her face, which emphasizes the harsh tone of the words, changes into another form. The woman, remaining calm, pays attention to her wrist, noticing that the blow was probably painful, but her face radiates calm confidence. With a slight smile, the countess extended her hand, continuing the conversation. The cold and mocking tone of her voice sounded too confident. She knew that her words would be unpleasant. They say that the princess went crazy like a young foal, and therefore she was locked in a room for several days, and they did not give her food and water, addressed to another woman, already raised rage and confusion in her soul. But they retreated back because it becomes scary. What answer will follow? Of course it's Astea, so she gives off a cold and strange feeling on a daily basis. Even now, after she encountered someone she truly hates, she notices that after leaving the room, she didn't look like a person. Although in her head, she understands that this is most likely not true. Her gaze was arrogant, and the hand gesture with which she spoke only increased the feeling of superiority that she enjoyed at that moment. The eyes narrowed in bewilderment. How this woman, after 3 days without food and water, can look even better than before, a true beauty smiling. She waves it off, adding that the king could not be so cruel to her majesty. The maiden calmly declares that she lived well, and even Larissa recently apologized for her rudeness, admitting her mistakes, which only pleased. The beauty recoils back. She does not know how to react to such a thing. The queen herself recently threatened her with arrows, and now she says other things. And if you take into account the fact that the lady is pregnant, this is almost a crime. Smirking, the blonde turns away. She only remembers how she aimed at a boar, which was eventually killed as prey. The interlocutor squeals. It seemed to her that this was an insult directed at her. The only comparison is that the heroine screams exactly the same. In this, they are definitely similar. She should learn manners, but perhaps there will be time to do this. No longer able to bear it, the future wife of Binas steps forward. Until now she waited because she felt sorry for Arnoa. But now one should not even dream of mercy. Playing with fire is the most dangerous occupation. It was worth retreating and continuing to remain silent, standing aside. The woman no longer wants to talk to someone who, on the contrary, only makes things worse. She doesn't want to see her at all anymore. The blonde is not going to keep quiet. She orders Larissa to get out of her way. It was the queen who walked through the garden first, and some degenerate climbed forward and began to assert his rights. It's worth getting smarter, moderating your ardor, and hiding. The woman is angry. She literally feels bad. It happens before your eyes. Her teeth clench with force, causing her eyes to turn red. A slight crunch is heard. The girl still knows no bounds. It's terrible because it is Astea who is the king's first love, and the one who actually carries his heir. Words do not require confirmation. You just need to deal with the slight obstacle in the person of Arnoa. After that, you will be able to go to Binas. Now it's time to do everything right, to press on the blonde's sore spot. This is the most obligatory. Lowering her voice, the lady smiles and begins to talk about what is probably known to everyone. Gathered, the blonde brought from her empire stones that her mother gave her. Black diamonds are known for their beauty. You can't find them anywhere else. They are used in the silver crown, created not so long ago. His Majesty loves his mistress very much more than anything in this world. So of course he decided that it would be more correct for the tiara to sparkle on the beauty's head. The thing is a pair to the one that the blonde is wearing. He said that he would give it away, thereby further showing his true intentions. Saying these words, the woman smiles, but there is no warmth emanating from her. Rather hatred. She feels superiority. Wedding rings no longer have any meaning for a woman, but the queen does not know this. She continues to put pressure on her consciousness. The king promised to melt them down and make new luxurious earrings for Larissa. Her jewelry, which once symbolized the connection and commitment, will now turn into a symbol of her status and exaltation. She easily remembers this promise, demonstrating her confidence in the future and position at court. The beauty smirks, saying that her status in the eyes of the king is indisputable. Her voice is full of confidence and contempt. She knows how to argue and is going to behave like that without any awareness. Her position is strong and unshakable, even if it causes rejection from others. In her thoughts, she repeats that this will not change in any way, no matter how others try to undermine confidence or influence. She wants to show who is the boss in this place. The haughty smile never left her face. The heroine emphasized that her imperial blood does not matter at all. because the king's love is on her side. But the counter question puts her in a dead end. Is she sure of this? In an attempt to defend her position, she cites the events of that day as evidence and points to the ruby necklace. But this does not make any impression on her interlocutor, although she can admit that the jewelry is very beautiful. The color shines in the sun, attracting attention. Larissa, not hiding her superiority, looks at those around her. Her words sound like a clear threat. She is able to take away absolutely anything from the queen, emphasizing her influence and power. But so far she simply does not do it. The sarcasm in her speech only gradually increases when she mentions that the lady, despite her title, could not achieve the king's love. She probably desired it throughout her life and their wedding. The question remains hanging in the air. Is there anything that she can achieve? Through the uncertain and slightly confused features of her face, her eyes flashed with surprise. She did not believe that in front of her was really a symbol that she had never seen before, an ornament even more exquisite than anything she had encountered in her entire life. Her rival looked with disdain, noticing this. Although she had counted on interest, indignation burst out the heroine's face, distorted, and with a cry she demanded to know where this mysterious cat's eye came from. The lady's eyes remain cold. As soon as she finishes talking, she looks at Larissa with obvious contempt. In a calm but threatening tone, she says that there are things in the world that should not be desired, and if the beauty does not want to see her rudeness again, she should retreat. The interlocutor slightly bows her head. The gesture emphasizes her calm but unyielding position. The woman steps back, thinking about what happened. She accuses the one standing there of probably hiding that thing in the closet for the last 2 years, because it was the only thing she could hold on to, as if it were hope. The anger in her voice only grows. She demands that the thing be given back, immediately threatening that if she gets what she needs, she can get out of the way exactly as she is asked. The heroine again insistently repeats her demand, not giving her opponent a chance to object. A new attempt is made to gain the upper hand in this little squabble. The voice is still cold and penetrating. She looks at her opponent with a challenge, hinting that she would have acted wiser if she had given up what she would not have. Anyway, if she asked the king sooner or later, he would give the thing into her hands. Questioningly raising an eyebrow, she continues to threaten, hinting that, completely accidentally, she could fall into the pond if she does not get what she wants, her body slightly leaning over the railing. The heroine, with a slight mockery, goes down the stairs, boldly challenging her opponents. Her words sound threatening. She reminds everyone whose child is under her heart, hinting at her power. For some reason, the lady is sure that the king will not remain indifferent if something happens to her. He will pull himself together and act. I wonder what else people will say. They will see how the queen threw off the one who is carrying Banis's child, the one who will give Dirhan a new future ruler. She will be called the real villain from the burning imperial palace. Larissa makes a puzzled remark. Her eyes widen in surprise, her cheeks slightly pink. Probably the blonde does not want the persons to be discussed in a bad light, showing them as the worst. The words penetrate the consciousness of the interlocutor. The reproaches sound ironic, that the king might want to divorce the one who has earned a reputation as a villain, who behaves very inappropriately. The smile freezes on her face, and a sparkle shines in her eyes. She is a real genius who helped her with her divorce problem. The woman comes closer, gradually showing that things are going to get really bad. Grabbing the scoundrel by the hand, she pulls her closer, grinning in her face. The lady asks if Larissa can swim. She of course doesn't care, because if she doesn't have the ability, the world won't lose much. The heroine's frightened gaze froze when she realized what was happening. She screamed in panic, trying to explain something and hold on, but her efforts were in vain. The next moment, and she was already flying down, her hair fluttering, the water noisily enveloping, swallowing her body from head to toe. In despair, she calls for help. Her cry pierces the air, but help does not come because the people standing on the bridge do not know how to get down to her. The girl's mother and the surrounding women are clearly shocked by what is happening. One of them exclaims in panic. Another loudly calls Larissa, realizing the seriousness of the situation, trying to shout to her. At the same time, someone in the crowd is already calling the guards for help. Against the background of this tension, the lady with silver hair contrasts greatly. She only watches what is happening, with a slight smile, clearly pleased with her actions. Now she will get what she so badly wanted. The rescue went well. The heroine was taken to her chambers almost immediately to examine the body and do all the necessary procedures. A blonde man sits down next to her. A frightened girl explains what happened in a panic. Her hair is disheveled and horror is frozen in her eyes. She indignantly exclaims that she was pushed from the bridge into the water and now she cannot calm down after what happened. The man opposite her asks again in shock, trying to understand if this really happened. His face expresses doubt, but uncertainty is heard in his voice. The pink-haired woman looks at the man with anger, being in a depressed state. After what happened in despair, she exclaims that she is expecting a child from him, hoping for support. After such news, he should treat her with more love. The guy still standing in front of her hesitantly tries to explain, claiming that it is difficult for him to believe in such a thing. Slightly confused, he makes excuses, trying to smooth over the situation. The girl throws herself into her lover's arms with anxiety on her face. He tries to console her with visible excitement, telling her how terrible the trials she had to go through were. Of course, everything will be fine. However, even in such a tense atmosphere, his words sound like insincere support, especially when he adds that the pond is not deep enough for someone to drown, thereby revealing indifference. The man with glasses, pointing to the woman's condition, says in a restrained tone that if she had remained calmer, she would not have swallowed water. She behaved too recklessly when she splashed and screamed. While in the pond, a stern look emphasizes the seriousness of the situation. Suddenly, the rather irritated king with golden hair suddenly splashes out emotions, shouting at him, calling him a useless, impudent man, and demanding that he leave immediately. The boy continued to be furious about what was happening, his fist clenched and his eyes filled with rage. He could not understand how such a mistake could have been made. Despite all his work related to important tasks and the war with Kesmenos, such a useless person was sent to help him. The doctor turned out to be incapable of anything. The anger was directed at those who made this decision, and he was determined to fix everything. Larissa can't help but feel the inner anxiety. Her body is shaking from the surge of emotions. A feeling of uncertainty fills her heart as she tries to explain herself. Her lover, with a note of concern in his voice, tells her not to pay attention to the words of another man, clearly trying to calm her down. But her eyes are shining, filled with even more fear and anxiety about what might happen next time if trouble befalls them again. The sadness from the imagination that spoils everything only increases time after time. It is not the first time that this happens, when the queen, without any shame, attempts on the life of a servant, trying to do it in a sophisticated way. The girl, kneeling down anxiously, clasped her hands, afraid of the predictable future. She was sure that the lady would try to do it again, and then when there would not be a single soul around. The characters are in a tense situation that is obviously not going to be resolved. Larissa asks with concern in her voice if the threat to her life is not a good enough reason to protect her. She insistently asks to do what they have been thinking about for several years since the wedding. The man is furious, his face distorted with anger, clenching his fists. He shouts that he already has more than enough of such reasons. Of course, he is angry with his wife, not his mistress. The man remembers how the queen allowed herself to behave indecently with other men. That performance became terrible only after what she did. Her behavior irritated him, causing bitterness and disgust. Memories emerge of how she called the king disgusting, humiliated him behind his back and right in front of him. To that day, when he arrived in her bedroom, it became clear what her true attitude was. Binas understands that the only thing holding him back is Larissa's father. He was so proud, but now everything has gone wrong. Now his thoughts are even more full of anger, doubts, and misunderstandings. He realizes that a divorce from the queen is inevitable. However, he has already been informed that there is no loophole. It will not be possible to get rid of this, and then he will have to return the entire dowry. As soon as they are not together, this thought only intensifies his internal struggle. He knows that most of this dowry has already been almost completely spent. They did not count on this, and returning it will be a problem. The carriage decorated with gold was delivered on the same day as the future queen herself. As a result, all the wealth went to the construction and decoration of the palace. The columns, beautiful walls, and garden cost perhaps too much money. Also, the money was used to create luxurious clothes and jewelry for Larissa, who bragged about her wealth to everyone she knew. The king, with an impenetrable expression, thoughtfully lowers his head. His gaze, full of distrust, is focused on his beloved in his thoughts. He wonders what he should do with those same riches, whether even the pond into which Estea fell today has been built. His discontent and suspicions grow, but outwardly he remains calm for the time being. The lady turns to him with excitement, pointing out the possibility of solving the problem in another way if such an opportunity arises. At first, the young man does not quite understand and asks what kind of option they decided to use. Larissa, completely in the power of her thoughts, slyly squinting her eyes, thinks about those who can no longer tolerate the queen. With a light, almost mocking expression on her face, she makes a plan. The question she torments herself with sounds like a challenge. Will her opponents harm the queen? Because that's exactly how the woman will be thrown out far away, not even leaving a chance to object. The room is deathly silent. Something terrible has happened. Before the man, with a serious expression on his face, is thinking about how outrageous the behavior of Count Estea is, his thoughts are full of indignation. He can't stop thinking about how this man increased the number of mercenaries, fivefold, not paying attention to the consequences. He seemed to understand that it is worth starting to work even harder. He has some kind of goal before which he sees no obstacles. A cold light falls on his figure. The queen leans back on the bed. Her thoughts were just as dark. She sat in the room wrapped in a light cape, thinking about what had happened. Everything she had done seemed futile. The king seemed not to be affected by the incidents with his disgrace, or what happened to Larissa. The divorce from the queen had not yet been announced, although she expected it to happen at any moment. Perhaps the dowry she brought was insufficient. She was weighed down by the realization that she should have tried a little harder. Arnoa reflects on her past, realizing that back then she was not given any choice. Luciano made all the decisions for her, completely controlling her life. Because after the death of the empress, he took the throne and began to behave the way he wanted. But now, remembering, she realizes that even the property left to her by Anastasia went as a dowry. Every penny went to the treasury of Durkhan. That was the rule. The girl lowers her head. She does not know how to pull herself together so as not to worry about anything anymore. The heroine thinks hard, feeling how bitterness overwhelms her thoughts in her head. She has long understood that the dowry had already been spent after her arrival. The kingdom has changed greatly, or rather, the royal palace. She purses her lips, feeling how the decisions of the past days hang over her like a burden. Sighs, her decision seems inevitable. To leave everything behind and finally get a divorce. But even so, it will be too much money. It is better to keep it for yourself. The heroine reflects on the fact that the emperor might be angry if the dowry cannot be returned. Benas probably has exactly the same thoughts in his head. He is still holding on to this marriage, realizing that this is all that is left for him. It's been 27 days since Bel announced the emperor's death. He arrived and promised to keep quiet for a little while longer. The news continues to hang like a shadow over the young lady's mind. She must do something, But over this month, she has literally tried so many ways to get rid of her title of queen and go back to the empire. The woman sat in the room thinking thoughtfully. Her delicate features were illuminated by a soft light, and her long hair fell on her shoulders. Thoughts flowed heavily. If she did not get a divorce in 3 days, Baenus would become an emperor, and this was definitely not allowed. There was a connection not only with losing the bet, but also with the fact that the man would be a terrible ruler of the country and would only make things worse. For everyone looking at her hands, she dreamed of time that she did not have. Another week would definitely not hurt. The man with a stern expression looks away, assessing what is happening. He was called, so all that was left was to react. The woman with long silver hair at this time emotionally raises her hands, promising to cleanse her soul in order to give it. It seems that Belle will still win, so she can accept all sorts of congratulations in advance. That's exactly how he wanted everything to end, which means it will only get better for him. The fatigue is reflected on her face even more. The lady cannot continue to fight for something that she will not be able to get to. In the end, she was stupid when she thought that she could win the bet and disown her successful future. Even if she was given more time, most likely nothing would have been possible to do, especially considering that Baenus could have learned the news from someone else. She tries to find consolation in the fact that having given her soul, she will not have to live to old age, feeling the weight of events on herself. The characters were in a room immersed in semi-darkness. The moonlight falls on the bed. The girl is still waiting for, at least, some words from Ferchen, who does not even move, but stands with his back turned in silence. As if digesting her words, the girl asked in bewilderment why he is not happy, because she told him that victory will be his. Finally, the hero dryly answered that he does not feel joy. Despite her statement, he himself does not understand what is happening. But he does not like this situation. His desires, it turns out, have changed. But now when she asks what he wants now, the tension between them increases. It remains to think there is a revolution in his head. Too many misunderstandings. Belle turned. Slowly his voice was cold, but full of hidden desires. At first he did not want to reveal what was in his head, but he understood that he would have to. The hero said these words not for himself, but for her, feeling superior to the situation. I want to see you take advantage of the right and ascend the throne. His plans were different, but now the most important thing is that the lady is happy in her life in the future. The conversation between the Tower Mage and the Empress continued, but now it was becoming more and more heated. The man reminded that for him, as the one who made the bet, it would be too shameful to send a person like Luciano. His words were filled with bitterness and disdain, because for him this mission looked like obvious weakness. Of course, Kaizion's soul is noble, and he would like to take her into his hands, but it is not worth it. The dark-haired man continues his reasoning, talking enthusiastically about deals with magicians. His voice sounds reserved, but there is a subtle interest in it, as if he wants to know who will win this game. His hand nervously squeezes his collar when he challenges, offering to help. The girl is surprised. She did not think that she could ever be so lucky. The young man walks forward and even bends over the girl a little, with a cold look. He reminds that magic cannot harm his opponent. This is an unchangeable rule until a new emperor is chosen. Their faces almost touch, but the tension between them grows. Taking the life of the opponent is also impossible, and he cannot be lied to. The restrictions are too important. They cannot be bypassed. After the finished sentence, the young man calmly asked if he could still be useful to her, to which the girl replied that this was already enough. In this way, the two of them could achieve success. Her face reflected fatigue, as if all the events of the last few days had left a deep mark. The interlocutor smiled slightly. He had already figured out how he would behave in order to force the hero to divorce the lady. A dark night has come. The stars have risen into the sky, and now they shine brightly, just like the moon. The palace is completely silent. A rustling sound is heard. The window slowly opens, which makes the king jump up on the bed, looking around. He asks if there is anyone nearby in his head. There is only fear because these could be mercenaries who have come for his soul. The man in the cloak moves closer, forcing the blonde to back away on the bed until the moment when there is nowhere else to run. A man with a serious face stands in the light. His figure inspires strength and confidence. He announces his status, the emissary of the empire, emphasizing the importance of his presence, which is definitely not just like that. Banas, with a confused expression, does not understand why this important man is here. His confusion is reflected in his question, full of doubts and anxiety. Usually, the emperor is not interested in what is happening in other kingdoms. The man is clearly shocked, with a confused expression on his face, trying to comprehend what is happening, his voice trembling with disbelief, as he exclaims, trying to understand why the emissary of the empire was here in this room. However, Bel, keeping his cool, looks at him with seriousness, his words sounding calm and confident. He is conveying a message to the main one in the kingdom. But first he needs to listen. When the young man, without losing confidence in his words, promised not to send the queen back to the palace, his determination was unbreakable. He knew that he owed her a lot and would not allow her to be in a humiliating position. The queen remained faithful to the imperial family, and he could not leave her alone because it was his duty. His country could never refuse what the emperor gave them, so all that remained was to behave appropriately. The man with a tense expression is thinking about his next strategy. An idea comes to his mind, perhaps to break the contract, and not only because Banas in front of him is very close to bringing the newcomer. His emotions are seething as he thinks about what can turn the situation around. Outwardly, he seems calm, but inside, he is seething with anger and determination. He understands that the divorce is not happening because of the dowry, and he must act, change his mind, and get what Arnoa asks for. The hero resolutely objects. Everything is wrong. He came with an important purpose, to report something significant, something that is completely unrelated to how the queen is looked after in this strange place. His words sound confident and collected. Despite the tense atmosphere, he is determined to convey an important message. His gaze shows cold calculation and full awareness of his mission. Although in fact, the order was given by the lady who stated that the second part of the plan would be carried out by Dr. Miss Rudes. When Dirhan suddenly realized, and the words that had preceded him for so long reached him, a shadow of shock ran across his eyes. His Majesty is not against a divorce? This discovery cut, taking away the last doubts. Shock was reflected on his face. His voice trembled while he spoke the words. The messenger came for this very reason, to convey the will of the king, and this changed everything, because now the problem was solved. Furchin's words echo in his interlocutor's head, making him tense up with realization. He sits on the bed, looking lost at the man standing in front of him. Loyalty to the empire has long been proven, and his actions over the years confirm this. The only thing that still confuses him is the dowry now under the current circumstances. It is difficult for him to come to terms with the fact that there is no way to turn everything back since every penny has already been spent. The head of the magic tower continued to speak. His voice sounded like a steel blade, cold and sharp. He waved it off, speaking of the dowry brought by the queen as the most insignificant part of the wealth that the imperial family possessed. His words were full of disdain. He reasoned that it would be foolish to spoil relations with such an influential ally over a trifle that could be forgiven. The tall man with the same expression asks if everything is clear. His gaze is full of confidence, and his words sound like a final warning. He will never come again. The young man in front of him, although a little confused, answers with a short affirmative, yes. Now all responsibility lies with the prince. The decision must be made as soon as possible. This way he will behave correctly. A second later, the brunette rose into the air. Bright lights of magic were burning around him, forcing him to hide behind the window, carrying him away in the other direction. The hero who remained in the room smiled with satisfaction. A strange ominous feeling flared up inside him, because now when all the cards were open, he was sure that he would be able to divorce his wife without losing a single important position, and especially money which he already lacked. A startled voice came from behind the door, which was too loud. The gravity of the moment hung in the air when the words about the wrong diagnosis were heard. The woman with pink hair, shocked with anxiety in her eyes, realizes that her assumptions about pregnancy were wrong. Her face expresses bewilderment and fear of new circumstances. The interlocutor confirms that she is not pregnant and then resolutely goes to report to the king about what happened, because such a thing can be officially considered something especially important. The lady, still remaining in horror, looks at the one who stands in front of her, trying to comprehend what is happening. Her face is distorted with fear, and her hands are shaking from nervous tension. She warns her interlocutor that if he tells the truth to His Majesty, the consequences will be inevitable. Her voice breaks into another scream. Despair and pleading are heard in it, and she can hardly control herself, because before her eyes flash pictures of the future, which will definitely be terrible. The room was filled with tension. Every gesture and word was taken with special attention. Estea's thoughts about the current events were confused. The palace had recently been seized, and the kingdom's army had been publicly executed when they were sent to that cursed place in the north. The fear that the emperor would learn the truth was growing because it could completely change his intentions about the divorce. After all these events, the character in the green jacket throws her hair back. Her movements are calm, but her gaze is focused. She gives the order, 3 days to prepare for the news that will have to stun His Majesty. After that, he will no longer have a choice. He undertakes to tell the news to the king. She is not even afraid if she has to leave the palace. As it turns out, this is an inevitable sacrifice for the sake of fulfilling her duty. Then everything went great, exactly as the main character had planned. Banas, who was quite happy, immediately told Larissa the news that an envoy of His Majesty had arrived to him. The girl did not miss the opportunity to take advantage of the moment she felt that the time had come, and now confidently demanding a divorce made her move, aimed at resolving this long-standing problem. The doctor's words were still in her head. The process of divorcing spouses usually takes 10 days, but under pressure from the countess, everything happened much faster, instead of the 3 days that the queen had counted on. And as planned, the procedure was completed in 1, which was only a plus. There was no limit to the joy, but the blonde tried not to show it. The day came when everything was supposed to end. At this moment, only more could be expected. A stately woman with silver hair stands in front of the crowd, looking at the crowd with an expression of slight hatred. The thought that many people gathered here to witness an important event is spinning in her thoughts. She feels a strange alienation, realizing for the first time that in Dirhan she was not treated as respectfully as before. This causes her internal discomfort, which she carefully hides from others. The king, with his crown on his head and his purple robe, stands with an expression of triumph, his eyes full of pride. When he notices her arrival, Caisson bows respectfully before him, saying, "I greet your Majesty, Bainassa," and he, not tolerating deviation, sharply orders her, "On your knees," and expects that now will be the most beautiful scene in his life. The young man stands tall, surrounded by his courtiers, looking at the woman who kneels before him. Her figure bowed to the floor in obvious submission, but her eyes are hidden so that true emotions are not visible. A voice full of authority and determination announces the divorce. "I, Banas Roche Durkhan, announce my divorce from you," she quietly whispers, finally, expressing long-awaited relief. It took longer to wait, but it was worth it to be free. The king turns and calls the name of the new queen, who stands next to him. Larissa smiles, realizing that the most interesting part has begun with pride in her voice. She exclaims that it is true. Determination slides forward. His ex-wife bows before him. Her long silver hair hides her face. The man tells her to leave the palace, because from this day on she is deprived of her title. bowing her head even lower and quietly thinking that finally everything is over. The lady smiles. The scroll that was in the hands of the young man he threw right at his feet to see how the beauty crawls there. Trying to take the paper, he orders her to leave Durkhan and return to her homeland from where the beauty originally came. Arnoa, looking at the scroll, realizes that this is the long-awaited freedom that she dreamed of. Tears of joy well up in her eyes, which until now were hidden deep inside, with a feeling of relief and a triumphant smile. She thinks that later she will return to the empire, where she will have to establish governance. The girl carefully shakes off her dress and says that since the divorce happened, and she is no longer the main one, it means she is not obliged to observe any decency. Holding on to the document that costs the most, the girl begins to express her independence with a new sense of freedom. Heading forward, her interlocutor is stunned by the bold step and asks in shock, "What?" Not expecting such a turn of events. The back is straightened, the shoulders too. Now the heroine has become more self-confident again. She smiled gratefully, letting go of the weight of 2 years of torment. There was a relieved gratitude in her voice. She likes that the young man put an end to this. Now she no longer needs to hold back. He, however, did not realize what happened, assuring that the lady should now be crying from all this horror, but she continued with a slight grin. "It was not me who did not understand, but you," leaving him perplexed. The king looks at the woman, who suddenly shows confidence in her speech and actions. He tries to understand where her confidence comes from, thinking to himself, why is she so confident? Meanwhile, the princess standing next to him, slightly nervous, tries to convince him that she is now in shock and does not control herself, justifying her behavior. Very soon the first tears will appear, which will change the state. The lady smiles. She orders her friend to tell the truth, or rather what the emperor told her. Before he died, a funnel of magic forms around her. In a second, the wind almost knocks everyone around her off their feet. The couple standing near the throne screams, but only Arnoa looks straight ahead. There is nothing to fear when she herself called for it. There is a drop of anticipation hidden inside the heart. A brunette appeared from the funnel, who gradually descends, leaving an unwavering expression on his face. The blonde immediately begins to get nervous, asking what the emperor's envoy forgot in the castle, because nothing was known about him. Until this moment, lowering his voice, Bell asks if those gathered heard how the empress called him by name. He presses until he wins, realizing that now the most important moment will come. As it turned out, the emperor and the prince died. It was unexpected even for him, and even more so for everyone else. Benas and Larissa shrink in horror and cannot help but exclaim, realizing that they are finished. Since the young man divorced Arnoa Caicion, her titles are returned back. The new empress of the continent is the girl who is now standing opposite, with a wide smile on her face. The guy is shocked. He cannot believe what is happening and steps back, falling to the floor. Unbearable fear is reflected in his eyes, as if the ground is slipping out from under his feet. At this time, Arnoa, with a slight smile, and calmly talks about her divorce and receiving the title of empress. Her calm and confident speech becomes a cold sentence. She says that she remembers that she brought a cart full of gold to Durkhan, which will now have to be returned back so that there are no problems at the state level. The Golden Throne now serves as a silent witness to the conflict. Benas, in despair, falls to his knees, begs to stay in Durkhan a little longer, as if clutching at the last bits of power. His face is distorted with sadness, and his words sound like a plea. Tears have accumulated in his eyes. At his request, the lady coldly turns away, saying that she cannot even look at him. Her voice is full of disgust and determination. The man has long become disgusting to her. The blonde tries to liven things up by reminding everyone that the banquet is being held in honor of the guest. He points his hand at the people and the beautifully laid tables. His smile is tense, hiding his fear. The beauty, frowning with cold calm, realizes his true intentions. Her thoughts are furiously spinning. Should she continue to listen to his empty speeches, or finally put an end to this circus, going to another place where the voices will not be heard? Standing in the center of the hall, the king happily announces that the best cooks, musicians, and dancers from all over Dirhan have been gathered for this banquet. All of them intended only for his beloved. The words are filled with pride, and a smile shines on his face. Although a hurricane is raging inside, at the same time, sitting a little to the side, the lady watches what is happening, with cold indifference, as if she is not interested in all this at all. The hero tries to continue the story about the cooks, but his nervousness shows more. Arnoa, sitting on the throne, thoughtfully examines her hands, lightly stroking her fingers. Her gaze has not changed even after everything she was told. She notes that being a member of the family, she never had the opportunity to try something like this. She was fed something unpleasant. Trying not to give the best, the blonde, clearly in shock from her words, tries to remain calm. But panic is hidden in his eyes because all the words are true. In any case, it doesn't mean anything anymore. The hero has the right to calmly promise, in the circle of his relatives, he can do what he wants. The main thing in this country doesn't care about such things anymore. Meanwhile, the ex-husband downstairs began to say something. His voice trembled. He convulsively exclaimed about the misunderstanding, as if hoping that his words would correct the situation. But the princess remained calm, not letting anyone know what she really thought. She heard that an acquaintance was marrying Larissa. The blonde man, standing in his dress uniform, seemed lost and made excuses to those gathered. He spread his arms wide in an attempt to explain his actions. Doubts and indecision played on his face, saying that he thought the woman was carrying his child. He tried to justify his actions, stating that he wanted to take responsibility. But in fact, he did not love Istea at all. But his words sounded helpless, as if he himself did not believe in his excuses. Arnoa, looking ahead quietly, thinks about the whole situation. Her thoughts betray fatigue and disappointment. She understands that all these conversations and excuses were in vain, and she sat down next to him on the throne. In vain. It was worth immediately leaving as far away as possible. She sits majestically, but in her eyes you can see irritation, which grows with every second. The words that the king always took responsibility for his affairs, especially if they concern mistresses, sound cold and mocking. The young lady's gaze is full of bitterness and disappointment, and he, with a smile on his face, seems distant and carefree. She thinks that if he treated his wife the same way as the one he is about to make, his wife, perhaps everything would have turned out differently. This moment is filled with regret for lost opportunities, because the young man did not think ahead, but acted as if there was no longer any meaning. The man does not give up. He tries to justify his actions to the end, barely holding back his nervous tension. He realizes that he was deceived. Larissa conspired with the royal physician and lied about the pregnancy. The realization of this shocks him. His voice is full of despair. The mistakes he made lead to disasters that he is now forced to accept, although he believes that in particular, all the blame should be on other people. Turning sharply, the main one, experiencing a mixture of feelings that did not disappear anywhere, looked at the familiar one, and in his eyes, one could read helpless indignation. The girl was obliged to kneel and beg for forgiveness, so as not to get what she deserved, feeling even worse. Of course, the handsome man continued to blame everyone around him, thinking that only unfortunate circumstances led them to this. The two always acted as if they had been in love for centuries. Nothing seemed to change. They tried to show everyone a beautiful picture, completely ignoring the third person in this relationship. Now Dirhan sacrifices his mistress to his ex-wife. His first love means nothing anymore. I wanted to think that the man is not so cruel, but he proved the opposite. Again and again, he did not care. Countess Estea bursts into tears. She has been on edge for the last 10 minutes, and now it all bursts out. She screams in horror, asking what she did to deserve such a bad attitude, which does not fit at all. She was loved before, and now she is ordered to do terrible things. The blonde no longer controls himself. He grabs the beauty's wrist with his hand, asking how she dares to be impudent and object because royal orders are not questioned. Pulling the girl closer to him, the young man clenches his teeth and quietly asks her to shut up and kneel. He has had enough of her screams, which only make him mentally tired. A second later, the heroine finds herself on the floor, right at the feet of the future empress. She bows her head and does not even think that the sad look and eyes that she can direct at the blonde will help her. She still does not believe that her lover walked on her pride. Turning away, the lady snorts. Everything connected with these two disgusts her. She wants to move away. So as not to watch, she will not be indulgent. So it is easier to stop. The couple has disgraced themselves enough. There is no point in going all the way. Dirhan's voice sounds pleading. But when he talks about Larissa, everything changes. If not for this brat, their relationship would be happy. They could become a wonderful couple. The king really wanted to be there to be loved. Seeing how the owner of the tower, who as it turned out, had arrived for that event, appeared next to Her Majesty and began to dance with her jealousy, awoke in the young man, which he could not restrain. In fact, the blonde was in love with Caisson, so he became jealous when he saw his wife with another man. Light tears welled up in his eyes, and he himself knelt down, as if trying to show his true sincere intentions. A sweet voice addresses the beauty. His dear ex-wife can be with him again, only if they become spouses and give this whole story at least one more chance. Turning away, the heroine says that she felt disgusted by everything that was happening. She does not want to fall into the trap of a stupid wedding again. It is time for manipulation. So the main character smiles slyly, asking her to think again, coming to the right conclusions. As is known, the future empress has no experience in governing the state at all. She has been in the background almost her entire life, because first Luciano ruled, and then the prince, who was second in line in this cruel world of politics. Such a kind and bright person as Arnoa, in the blink of an eye, will find himself in a trap and lose everything, even his precious life. The lady makes a face. Recently, she was called crazy, only because of several actions that she committed in attempts to get out of this marriage. Everything has reached the point that the hero has switched to his personality. Someone like him has enough experience. He has occupied the place of the ruler for several years. There are so many talents that just by looking at a person, you can understand what is in the head. Her Majesty vitally needs a beautiful Binus who will rule the whole country. If they can clear up the misunderstandings and resolve all the grievances, luck will surely be on their side, and the couple will be wonderful again. Lowering her voice a few notes lower, the lady asks if the man is joking. Because all this is tiring her out, she no longer has the strength to put up with how her ex-husband is escalating things. Only wind remains in his head as soon as it became clear that the woman will take the rightful throne that has passed into her hands. Finally deciding to say something, the lady raises her chin high. The fact that a man rules Dirhan is a tragedy, both for the future empress herself and for the whole world. Unfortunately, people will not change this. Someone who can read people on the streets, exactly as he says, cannot be so easily deceived. He just had to be lucky in the place of the young man. The lady did not doubt the doctor's words, so she should understand. It was because of the problems that the young man made it so that the doctor was now fired and would not interfere, which was good because, as it turned out, the lady was going to take Miss Rudes with her to the imperial palace. As the hero said, his ex-wife, such a naive person, needs someone professional nearby. If the doctor was able to deceive the smart king, it means the girl is very capable and can help. It was time to end this performance. The lady was pretty tired of what was happening. She got up from her seat and loudly repeated that she wanted everything that was brought with her cart returned to her. The beauty's personal carriage is good. She sits in it looking around. Perhaps the reason is that the carriage was made with money from her dowry, especially for His Majesty. Anyway, it was wonderful to watch everyone squabble over every penny. As Countess Dea attempted to kill a woman, her ex-husband said that in exchange, he would confiscate all his property so that there would be more. The prince could not pay all the money, so he even had to give up his favorite cart, as he said there would be no problems, because walking is also quite useful. The maiden decided not to kill the count. She was just going to leave Durkan. The mage from the tower asks if the lady is sure of her decision. The man has done a lot of bad things, and perhaps deserves worse. There is no difference, because the most important thing is that the old man no longer looms before her eyes. Bending forward, the heroine asks if the young man's work will end when they arrive in the empire. He promised to go back to his possessions. It must be true, because after all, the brunette has already managed to appoint a new ruler. His work is finished, smiling. The blonde asks not to leave, but to stay next to her in the emperor's castle. The hero himself does not understand why he should stay. Has she really fallen in love? His dreams are shattered when the heroine explains that if the head of the tower supports her, the aristocrats will not bother her and will obey her. Outside of Furchen, there is a tendency to discriminate against the mages. If Belle joins the meetings, it will weaken everyone in the castle. Turning away, the young man grumbles. It will only be good for his girlfriend, but not for him. The hero realized that the beauty studied politics. The lady could not say why, but her mother taught her a lot, even the most useless things, saying that one day they would be needed in life. Anastasia even talked about the duties of the empress. The little girl did not know that later she would have to confront Luciano. She thought that her life would be filled with happiness until the very end. The brunette still remains unshakable. One day, he will have to leave. Staying in the castle until the very end will clearly not work. Something can happen on his lands, and it is the owner who is obliged to protect others the most. The former empress repeatedly explained that even the king himself has no right to interfere in the affairs that take place in the estates of the magicians. The guardians are known for their bad character. Although the mother had warned the child that he should try to be more careful, she had completely forgotten because the couple had spent too much time together to change in any way. The hero asked a very strange question. It is hard to believe that the beauty is not afraid at all. He gets up from his seat and leans closer to show how strong his influence is on the people around him. When they first met, the blonde seemed to be scared and must behave in exactly the same way. Now smiling, the beauty remembers the form of a cat that her friend took. After that, she cannot take him seriously. The guy turns away his face, betraying embarrassment and a shadow of some other strange feeling. He wants the empress to call him Bars in private, because even Anakin doesn't know what his immortal body looks like. It seems that the heroine understood that all magicians must have a scary form that they use in battle, but they are just as cute in the form of a raccoon or a kitten. She remembers the magician's apprentice and smiles at this thought too. The boy's mother was a dragon, and initially all the tower's owners were exactly like that. They were so strong that no one could approach them trying to find out more. It turns out that the great Amaryllis was the kind of animal that instills fear in other people. But it seems that the beauty wanted her son's immortal body to be a kitten. A smile breaks out on her face again. The woman realized that everything is fine. Cats are much better when you hug them. It becomes much warmer, both in your soul and physically. She likes it that way. Belle looked at him with an evil gaze until he turned into an animal. Jumping back, the future empress asks to wait. In fact, he is not an animal, but a man. This changes everything. The baby is fawning, trying to get petted. In the end, the lady herself provoked him, calling him cute. Exhaling, the heroine takes him into her arms, noting that the magician did not like to be petted before. Although many people used to say that it was better to be wary of the tower's owner, there was certainly never any advice that one should not fall under the charm of soft wool and a warm look. There is chaos in the castle. The aristocrats are not sure that the queen will arrive. Several weeks have passed since the news of the death of the emperor, and even the prince himself became known. There is less and less hope. The new ruler is still unknown. There was no news from Dirhan. This is very strange. Anakin sent an envoy about a month ago. It is strange that there is still no news. Preparations should have been completed. Bent puts his hands on the table and asks worriedly if anyone else has sent a man with news to the kingdom. Banas has become the ruler he should celebrate, but he certainly shouldn't act so quietly, as if nothing happened. Countess Herman also speaks out. It seems she was sending someone, or was just getting ready to somehow strange, because it is unknown whether the messenger was able to arrive at the destination. Perhaps something happened to him on the way. One of the aristocrats is more interested than the others in what message they are talking about. Baron Tubert scoffs. The lady probably sent a photo portrait of her niece. She is slipping a new mistress to the emperor, who has not even arrived yet. It's always like this. You have to grab the young man tightly so that he doesn't start to break free. Whoever hears it will say that this is a big problem. If the new emperor falls for something like this, the duke washes his hands of it and returns back to his territory. The brunette waves it off. All this is obvious nonsense, but of course it's worth thinking about. A future ruler who doesn't know anything can't fall for something like that. It would be quite terrible. Besides Countess Herman, the others gathered in this place also sent something as a gift in order to show their intentions. The aristocrats were not going to sit still. Time is worth its weight in gold at any moment. It is the same. Tuber boasts that he has prepared a whole mountain of jewels in advance, which he will present to His Majesty. He even decorated everything in the colors of Dirhan, so that the man would be happy. Thus everything will be fine, especially for the Baron. It remains to be seen whether the woman's affair with her mistress will succeed, or whether it will fail immediately after the start. The man is generous. The lady's niece will take care of all the gold as soon as she gets to the castle, and this is only a matter of time. It is obvious that Herman does not know anything. The new ruler already has a mistress. Everyone in the state knows about their beautiful story, making a terrible expression on her face. The aristocrat understands that it seems that that girl will have to be killed. If the child that the beauty is carrying is born, everything will only get much worse. Then there will be no turning back. There will be no way out either. It's scary, but no matter how you bribe Banas, when Azilia returns, it will no longer matter who sits on the throne. All the problems need to be sorted out before the Duke arrives. That way he won't ruin anything. Herman smiles for the first time she hears some useful advice. Rikel must like it too. At first, the man doesn't understand what they're talking about, but then it dawns on him. His niece will soon become empress. She's still married to the future ruler, so it must be true. On the contrary, one can say that what the future foretells is excellent, because the girl who was completely forgotten by everyone finally becomes a queen and comes out of her mother's shadow, ascending the throne. The lady will never again find herself in that cold tower. All this is true, but as long as the alliance is confronting Duke Asilier, it doesn't matter in the middle of the conversation. The door swings open, and a beauty with bright white hair appears on the threshold. The Baron jumps up first. He asks who she is, because they are not in a brothel, either where anyone can go. It would be better for the girl to leave this place. But she, without listening confidently, moves forward across the room. The woman lowers her voice, but remains just as casual. They met several times in childhood, but it seems Tubert has completely forgotten. Since now he is more surprised than before, it would be necessary to resume the work of the brain. The news has obviously not reached everyone gathered yet. After the lady's words, she sits on the throne and immediately hears the brunette squeal, which speaks of impudence, because this is His Majesty's place. The one who became the new ruler is precisely the blonde. Of course, no one believes it, because the emperor was supposed to be the one who is in Dirhan. The lady realized why everything around was decorated in such a bright style, or rather in purple tones. She even shuddered, because the atmosphere evokes memories. The woman, without thinking twice, throws off the pillow that is bothering her. When asked what she is doing, the heroine snorts. She just hates the color that is now everywhere. It is better to replace everything before there are consequences. Tuberit continues to shout once again, asking who she is and why she acts as if she is allowed to do absolutely everything he must speak frankly. But the beauty was not joking when she said that she was the new ruler. The maiden points forward and asks at least Belle to convey to the narrow-minded people the fact that it is the blonde who will become the new queen of this country. Belcarian says that as the messenger of the magic tower, he has fulfilled his duty and returned back. Tubert asks if what the woman said is true. He still doesn't want to believe it, and unfortunately, it will be too difficult. There are no more options for what to say. The young man will pronounce the name that will glorify the empire. Arnoa Salier de Casion. The heroine smiles when everyone repeats, after their friend, thanking the Empress for being there for them. One cannot help but rejoice at the fact that now everything will be much better than before. She has been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Baron Bent jumps up. He did not believe that Her Majesty the Princess was in front of them. Herman did not recognize the girl at first because they had not seen each other since she left for the Duchy of Raquel. This happened in her distant childhood. One of the aristocrats asks what happened because he remembers very well the fact that according to the marriage contract, all the titles of the beauty go to Benas. She was not supposed to become the head of the empire. It is not even connected in any way. Someone in the audience suggests that the king of Dirhan has died, but a firm voice tells the truth that she actually divorced him just a few days ago. The contract they signed is no longer valid. Luciano and Ariane are officially dead since the princess is next in line for the throne, which means she is the one who will rule the kingdom. She smiles. Surely everyone understands now. There was silence. It was terrible, but the heroine was not going to give up. She would press until the very end. She was tired. After all, she had only just arrived. It would be better to finish what was happening as soon as possible. The greeting was still not heard. Everyone quietly says that they are glad to see the Empress, but she does not feel the joy that she expected before. In her memories, the aristocrats constantly ignored her. She tried to go out into society, but no one cared. They did not want to do anything about it. The little girl whose existence was unnoticed, thanks to Luciano's efforts, never even hoped for new recognition from the aristocrats. She was ridiculed for the fact that the man kicked her out of the palace, completely ignoring it. From an early age, the blonde had no ambitions. The imperial throne was not the place the heroine had her sights set on. But now that she has finally managed to climb to the top, it doesn't seem so bad, even quite comfortable for ruling. Now the most important thing is that the lady ended up in the palace and will rule the kingdom. She hopes that everything else will be resolved as it comes. She can celebrate the victory. The divorce was not easy at all, and this is already something important. The first thing the beauty did was go to the room. Her chambers were very beautiful, but the door opened faster than she could look around. Anakin appeared there, who immediately ran to hug his old friend. They clearly missed each other. The hero sent a letter, but the friend never read it. It turned out that there was something primitive in it, so she did not lose much. The news about the throne was conveyed in a small message, although in fact, it was the owner of the tower who did it. As it turned out, the blonde was afraid that the messenger would open the letter first, so he came up with a good plan. In any case, Arnoa would still become the empress. She deserved this place, like no one else, and would rule the whole country wonderfully. The lady returned to her friend, and now they are together again. The blonde cannot restrain himself. He hugs the woman again, right in the middle of the conversation. He has no desire to let her go, because too much time has passed to behave more decently. The brunette rushes forward, taking the beauty away. She had already said that she wanted to be let go, but obviously her friend was not going to listen. Anakin smiles, asking if Belle wants to be hugged too. Looking around, the main character blinks her eyes in bewilderment. For some reason she thought that the two were friends. Only the magician thinks so, because the owner of the tower looks extremely irritated and does not want to make contact. The brunette feels good even when he's alone, so he almost immediately refused. But Anakin still won't let go. The handsome man has other thoughts. He felt sorry for the loner. So at the academy, they got a little closer to become friends. Stepping between the two, the lady makes sure that they don't quarrel anymore. They don't have time for that. Anyway, they will be nice later. Everything else is completely useless. She doesn't want to be even more irritated. There is one more important matter. Now they will begin their preparations with it. Anakin himself should already be aware of how things are going. But in the end, he shakes his head and then drops to one knee, asking for Her Highness to give orders. Smiling, the lady begins her speech. She appoints Willow as her personal advisor. The plan was made when the news appeared a month ago, and then the beauty decided that in this way she would take her friend into her team. He is a real genius. Bell, standing behind, is even more angry. He does not understand how one can make decisions so quickly and trust some magician. The beauty is not embarrassed by anything. They are old good friends. There are no others like Anakin in this world. Everyone can only envy his excellent qualities. Willow lowers his head and gently kisses the girl's hand. He swears allegiance because that's all he ever wanted to do. Being with such a lady is what will always be most important. He quietly asks to be careful with Belle. He has outsmarted many. The smile on his lips becomes even brighter and bigger. The fact that the blonde won his friend in Baduk is not a scam. He was just too good. The words cause another wave of anger that comes out. A new stage of the squabble begins. Farshin declares that his acquaintance used everyone indiscriminately and was also engaged in usury. The interlocutor is not so simple. He reminds how the owner of the tower sucks the souls out of innocent magicians. The Empress was tired of talking and listening. She already understood that her acquaintances had a lot of problems when they were at school. There were still some things that needed to be discussed. So the woman asked Belle to step aside, allowing him to breathe in some space. The man obeys, but remains angry. He falls on the sofa and turns away. The lady asks what the situation is in the palace. Now, according to the new servant, there is complete chaos, which no one can stop. While the sick Luciano spent all his time in the bedroom, real power passed into the hands of the aristocrats of the council that the girl met an hour before this conversation. They behave as they please and want no one to interfere. Those gathered had absolutely no idea that they would obey the new emperor. Those who now possess the greatest power are Archduke Asilier and his daughter Roxana. Stopping their greedy hands will be the hardest, one might even say almost impossible. The girl remembers very well what the Duchess was like. She was a real horror, a hurricane rushing forward. Once, after the race, she tried to get close to the horse. The blonde assured that second place was also good. But the red-haired one did not hear. She only pushed her friend aside. Roxana was angry. She raised her blade and dealt with the horse in a few seconds. Someone like her did not need an animal that took second place. It deserved to die. It suffered only because the princess blocked the way trying to save it. The beauty made sure that she no longer had to take second place. The maiden was always a child, whose aura did not at all correspond to a child's. This was a certain problem that could not be ignored. People around her were afraid of her. The redhead is just like her father. He killed soldiers who didn't win the battle the first time. Maybe the lady is even more cruel than him. And the duo still kill people, just like before. Their family hates to lose. The only thing the Empress doesn't understand is why they haven't returned yet. After the victory in Kesman, there's no point in staying. Anakin exhales. Noah must have expected something like this, but he still asks unnecessary questions. Everyone knows that there is no simpler pretext for taking money out of the treasury than war. They will probably not return soon. No one knows whether they will end the fighting or start it again in their heads. There is wind and thoughts that are very difficult to understand. The princess is now like the sword of the empire. Only everyone knows that the sword is trying to pierce its owner. Despite how things are, she thought that by putting Armin on the throne, she would be able to twist it as she wants, creating a future for herself in the palace. Upon hearing the news that Arnoa has ascended to the throne, The girl will try to kill her. The girl is not as easy to tame as her brother. This will be a problem. It remains to put everything in order before the Duke and Duchess return back. There is still time for this. The heroine asks again, what about the relations between the aristocrats? The man lowers his voice to say again that there is complete chaos. There, nothing has changed. They hate each other to the depths of their souls. Each considers himself better than the other, while they still ignore the imperial family, but still want to seat someone from their family in the position of the Empress's advisor. It will be beneficial for them to have a trusted person nearby who can report on every moment of the work. It turned out that everyone who is on the council is competing, and Anakin drove a wedge between them. Although if not him, then who else would do it now? The blonde made it so that it would not work out to cooperate. But there is almost no time left. We can consider this to be the last chance. It costs the heroes nothing to understand that these were the machinations of Her Majesty. Unification can happen at any convenient moment. Even if it is only a temporary measure, they will still go for it. The blonde is more resourceful. She thinks faster in order to complete her tasks. Until then, they have to lure at least one person to their side, thereby doing herself a favor. The girl asks to tell about the identity of the person she can use. Someone on the council must be strong enough to stand up to the Duke, and his daughter, Anakin, smiles. There is only one family, and the lady knows exactly who we are talking about. There is no one else besides them. He should think twice. The one who can resist the Duke from the north is the defeated Rickle from the south. He is an excellent candidate who should be used to one's advantage. The Empress is smart. She herself understands that there will be no other options. The girl does not give up. She asks about Baron Bent. The man is strong and loyal, but from a small family. He has one thought. He will not break up the family for the sake of loyalty to the crown. This will not suit him. The lady nods. She realized that using another person would not work, but she still had Countess Herman. This woman does not like to suffer losses. She will not even listen if it is not beneficial to her. Exhaling, the blonde doesn't know what to do next. She's not sure that Rickle will take her side, because in the past, he did nothing when the lady was taken to the tower. He didn't listen to her pleas to leave her niece nearby, and didn't believe that she did nothing. Finally realizing that nothing else seems to be possible, the beauty turns around and asks to pass on a message to one of the council, and then leaves. Anakin turns to Belle, who is lying on the couch. If she is finished, it is time to return home. The brunette ignores his former friend and instead turns to Arnoa. They discuss the same thing in the carriage. The mage is not sure that they will be able to defeat the Duke. The Queen simply has no other choice, considering that the acquaintance is not going to help. It seems that this means that the lady could choose the mage, if only there was such a possibility. She smiles, asking if he will stay by her side. If the heroine asks, there is hope that everything will be fine, and his answer will be positive. Getting up from the couch, the brunette turns away and shakes his head according to Anakin. He should leave since the work is already finished. It's a pity, but the beauty knew in advance that everything would turn out exactly this way. There is no choice. The woman is about to leave, but she is stopped. In fact, everything is not so bad. The palace is much more interesting than the man thought. So very soon, she will return back to be near. A drop of love shines in his eyes. In the main hall is Rickle, who has just arrived there, noticing how Her Majesty appeared in the passage. The young man stands up and greets he and the man have not seen each other for a long time. So it is time to sit down and move on to discussions. What happened in the past obviously left its mark on the lives of both. The girl promises that she will forgive everything that happened, but at the same time the brunette promises that he will forget everything. Silence hung in the room. Rickle jumps up and shouts, his family did nothing bad to the Empress, and she should not behave like this. The blonde is also angry. As soon as Luciano asked, the Duke immediately handed the girl over to the man, believing that this was right. Blue-eyed recalls the moment when Luciano ascended to the throne 3 years ago. On the same day, an order was issued to interrogate the girl, suspecting her of rebellion. and after that the man handed over the heroine. Although the baby's last name was never Reichel, she was still the daughter of the boy's sister. This cannot mean too much, but in the end, the attitude had to be different. Nowhere else can one find someone who would send his niece, with whom he had lived for a long time, to a dangerous place like the imperial palace. The man shouts back, he himself did not lock the girl in. It was the late king. Reichel repeats that he did everything in his power and tried to protect the beauty, even if it was quite difficult. The lady's voice lowers. She does not trust this. While Her Majesty was at her uncle's house, he did everything in his power to ensure that she did not feel discomfort, for which she should be grateful, and not behave as she does now. In fact, it is true. Until Empress Anastasia died, and Luciano seized her sister, the girl lived with Raquel as a miserable parasite, did nothing, and had no responsibility. In that noble place, deprived of any drop of affection, the beauty lived like a mouse, fearing every rustle. The Duke was not kind to her, but never caused pain. The girl wanted more. She wanted love. In the end, the blonde can't blame her uncle. He tried to be exemplary. The lady has already taken enough revenge on his life, so she's not going to blame him any further. Although the young man was the ruler of the southern territories, he had no right to disobey the order of His Majesty. All he could do was follow every moment and fulfill the will of the emperor. The blonde was captured on suspicion of treason, and for that reason alone, she was not helped. If the duchy had made an attempt, they would certainly have come under suspicion as well, and that would not have ended well. Everything turned out quite logically. Nothing can be said about it, but there are still regrets in her head. The lady cannot get rid of the thought that her uncle could have intervened, and then her story would have turned out differently. The heroine exhales. Since the interlocutor says that this is all that he could do, then there is no point in discussing it further. The only thing the lady does not understand is why she was not told where she would be sent. Luciano then also intervened, not allowing her to warn. The beauty understood everything. The last question is, why should the Empress apologize, knowing that the Willow family is Rickel's servant? The girl still appointed Anakin as an advisor to the palace. The brunette found out everything when the blonde came to him the day before to convey a request for a meeting. The man had repeatedly helped the family that served him and hoped for some kind of return. If it weren't for Her Majesty, Anakin would have become Rickel's top assistant. The Duke's family values qualified employees above all else, and everyone around knows this. Surely the lady thought that the man would simply let her get away with the fact that she takes the best for herself. But this is not at all the case, and this is not connected. The blonde cannot help but know what is most important. The heroine's mind flashes back to a conversation with her mother, who repeatedly told her how things really should be. Wherever her daughter goes, she should take with her someone who can help her. The girl must make a man devoted to the cause of her master, and devote him to all her affairs, as Anastasia taught the queen, did everything possible to gather the best entourage for herself. Miss Roods and Anakin are the best of the best. The mission was a success. You can understand the Duke's feelings. He is angry because Willow is an outstanding genius, whom he has been waiting for many years. The brunette lowers his head. In the end, their family would never have completely taken possession of him. It is better to just forget about it. The blonde chuckled. They wouldn't have to upset each other, because a good plan had just appeared in her head. A smile appeared on her face the same second she extended her hand forward. Chaos breaks out in Kesman. The Duchess is screaming and throwing things around. The knights have retreated to be safe. No one understands what happened again. Perhaps it is all because the order came to stop the battle in Kesman, because of the agricultural season. It is unclear what to do if Roxana loses her temper with her squad. The girl is asked to calm down, but the cold voice drops a few more tones. She is not going to be calm. The woman does not understand why their plan failed. An eccentric has ascended to the throne, and will now continue to ruin all the long-established strategies. What makes the situation worse is that we are talking about Empress Arnoa. The Duke still continues to try to convince his daughter. Otherwise, her anger will not change much. She will just have to lose her life force. A month has passed since Luciano died. Asilier seem to be separated from the whole world. Although they have the right to rule this life, as was intended, they are only now learning who will become the new ruler. All this time the family thought that Bainas would take the throne. If they knew the truth, they would do something. Somehow, the actions changed, and so did reality. Noah's ascension to the throne was belated, and the divorce in the last minutes was an even greater shock. The guy convinces that it is definitely not their fault. That what happened? It turned out that the king of Dirhan is a real idiot. Because of his mistress, he divorced the queen, because he did not know that he could become the ruler of the continent. The redhead doesn't want to believe that there are such stupid people in the world who don't care what life brings them to. It's also difficult for Asilier, but what happened is real. The man gave away all the dowry that Her Majesty had brought with her, as if it meant nothing to him. Every last penny was given away, including Her Majesty Anastasia's jewelry. That man is too stupid, but this time the Duke's daughter is interested in what Arnoa herself is like. The red-haired man assures them that they have nothing to worry about. The new ruler of the continent is a very simple person. The child was born into an imperial family, but immediately lost her mother, so she was not properly trained. The girl could not control herself and resist people like Luciano, so she only trembled at the sight of him. As is known, the blonde also calmly endured all the antics of the servants and her husband. When she was in Dirhan, she allowed his mistress to mock her and then went through a divorce. The most difficult thing in life. Roxana cannot believe that such a person, who suffered from some servant, became the new queen for her. It is perhaps too much the empress's daughter grew up a coward. The lady's memories reflect the day when the little girl tried to protect the horse and tried to make sure that he did not suffer. In a word, if she is so simple, it will not be difficult to take her under control. The duo initially targeted Arian because the guy was stupid enough, but compared to him, Arnoa was a puppet that was even easier to control, and they had the luck that should have been expected even earlier. If so, they will send a warning and also do everything personally, and not like with the king of Dir Khan. The new queen is obliged to fall at the feet of the Duchy of Asilier. She has no choice. The hall is once again discussing what happened not so long ago. Many have already realized that Her Majesty got divorced and returned to the kingdom. Bainas and his mistress could no longer live like that, so he explained about the divorce around the time the previous emperor died. Tuberet also supports the conversation, but thinks that the act was stupid. It is hard to believe that the young man missed the chance to take over an entire continent just because of his beloved, who in the end turned out not to be pregnant. They say that the blonde man knew nothing. Now he is bedridden because of his grief. If so, the new ruler became the head only because of the divorce, and in fact does not know how to organize the country, because she did not receive proper training. The lady was the youngest of 3 children in the family. Her mother passed away when she was still young. She has no choice but to trust the words of the aristocrats. And to do this, their alliance is obliged to choose someone to take the place of the advisor. Bento did not find the heroine weak-willed, but no one knows where the truth is and where the lie is. The man is not going to listen to the Baron. He probably wants to be the first to approach Her Majesty. All conversations stopped very quickly. As soon as the Empress entered the hall, she heard how everyone in chorus glorified the son of the empire, and immediately fell silent. The meeting had not yet officially begun. There was nothing to discuss. The woman is different from how the aristocrats who were at the first meeting described her. She does not look as stupid as it seemed before, so one wants to believe that she will still obey. The lady is grateful that the aristocrats maintained order in the country for a whole month before her arrival. She takes out the papers. The first thing they will have to discuss is the war in Kesman. There will be no need to wait any longer. Tuberet is the first to run forward, asking why it was necessary to ask everything so abruptly. In his opinion, there is absolutely no point in this. The heroine waves it off. She heard that the council was preparing for this, so she will not retreat. The brunette nods. That's true. But as we know, he wanted to start the conversation gradually so that the girl couldn't take control of the situation into her own hands. He gets up from his seat to start the topic and explain everything in a way that is convenient for the council. At the moment, Archduke Acilier and his daughter are engaged in a fierce battle in the kingdom of Kesman. Saying this, the young man does not suspect that the queen has long been aware of all this. A special detachment was created, formed by His Majesty. These soldiers were completely destroyed by the enemy army. No matter how much the leader wanted to protect them, nothing worked. The beauty nods, remembering that she had heard about that detachment, which included only people from Dirhan. The Baron steps back. He looks amazed that the lady knows such details. In difficult times, additional capital is needed. The lady picks up the papers, on which something is written. It is obvious that the Archduke has again requested a huge sum of money, judging by the records. For this year, this is already the third request. He still does not have enough. It is obvious that more funds will be needed, because war is a rather complicated matter that cannot be postponed, even if it is a 10,000-strong army. The imperial detachment is 10 times larger. It seems that Kesman's army is too good. The brunette doesn't say out loud what he's thinking, but he understands that the Duke has just been ridiculed. He won't get away with it. The owner of the territories is benefiting from the fact that the terrain there is steep. In this regard, he's lucky. The blonde doesn't want to listen to what they are trying to tell her. Everyone already knows that the funds allocated for the army this year were completely spent last time. There is nothing left, and there is nowhere to get money from. Apparently, Her Majesty is simply worried about finances. In truth, the amount that His Majesty the Archduke requested is not that big. The guy has a suggestion. Where can one get gold? The queen's dowry returned to her after the divorce. Among the cart, there is a whole pile of stones and other precious stones. The man reminds about the dark diamonds that were delivered from the crown. The woman frowns. She already understood that they want her money to go to the army. The heroine cannot answer right away because otherwise it would be too harsh. Not at all what is recommended to do the dowry that the lady brought back no one dares to touch, because it is only her property. Even in the event of a divorce, as it was written, the husband was obliged to return everything down to the last penny. But now the Baron offers to give away what is most important. The Duke longs for the Empress's submission, and thus hopes to achieve this. Her Majesty must be upset, but it doesn't matter. It's worth thinking about how to go beyond the limits. The girl must look wider as a true ruler of the continent and understand that her own desires mean nothing. If only the Duke and his daughter could protect the North, it would be better. But if that didn't happen, the empire might collapse like a house of cards. The empire doesn't have such talented army commanders. They are wonderful. The Empress must realize the importance of the war. This is something she should not distance herself from. Fulfilling the Archduke's requests would be a good deed. Tubert is spreading too sweetly, although in his soul, he understands that all his words are not true. Putting her hand on the table, the heroine pushes away the order, which only remained to be signed. She understood and knows that the previous ruler was far from martial arts and war strategies. Without listening to the end, the young man agrees with the words. Acilier would be grateful if the girl would donate her personal property to pay the army's expenses. Stopping the flow, the girl asks if there is anyone present who is against this statement, thereby besieging Tubert. It would be much better to reach a peace agreement than to continue a war that is unclear when it will end. It could happen in 5 years, and this option does not suit the lady. The country is not obliged to suffer because of someone's inability. Lord North enters the game, who understands that the situation needs to be saved before Her Majesty refuses. The girl knows nothing at all about how things are in the Empire. This is a difficult struggle that has been going on for several years. The Duke and Princess have already saved the Empire from a hopeless situation several times. The lady is silent, she frowns, thereby showing how disgusted she is to listen to all this. They have already saved the Kaisyeon Empire several times, which owns the entire continent, which even sounds absurd. The Duke, according to the alliance, is most devoted to the kingdom. The princess's fiancé was recently killed, for which the Empress must repay Roxana in full, so that she does not feel sad. If to tell the truth, the money that the lady brought with her will not even be enough. The woman is pretty tired of listening to all the fables. They will continue to argue if they are not asked to shut up. Tuber wants to think that everything will be as they said, but the heroine answers with a firm no. The only thing they are right about is that the girl still does not know anything at all. It is unclear how the girl planned her thoughts, but if she does not know anything, it would be much better to listen to people who at least a little understand the truth. This way, everything will only be better. The blonde asks to postpone the conversation. In order not to make the aristocrats angry, the lady reminds them that they will discuss everything later in the end. She still understood what they wanted to say, so there will definitely be no problems with this. She needs time to think over all the details and make a decision. Baron North smiles. In the end, the heroine will do as she is ordered. The Empress, who knows nothing, will not be able to defeat the Duke. He is definitely stronger than she is. The girl turns to the advisor, saying that by the next meeting, he will make a decision by that time. If they want to speak out, they can write letters. After the meeting, the Empress was stopped by Willow, who offered to take her to his chambers. The lady recalls what she told Duke Rickle. She knows that his family does not betray their own. This is one of the things that her mother taught the girl. The lady is Anastasia's daughter, but her last name is Kaisyeon. She knows that it is hard for a man to accept his niece as part of the family that she is. It must be hard to side with the blonde, so they will have an agreement which, on the contrary, will come to the rescue. The girl enters the main hall, bows her head, greeting the son of the empire, and tries not to hide her true feelings. It has been about 3 years since they saw each other. The heroine smiles, asking Penelope to come closer. For some reason, the redhead doesn't answer. You can't even hear words about whether she missed the beauty or not. The woman spreads her arms out to the sides, as if inviting the girl to come over and hug. The beauty remains on the other side of the room and lowers her eyes to the floor. Finally, she can't stand it anymore and runs forward to literally cling to her sister. She quickly corrects herself, no longer calling her friend by name. In the past, when the main character still lived in the estate of Duke Rickle, she was very lonely. The only child who communicated with her was Penelope. The baby was constantly nearby, trying to make contact. Another day, the girl tried to ask to play with her. She never gave up, even when she heard a refusal. The blonde smiled, but reminded that she was a princess, which meant she had to be called correctly, not by her name. Penelope only had a brother, so when she had a sister, she constantly demanded that they play with her. It was impossible to get away from this. Even when she was only 10, she still loved the lady very much because she became the closest. Everything was going well, but it ended when the girl was taken back to the palace. She understood that she did not want this, but in the end, it all ended too sadly. Reichel cried when she learned of the news. The lady explains that it is impossible to even imagine how happy she was. When the Empress called her into her chambers, the blonde smiles. She is also glad to see her sister. They were separated for too long a period of time. Penelope, without realizing it, became a new sister for the girl. She could change her attitude after everything that happened in recent years, but still the girl greets her as joyfully as before. If there is one thing in the world that will not change, it is something like this. The Empress did the right thing by inviting her friend. They have something to talk about, so there won't be any problems. The lady says that, in private, they can simply call her sister, without using any unnecessary regalia, which is completely unnecessary. Here, her father told her not to do that, but one can disobey once. The red-haired girl has matured considerably and has become an ideal candidate for a personal servant. Lowering her head, the girl mumbles something. If she was forced to come to the castle, she can always go back to the estate. Sharply waving her hands, the beauty assures that she herself really wanted to get to Arnoa. Something is wrong, but the lady does not say what exactly happened. Kaizion carefully clarifies, receiving a full answer. Penelope knows that such an offer is made to her in order to unite with the Rikiel family, and should be happy just to be in the palace. In fact, it would be difficult for the queen to gain recognition if she simply united with her uncle's family. Now it was better to form an alliance with someone more influential. This was exactly what the Duke himself pointed out when he heard that the woman wanted to become one with them. It would be an honor for a man if Penelope became Her Majesty's personal servant, but it would be hard for them to be considered one whole. The girl had already made a plan, so even something like this did not frighten her. She should show that they are one whole. The blue-eyed woman did not tell that she was proposing to her sister, not for the sake of a union. She understood that this was what people might think, but it was never too late to reveal true thoughts. None of the servants will worry about their allies. The red-haired one is one of a kind, so the lady will continue to hold on to her. She will never be able to find a more noble girl anywhere, and never whom she can trust completely. The only thing the young lady asks is to focus on the future and not neglect her abilities. Others in Rickel's place would have long ago taken advantage of everything that came their way. Turning closer to the window, the Empress walks forward while speaking. She wants to know what her friend expects from the future. Perhaps she likes marriage or some special title. The position of personal servant of Her Majesty gives both. As it turns out, none of this matters to Penelope. She is not interested at all. She wants to be in the center of high society. As it was with the previous ruler, Anastasia, people called the lady nothing less than the treasure of the empire. The beauty's power was as great as her influence. But Sister Arnoa heard that she was so incredible that even after her death, everyone spoke of her charm and talent. Because with her abilities, she was even able to stop a war by making beautiful speeches. Listening to the girl, wanting to become just like the great Kaixian, the blonde nods. She came up with a good plan, in a second that could be used. Getting up from her chair, the lady asks if her sister has already debuted. This could also be used. The heroine has not yet appeared in high society, especially for Rikiel. Her Majesty will arrange a luxurious ceremony that will take place right in the imperial palace, which will demonstrate her high status. The ball itself begins, and from all corners of the empire, various great dukes and barons have gathered. Anakin follows the young lady, noticing that after the accession to the throne, the first banquet is not an inauguration ceremony, but the debut of Penelope Rikiel, who is spinning in the middle of the hall. The theme of the banquet is a bit wrong, or maybe it's just the advisor who thinks. So the most important thing is to have more people. The real benefit will go to the future servant of Her Majesty. The looks can be noticed immediately, and you can understand where they are directed. Everything around is too luxurious. It's even impossible to breathe. The party captivates everyone, and the main character in the center of the hall catches admiring glances. The girl is happy. This is even evident from her wide smile. The ladies gathered begin to spread gossip and whisper. Penelope's debut took place in the imperial palace itself, and this is a reason for envy. The beauty's dress is wonderful. The color perfectly matches the color of her hair and delicate skin. The redhead's assessment will play into the Empress's hands, and the beauty hasn't even started yet. She's just twirling in a dance. Anakin smiles. Now he understands that the plan will most likely be crowned with success. The duo came up with the perfect step-by-step instructions together. There shouldn't be any problems. The blonde hopes that her sister's part will be done no worse. She watches the hall from the sidelines. If it doesn't work out, the heroine will give her dear uncle one gift that is prepared in the end. Hope dies last, so it remains to move to the end, following only forward. The aristocrats continue to whisper. Everything that has been arranged is done in the best possible way. It seems that the Rickel family has the support of Her Majesty. The Empress still does not have her own people in the palace. and in this way she will try to get her place. The woman threw a banquet to show others how much she cared for the only maid who agreed to serve her. The young lady's mother thinks so, and so her daughter spreads this to others. The guy next to him smiles, understanding what the dialogue is leading to. Arnoa will try to lure the Rykiel family to his side, which, as you know, is quite strong. The idea is funny, and most importantly, true. A luxurious banquet and an expensive dress must have some hidden meaning that cannot be read. They say that what a girl has in excess is wealth, and what she is hunting for is treasure, starting from the clothes that Penelope has, and ending with the manner of speech and behavior. Everything is taken from the image of the previous Empress Anastasia. Many notice that the lady even has the same scent of perfume, so there are even more similarities. The whisper spreads like a wave and reaches the Duke himself. No matter how many decorations they put on the girl, she will still never be the late queen. If the meaning of this banquet is to give all this to the loser from the south, then the girl's limit is only the small kingdom of Dirhan from where she came back. People are laughing. They don't see how Her Majesty's advisor is standing nearby and conveying the news to his mistress. Going out to the center of the hall, the lady carries a box behind her in which the main treasure of this evening is hidden. Now the main official part of the event begins. Anastasia was the head of the Rykiel family, which was the center of high society. Everyone knew her as the flower of the empire, which had no equal. Her every movement was filled with love and sophistication. The previous emperor, Kalyan Palaeus Kaision, Arnoa's father, appointed his wife as the second queen. He understood that this position was worth all the jewels in the world, and so he gave her a pair of black diamonds, the only ones like them in the entire empire. The woman was not interested in blood-red rubies or deep green emeralds. She loved only black jewelry. Before receiving the gift, the lady made it clear that she would not accept anything except special jewelry, and then began to wait for His Majesty to find what he was asked for. The dark stones were much darker than the deepest sea. As if to symbolize constancy, they resembled the cosmos, along with the stars that shine brightly as soon as the night falls. A pair of diamonds whose shine was beautiful. The man intended to give the girl, who became the treasure of the empire, all the most wonderful things. He did not want to leave Anastasia without a special gift. The story was so romantic that after this black jewelry became popular throughout the empire. Stepping forward and stopping in the middle of the hall, Her Majesty turns to her dear sister. She wants to know if the lady likes this whole banquet that is arranged in her honor for the girl. This is all new, and she cannot help but like it. The redhead promises that she will gladly become a servant to the one who literally gave her everything she could wish for. The lady asks to raise her head. She said this not as an empress, but as a close person. So today she would really like to see the girl happy. On this day, you can forget about your duties. The lady has prepared a gift for the one who is now in front of her, and for the one who deserves it. She asks the servant to bring a box. The thing opens, and the hall is illuminated by the beauty of a necklace with a dark diamond. Her Majesty gives the most valuable thing she has. The crowd immediately starts to buzz. The aristocrats try to restrain themselves, but they do not believe what Her Majesty has just said. Many thought that the stones would be worn by the queen, but somehow this well-known fact was not confirmed. She gave the jewel to her sister. Rickel himself froze with his mouth open. He couldn't believe that all this was true. Tears welled up in his eyes and began to roll down his cheeks. Hermann, standing behind, was the most interested of all, because the Empress was giving her mother's jewelry to her cousin. Considering the fact that this was too much even for relatives, the woman calmly congratulates the Duke. Whether he wanted it or not, his daughter has now inherited the name of Anastasia, becoming just as outstanding. The man does not believe that this is real. He needs a little more time to understand what is happening and fully rejoice. This is how the Kaision Empire and the Duchy united. They don't need anything else, only these moments together. The young man involuntarily remembers that dinner when Her Majesty promised that she would prove her loyalty to her uncle's family and the joy of being around such wonderful people. The title that had previously belonged to the former ruler passed to Penelope. There were no longer those who believed that the empress and her family were separated from Rykiel, because on that evening of the event, they became one which would forever remain. So the girl was counting on a favorable ending, and she got it. Hermann thought that few people would be happy, and did not know what would happen next, but she did not expect that Arnoa, who was ignored, even in the small kingdom of Dirkhan, would decide on such a step. She removed all doubts that could ever exist. The brunette looks at the middle of the hall, where his daughter, together with the blonde, is still accepting congratulations. It is unbearable for him to understand how a person can be so similar to his mother. They are like two drops of water, identical. The redhead can't stop smiling, and thanking her sister, the girl nods. Thus the wish was fulfilled. In order to become the top of society, a lady must attract exactly this much attention. This will help her status. The music for the first slow dance is heard. The beauty calmly asks her sister if she is ready to go out on the dance floor, and asks if she has found her first partner. After a negative answer, the heroine asks Willow to join her, since he is still standing next to the Empress. Both freeze in bewilderment, because the idea was not to their liking. The blonde tries to avoid the request, hinting that the men standing nearby are ready to fight for a place next to the youngest Rykel. The queen objects. If the girl cannot choose, while everyone's eyes are on her, people will think unnecessary things. The safest choice is, of course, Anakin. There is no choice left. Before the end of today's ball, the two are obliged to dance, at least one dance. The man agrees, but asks that he and Her Majesty dance afterwards too, because this is his only condition. The woman calmly agrees, and lets the couple go into the middle of the hall, where others are already circling. Before leaving, the lady warns the servant that she will go for a walk in the garden. The musicians need to be supervised. The music must be only the best. Finally, the young lady found herself outside. She sat down on the edge of the fountain and breathed in the fresh air. This breath of freedom would not hurt, because inside the castle, there were too many guests and responsibilities. Because of the hours spent standing, her legs now ache terribly. She wants to lie down. Before the queen left, Willow asked a very reasonable question. He did not understand why Her Majesty needed all this. She herself could not become a debutante, and no one congratulated her. The guy would like the banquet to be dedicated to his friend. Be that as it may, it is too late to regret anything, because everything that was discussed has passed. The moment is lost. The beauty tries to throw unnecessary thoughts out of her head when she hears a suspicious rustling coming from the bushes on the alley. A cat emerges, which the blonde has not seen for a very long time. Her emotions take over her mind, and so in a second, the animal ends up in her hands, while Her Majesty hugs him. During the time they have not seen each other, Snowball has only become even more beautiful. His fur shines in the moonlight. The man is clearly not in a good mood. He is not going to wait until the squeezing is finished. A second later, the transformation back into human form shocked the heroine in the opinion of the magician. His friend is touching him too openly, without thinking about the consequences. The girl abruptly lets go of her friend, trying to justify herself by the fact that she wanted to touch the cat, not the guy. He moves away, trying not to blush too much to change the subject. Arnoa asked why Belle appeared so suddenly, without leaving any warning. The man had already promised that he would definitely come back. Even when he went back to the tower, he always thought only of Her Highness. He bows down and extends his hand to ask the lady for a dance. She backs away, asking what happened and why her friend is doing this. The young man raises an eyebrow. He heard that it is customary to dance at the debutante ball, so that is exactly what they will do. The girl should not refuse, but he still laughs, noting that the event is not dedicated to her. She is simply managing it. For Belle, it makes no difference. He pulls the girl closer to him. As soon as she accepts his palm, He came to the castle only for the sake of the Empress, which means he will dance only with her. After the music starts, they move in time. After the evening ended, the mage from the tower returned back to his chambers. He passed through a funnel made of magic dust. His face showed a serene expression, as if he didn't care at all about what was happening. Near the portal sits a raccoon, who is calmly eating an apple, noticing the owner. He is glad that he finally returned. At 12, the passage would have closed, so the man asked Belle to return a little earlier. He was worried. The guy tries to wash the fruit, but his friend reminds him of what he has already repeated many times. There is no point in washing apples grown with the help of magic. Everything is fine, even like this. The friend does not calm down, despite everything. All food should be washed before eating. No other mage is under such a strong influence as Ruka. He is constantly too cautious. The boy waves it off, asking how the ball went. Immediately after the question, the brunette thinks. Images of the evening flash through his head. The banquet was in full swing, but at the moment when the young man and Arnoa were alone, it seemed as if there were only these two in this world. The voices of the surrounding people evaporated in a few moments, and nothing else mattered compared to the queen. She looked wonderful. A smile appeared on his face when the head of the tower calmly answered that he liked everything. The kid was filled with happiness. After all, his training had borne fruit, because before that they had been trained in some backwater of the fortress. The hero involuntarily recalls how everything went. If he had paid someone, it would have been much easier and faster without listening. The hand turns into its human form, jumps on the spot, repeating that he knew the fact of his usefulness. The young man calmly watched his friend's movements, but after a few minutes, he interrupted his flow, noticing that he was dancing incorrectly. The Empress moved much better, more harmoniously and beautifully, as if she had only learned this. The girl was not so indecisive. Everything was as if in a fog, and accordingly, she was different. The man wilted. After all, Her Majesty was taught by Anakin, and he is known as the most elegant gentleman. He dances so well that many ladies in the academy were seduced by this very thing. The tower's owner also learns quite quickly, so there probably won't be any problems. No need to think about what was and what isn't yet. The brunette liked it, but it wasn't easy trying to waltz around the garden, watching his movements. The hand should have warned about the fact that when you dance, almost always the heart beats so wildly that it is impossible to cope with it. Having heard the presentation, the young man refuses to the side, not understanding what is being discussed at all. No one warned that dancing used up a lot of energy, making one feel tired. The servant did not understand what was wrong. Usually, even poison did not affect the master, but suddenly, it became too difficult for him. The body-strengthening magic that the devil cast has already dissipated, and apparently now the fatigue will always manifest itself. The hero angry orders to stop calling his mother inappropriately and just shut up. The brunette's expression sank, and he realized that it was time to take advantage of the moment and share the bad news. They said that the Leighton family had started having seizures again, and the symptoms matched those that had always been present. This was already the 5th time something like this had happened. The hero will most likely do the same. As he did before, there is no suitable treatment, so the parents want the same as the magician. The young man is silent. He does not want to remember the method that Belle once mentioned. Not long ago, His Majesty found an option that could suit everyone suffering from an illness with the help of the soul stone of the imperial family. Everything is possible. Such a material is rare and valuable. It is not so easy to get it, therefore it works the best. Now the only person with such an item is the Empress, and in addition to all this, it will be easiest to approach her. It will not be difficult. The hero suggests targeting Kaisione, again, trying to take away her soul. In any case, the heroine had put her soul as a price, back on the day they made the bet in Durkhan. It is obvious that the lady has no meaning in life at all, so she will not lose anything from this. If the young man could once again force the one he had met not so long ago to give up her life, everything would turn out as it could not have been otherwise. Ruka continued speaking until his interlocutor grabbed him by the throat, warning him for the first and last time that such nonsense was forbidden. Trying to breathe, the man promises that he will never do anything like that again and will never talk about the soul of the Empress. Finally, the neck is released, and jumping back, the young man asks how they could treat him so terribly. This is beyond all bounds. The protagonist no longer intends to talk about meaningless things. Getting up from the chair, he heads for the door. The best solution would be to go to Leighton. There perhaps he will be able to find at least some clue that will help solve the case. The evening is over, and now the beauty falls onto the bed. Anakin helps the queen take off her shoes while she says that he is a real genius, making Lady Rykiel a second. Anastasia was a good idea, and it was the man who suggested using the words that her father said to her mother. The young man came up with a way to find out the girl's preferences, and found a way to show people her best side. The heroine asks if Penelope gave him anything before she left the ball, but no. Immediately after the end, she returned home, preferring not to linger. The only person Anakin met was Damien. The lady nods. She remembers that this is the older brother Rickle. He was confused, but it is clear that he was proud of his little sister, who became the new Empress Anastasia. After the ball ended, the young man conveyed his wishes for health and well-being to Her Majesty. Smiling, the heroine throws her head back. The Duke probably also reacted well, which means there is nothing more to worry about. The lady had done everything that was required of her. It was time to rest. Finally, having finished fiddling with her shoes, Willow leans over the queen, reminding her that she never danced with him. She completely forgot because she went to the garden. The blonde was waiting for his girlfriend, while he was forced to dance with Lady Rykiel. He didn't want to be with her, but in the end, he had to. The last question that interests him is whether the girl herself liked the banquet. She danced with Belle, considering him strange. The man comes every time when he is not called, and leaves when he is asked to stay. The magician's behavior resembles a cat. Anakin knows about the divine incarnation of his friend, although he should not have been among those informed. Furchin's divine essence is a leopard. The hero tried hard to hide the truth, but in the end, nothing worked. In any case, a friend asks not to get too attached to the owner of the tower. It will not do any good. The young man could become someone who would only cause harm by clouding Her Highness's mind. On the one hand, the lady understands why Willow asks to be more careful. Belle has dealt with people many times before. Without blinking an eye, this has probably happened to him before. There is still a reason to be close to the magician, even though he is really fickle, but he did everything to protect the queen. She cannot refuse someone who has become very close to her. In just a month, a smile appears on her face as soon as the moment of the brunette's smile pops up in her head. Still without getting out of bed, the young lady reminds them that they should prepare for tomorrow's meeting. They have to choose how they will shut Baron Tubert's mouth. He has become too talkative, thereby disturbing the others. They will not allow him to create chaos. The next morning, a meeting began, at which the leader once again began to speak out, asking not to postpone the issue of money. Finances are needed for the war in Kesman, and as already mentioned, the Duke asked for this personally. Her Majesty has selected the most valuable things from the dowry. To give to her sister, something else should be put in their place. The man suggests the ring with the opal of King Rothman II. It is just as wonderful and, most importantly, expensive. The lady ignores the Baron standing next to her. She asks the whole room a question, clarifying whether everyone agrees. Bent, who usually remains silent, raises his hand for the sake of the Empire. This war must be ended. Such are the thoughts of the aristocrat. For the first time, a person has been found who thinks the same as the Empress. It is better to leave everything as it is and actively try to achieve peace rather than increase the number of the army. The gentleman looks like a person who is in cahoots with Acilier, but it is fortunate that he is not like that. Tubert comes forward again, shouting, asking what those gathered could possibly know. Kesman's soldiers are uneducated and rude. and even if you try, it will be so useless that you will want to cry. Those who defend the North without sleep or rest have dedicated their lives to war. If we convey that help will not arrive, we can officially consider ourselves fraudsters. There will be no other conversation in this way. To quote the Duke Caseman's army is powerful enough. If we don't put pressure on them and push them back now, they will be able to reach the imperial palace, and in that case, the queen will be the worst off. And by doing nothing, the lady is dooming herself to death. Taking the papers to study them again, the heroine exhales. She does not understand anything at all, because before this, they had already sent help. The previous ruler could have built 10 palaces with the money that was sent to the war in the north. The Baron just won't shut up. He keeps poking his nose in and putting in his last word. The Empress can't know, because it wasn't she who was on the throne at the time. But Luciano war always requires finances, and to end it, they'll have to follow the words of the Grand Duke. Only he can have power. If someone else invades the territory while the war continues, there will be no one to defend the palace. The lady listens to the tales, gradually realizing that this was a card with which Acelier and Toubert put pressure on the aristocrats. The brother also fell for it and did not object to giving up the money. The two had always been so brazen in their insistence on their own that the alliance simply couldn't stand against it. If you remove Reichel and a few other key members of the council, it would be difficult for the rest to manage the enormous magic. Almost impossible, if you will. The uncle's family has not interfered in politics for a long time. They are threatened that one day, at the most necessary moment, help will not come, and they will remain in danger if they do not follow Acelier's instructions. The man skillfully presses on all the sore spots reaching the heart. No one else could protect the empire from an external threat, and there were practically no soldiers left in the palace because everyone had been sent to Kezman. The emperor had no other option but to continue sponsoring the war, and thus the battle dragged on for 4 years. Toubert pulls the beauty out of her thoughts. He recalls the fact that even Luciano almost never contradicted the alliance, asserting his rights. In the end, the young lady will still agree. But then there is no point in delaying the answer. It is easier to say yes now. The heroine is not going to listen to any more nonsense. Lowering her voice, she repeats that she herself knows what happened before. But this does not carry any value, because now she is on the throne. Arnoa is going to find a new solution to the problem without repeating Kaision's mistakes. According to the brunette, the entire army that must protect Her Majesty and the castle is in the north. So if they are suddenly attacked, they will not be able to win. The lady does not want to find herself in trouble. She cares about herself and her subjects. If Kezman was so strong, they should have been prepared for them to reach the palace. The alliance should have demanded that the army be strengthened by any means necessary. But even so, with the huge funding, it was still not possible to put an end to all these deaths. You need to think of another way to solve the problem, because in fact, this is the only thing that matters. The girl is tired of everyone behaving inappropriately. She asks if anyone wants to say something to show that not all is lost. Rickel's voice is heard. The Duke's family will help Her Majesty. That's exactly what he says. If she needs soldiers and a commander, then the family will provide support, exactly as the girl asks for. He will appoint his eldest son Damien in charge. The people around them freeze their eyes full of disbelief and anger. This is the first time they can remember something like this happening. Nodding in response, the blonde is happy because this means more to her than anything in the world. She didn't expect a man to support her so soon. The aristocrats almost immediately began to talk among themselves, not letting the queen finish her speech. They were greatly influenced by the decision of the loser from the south. He had not been seen in political affairs for a long time. It seemed that the young man really took the side of his niece. The notion that the Baron's words no longer make sense becomes reality. Hearing the words, the hero jumps up and shouts again that this cannot be done. The girl snorts. Toubert does nothing but object. Protecting the palace is a serious matter. It can't be decided. So suddenly, if someone just said that they will protect, you can't believe it. The Duke standing next to him exclaims that he agrees with the guy, even though Rickle is Her Majesty's family. Entrusting a great matter to only one family will turn into too dangerous a situation. The Duke may pursue some of his own intentions, and they will not even notice it. Lowering his tone, the brunette says, to watch his words, not listening. Toubert repeats, again, that the issue cannot be closed so easily. Rickle may be supported by others. He proposes a candidate that everyone already knows about, albeit without words, trying to move on to another topic and get rid of problems with the Empress, who is still quite stupid. The woman begins to get angry. It becomes more and more difficult to restrain herself. She understands that it has become unprofitable for him, that no one said a word about the Auxiliaires defending the imperial palace, so now she is stubborn as best she can, not intending to lose. In any case, it won't work to use the girl she foresaw that everything would be like this, so she repeats again about the fact that it is better to postpone the question. For later, a stream of magic breaks through the door, which makes people shut up. The predator somehow appeared in the castle, frightening everyone around. The maiden smiles. She had already begun to worry that the leopard would not become the main character, but now he has finally come, making her rejoice. Transforming into a man, the hero asks for forgiveness for making her wait. He will definitely improve. The tower's master Belcarianas joined the meeting of his own free will. Tuber had heard that high-class mages could transform into animals, but he was a true predator, different from the rest of his acquaintances. The brunette heard briefly that someone else was needed to restrain the Rickle family. Fershin would be there and do everything Her Majesty asked. He looked at his fingers, serenely grinning slightly. The aristocrat does not want to listen to what the man says. The lands of the mages have never interfered in the affairs of the empire, no matter what happens, and no matter what terrible wars are going on there. On top of all this, the tower does not have a large-scale army that could be used. Bell doesn't need a squad. He looks at the hero from head to toe, giving him an evil, intense look. Claws form from his nails. A man is much better than any soldier, because he has enormous power. Magic is much better than any other manifestations. Waving off the Baron, the brunette turns back to Her Majesty. As soon as the lady calls him, promises to come immediately, and not delay, since the powerful ruler Fershin is with them. It couldn't be better. There is no longer a need for the protection of the Auxiliaires. Tuber's concerns were dealt with. It was time to move on to the next stage, proudly raising her chin. The woman again repeats that she refuses the Archduke and Princess's request. The family has already done a lot, so it is worth sending someone else to Kesman for the purpose of peace negotiations. Her Majesty entrusts the mission to Baron Bent. He, as the best of the entire alliance, will cope with it with flying colors. His abilities should not be underestimated. The man jumps up on the spot and asks again, because he cannot believe it. The Queen has replaced the one responsible for the war, and this is not at all how things should be. With the arrival of a new ruler, the lady has other thoughts. Bent is a man of principle who did not succumb to the words of the Archduke. He is not like everyone else. Recently, the heroine talked to her advisor. Anakin thought that if he sends a man to negotiate, the result will be visible in less than a month. They will finally move from the dead point. The blonde is glad that everything is so. But in this case, she has nothing else to do. Willow points out that bringing back those who are now in the north is only the beginning of the journey. If Arnoa wants the Baron to negotiate with Kesman, he will need the help of Raquel, the head of the south. He has power comparable to the influence of the Auxiliaires. There is no other like him. It will be easier for the beauty to come to an agreement with her uncle, whose heart melted a little after she was at Penelope's ball. But the Duke has almost never gotten involved in politics over the past 10 years, and Auxiliaires' followers will take advantage of his weaknesses. There is a high probability that they will demand a force that can contain and suppress traitors, those who should not stand in the way. The heroine raises an eyebrow. She did not think that someone would really insist on such a thing so strongly. Tubert insisted the most, and even if his ardor was cooled, this did not mean that the man would calm down so easily. Anakin did not want to resort to extreme measures, but only the head of the tower. Furchin had a power comparable to Reichel. He needed to be lured to his side. There is a noise behind the door. The duo jumps up and immediately runs into the corridor, where someone starts screaming. It turns out that the lady poured water on Bell. He backs away, realizing that all his clothes are ruined. The redhead hears the words of Her Majesty and immediately turns around. She covers the lady with her back, asking her to be careful, because the rude man attempted to enter the room without permission. While Anakin calls the guards, the girl will detain the brunette. There is laughter, which makes the lady nervous. She herself does not understand what just happened and what she did wrong. Anakin nods, realizing that he should no longer worry so much about Her Majesty. Since she is looked after so much, she will be safe. It turned out that Penelope had a guest in front of her, and not just someone who was trying to break into the Queen's chambers. Since Belle had arrived at the scene, they could talk calmly and thus discuss what had happened at the meeting and the strategy they would use. Taking the brunette into her room, the girl helps him dry himself. Holding out a towel, she asks if her friend is okay. Of course the man is angry, but since Penelope is a personal servant, it means that she will have to be lenient, controlling her outbursts of anger. The only thing the heroine wants to know is what brought the magician to her castle. He was busy with something before, the guy grumbles, discontentedly. When he came in the guise of a cat, the girl was happy. But it seems that now her opinion has changed. It almost hurts. At first, Arnoa froze, but then she began to laugh. Of course she was happy, because in the whole world there was no one she would be so happy to see. Trying not to blush, the brunette carefully changed the subject, asking why they wanted to see him, because it seemed there was no point. The girl explained that she had her own reason. She asked an acquaintance to join a meeting of aristocrats, where Casement would be discussed, where Furchin should offer the power of the head of the tower, on par with Rickle, thus forcing the participants to cool their ardor a little. In the Empire, the Archduke and his family have the greatest influence. It seems that it is difficult to resist such a person. But there is a way, because the magician from the tower is on par with him. The uncle of the main character was the first to volunteer to support his niece. Now only Belle is missing. The girl will not insist if the hero does not like something, but she still wants to get an answer, which is to be expected. Anyway, the man stops her mid-sentence and, smiling, asks her to calm down, because in fact, everything suits him tomorrow at the meeting. There will be a coup. The young man agreed. Too easily, the lady should not be upset about the fact that she will not succeed. The man wants to offer something in return. When Bent, as an envoy, goes to Kesman, the brunette wants to go with him. The mission will not take longer than a week. There is no need to ask twice. The main character explains his feelings and the mission that lies on his shoulders. As it turns out, in that place, there is someone he has been looking for a long time. It is difficult to say whether this is true, but for the first time in several years, traces were found again. There is nothing left to do but agree. Arnoa wants to clarify several important things so that they do not mix anything up. The Baron will be responsible for the negotiations, and the magician from the tower will go only as an escort. If the man asks for help, the leopard has no right to refuse. The last condition is the simplest, and is that if the Queen suddenly needs a friend, he will immediately return without delay. The words penetrated under the skin, causing the eyes to light up. For the first time, the young man feels needed. In order not to show his true feelings anymore, the hero jumps up from his seat and tries to leave as quickly as possible. If the Empress calls him, he cannot fail to come, so she can count on her faithful assistant at any moment. It is impossible to remove from your thoughts the awareness of the fact that there was just a special farewell. Her Majesty wished Furchin a safe journey, which is something people usually do not say. Your cheeks are burning scarlet. even more than before, not allowing you to breathe calmly. Baron Bent was a little taken aback by the attention shown to his person. He firmly believed that there was a chance to end the war, so he decided not to interfere, but rather to take advantage of the opportunity. The other nobles were not so happy with the decision, so immediately after the meeting ended, Tubert and his followers went to protest. Later, Her Majesty learned that Willow personally dealt with everyone with the help of the law and talented speeches. The girl gave some of the money to her assistant. They certainly wouldn't lose in the next game. The blonde didn't expect to see the princess's stone face, even though they had been together since childhood. And he should have remembered how much the range of emotions could differ. Penelope became the queen of high society, a flower that blossomed before everyone's eyes. She is not as brave as Empress Anastasia, but she was quickly able to make friends with young aristocrats who showed active attention to her person. Arnoa was afraid, until the very end, that it would be difficult for her little sister in high society because of the age difference with the older generation. There is someone else who can somehow influence, and that is Countess Hermann, who has been taking care of her family for about 40 years now. Since her youth, she has been famous for her wide connections, so it is obvious that the girl knows everyone who has power on this continent. Power cannot be taken away. Her influence on the arts is also incredible. The queen herself is rightfully envious of some aspects. The blonde is afraid that perhaps the countess will not break her connection with Azelie because she will feel a strong pressure. Anakin shakes his head. He thinks that it is possible and would like to know for sure. The only thing that Her Majesty's servant noticed was that looking at Baron Tubert's reaction and the solidarity of the Queen and Rickle, she had already begun to doubt that Hermann had not decided to take action and had not yet abandoned the idea of marrying the princess and her nephew, continuing to keep her distance so as not to lose herself. Willow has a personal opinion, judging by her observations of the lady. Her cough has become much worse lately. Her life is coming to an end. The heroine developed the disease due to bad habits, which were the hardest to give up, so logic takes over, forcing her to draw conclusions. The conversation is interrupted by the one they were just talking about. Countess Hermann greets Her Majesty. Next to her stands a handsome man. Before this, there were a lot of people, so the woman decided to greet properly, only after it became a little quieter. Pointing her hand at her companion, the lady introduces him as the Marquise of Bissaniel, who was very eager to make her acquaintance. Bowing his head, the young man repeats the words that it is a great honor for him to meet the new son of the empire, which has risen into the sky quite recently. The Marquise came to greet the Queen properly. The man is considered one of the richest people in the empire. He has the most fertile lands in the east, which can be envied. The main character remembers that she wanted to make friends with the one who is now standing in front of her, taking advantage of the moment, while Acelier is in the north. But the fact that the stranger has come such a long way for the sake of meeting makes her think. Usually, aristocrats who have a lot of money and who own distant lands are considered a good source of income for the imperial family due to taxes. Such people often behave arrogantly because in their heads there is an attitude that the whole world belongs only to them. The woman looks closely at the hero's face. You can see that he certainly does not show a drop of arrogance towards her. On the contrary, he smiles, seeing the one with whom he had long wanted to see. The Countess introduced them to each other at the request of the Marquise himself. Smiling again, trying to win her over, the hero begins to speak. If Her Majesty does not mind, the young man would like to invite her to the residence of Bissaniel. Of course his lands are far away, but I would like to hope that Her Majesty will decide to go on this trip. The blonde chuckles. She can't say whether the new acquaintance is pursuing selfish goals or it's just her imagination, but she needs to use the 100% chance until she runs out of ideas about how this is all connected. Her gaze is directed at Anakin, as if a silent question is hanging in the air. Nodding, the heroine promises that she will visit the Marquis. Jumping with joy, the young man thanks her and then leaves with Herman. It seems that the new acquaintance was not always so friendly. Willow has completely different memories of him, which will obviously have to be replaced with more recent ones. The young man looks like a scholar who is only interested in history. He usually doesn't like to communicate with other people because, in his opinion, they are not as smart. He is called a cold gentleman who lives alone in a large residence. He never makes contact, even when asked. Perhaps the spring had such an effect on the man, because obviously he behaved completely differently than before. The very next day, Her Majesty went to the residence, getting out of the carriage. She opened her mouth in surprise. The words about greatness were not a lie. Anakin helps the lady down the steps of the carriage. Their family has always been rich. The size of the residence exceeds the county of Herman and comes right after the Duchy of Acilie. One of the houses is especially luxurious, which cannot be overlooked. It is obvious that everything is created for the new beloved of the owner of the funds. Apparently, the couple had a passionate first love. The story that is now being spread is known in all corners because the Marquise fell in love with an ordinary girl from the country of Viadal. Now no one has accepted them because it is considered wrong for someone from a noble family to be together with a commoner. 5 years ago, the kingdom was a small state under the empire, with many people living in a small area who had no opportunity to move to another place, even if the desire remained deep inside. According to rumors, the people of Viadal, both many years ago and now, could not establish good relations with Caisson. Many said that the people there worship strange gods, they know a secret way to curse a hated person, and many other forbidden types of magic. After the inhabitants joined the kingdom, hurricanes began to occur frequently. If you swim with them, they will not allow you to swim to the surface until the person chokes. This is just gossip that no one checked, but for some reason everyone fell for it. What was known was the distinctive features of that people. They were known to have blue hair and pale skin, just like the descendants of the sea god from the legend, due to the fact that they were different from the inhabitants of the empire. Their unusual appearance only reinforced the rumors that continued to spread. Facial features could not be changed or somehow hidden from others. The unusual customs of life on the coast were at odds with the way of life of the population of Caisson, and they could not be accepted. It was beyond the strength to overcome oneself and try to establish this shaky contact. Baron Toubert also contributed to the hatred of innocent people. The man actively spread gossip about Viadal to highlight the merits of Duke Acilie. Of course, the man did not care about the consequences. He only saw what the Duke from the north promised. The Marquis runs ahead, who seemed to be too eager to see the girl. He smiles and thanks her for visiting his modest home. It is an honor for the guy, because before this, he had never had such special guests. The first thing the man said was that they were in a modest dwelling, although in fact, this was not true. At first glance, it was clear that everything in the castle was of high quality. The plates were decorated with gold, just like the walls and ceiling. The hero suggests eating more. There are famous desserts on the table. Anakin tries not to get involved in conversations and constantly smiles, trying to show his hospitality even more in order to win over Her Majesty. The blonde is noticeably nervous when he asks the girl for one request he would really like for one of his acquaintances, who was also expecting this meeting to join them. Of course, the gender is not specified, so Milady does not know who we are talking about. Thanking Her Majesty for the trust shown, the man signals the maids to open the door, from where a beauty with bright blue hair emerges. Bowing her head, the maiden greets Arnaud, introducing herself as Violetta, the Marquise's beloved. The woman sits down next to him. The couple meets with loving glances that are focused only on each other. At least, for this moment, the blonde did not call the queen just like that. In fact, he had one request. Lady Rykiel's debut was simply amazing. The celebration held in the Imperial Palace was of a completely different level, made people admire the queen's new servant, thanking for the compliments. Noah reminds that the heroine was special. Since ancient times, a real man is called the one who can make his beloved happy. Rupion, the first, loved only one all his life, although at that time he had the right to have many wives at once. This was the indicator that the entire family of the Marquis looked up to. The young man also wants to give Violetta an unforgettable debut. Similar to Lady Raquel's, looking into the lady's eyes, he begs Her Majesty to give her permission. In the past, there were many aristocrats who could give their daughter's debut in the palace, paying a huge sum for it. Lowering her voice, the Empress announces the fact that she will not allow exceptions. Penelope is a close relative of the woman, so for her, it is permissible. It is understandable that the man wants to pave the way for his beloved, who is in no way connected with high society. No matter how much the main character wanted it, she couldn't give such a privilege just because someone asked. Violetta noticed how her husband drooped and carefully covered his palm with her own. Her Majesty was right. It was enough for her that she managed to meet Caisson. There is no need to worry. There is no need to go to such an absurdity as a quarrel with the ruler of the country. The young man understood everything, but still asks to listen. He has something to say. There is one last request. Even if after this the queen refuses, he will never ask again and calmly step aside. The heroine still has an unpleasant feeling inside, but she can't turn around and leave. So she silently looks at her interlocutor while he starts talking about last summer when everything was just beginning. The story is good, but not everyone knows the true plot twists. As everyone knows, the kingdom of Viadal was destroyed 5 years ago and became part of the empire by order of the commander-in-chief of the empire's army. All the inhabitants moved to the mainland. They had no choice. And given their small number, Luciano allowed the country to be moved. In order to learn more about the history of that state, its coast became his home. For some time the Marquis lived there, believing that in this way he would be able to collect even more information that was hidden under the waters. A man was sailing on a ship enjoying the fresh air, and someone suddenly attacked the crew. Everything would not have been so terrible if there were not only cowards who attacked from behind, not even giving a chance to fight back. Everyone on board tried to escape. They needed to survive at any cost. There was nothing in that moment that could save the hero. He already thought that his life would end in this hot fire from which he could not escape. Violetta, who was on the ship, helping with navigation, saved the man's life, passing through a curtain of smoke and pushing the stranger into the water from where he could get out. The woman hugged her future husband tightly, helping him swim closer to the shore. She knew exactly what to do. When it was all over, the brunette recovered in just a few days. Of course, he fell in love with his savior and asked her to be his girlfriend, since he could not let go of such a precious person. Violetta accepted the man as he was, even if he considered himself too worthless to go through anything. The Empress watches their tenderness, trying not to feel like a third wheel. The couple's mood changes after a while. A new problem appears that poisons their happiness. Rumors began to spread that the lands had been seized and that the Marquis himself had been seduced by a mermaid, a descendant of the devil. The blonde could not stand it and angrily asked if it was true that many people believed in fables. It all sounded like some kind of crude joke that could not be compared to the truth. Anakin also intervened to show Her Majesty the fact that the rumors were described in great detail for the common people to understand better. They said that mermaids have a mark on their necks showing their origin. There was also someone who saw Basaniel fall into the sea, and this was another direct proof. Even among the aristocrats, there are those who believe in untrue words that were reasonable to them. When the brunette found the source of the rumors, he realized that this was his own family's business. His mother and father wanted to marry their son, by force, to some outstanding lady from high society. According to the laws of the empire, they were beheaded. Despite the measures taken, nothing really changed, alas. But it was true. The rumors that Basaniel worshipped the devil only grew stronger, gaining a second wave of listeners. The man stopped as he didn't want the situation to gradually gain momentum. but a burn remained on Violetta's body that could not be removed. The woman carefully removes her hair and shows a dark red mark located somewhere behind the ear. It looks more like claw marks. The Marquise does not want to hear dirty talk about his wife, who, having put aside her life, tried to save a stranger simply because of her kind heart. The queen listened and now draws her own conclusions, which will obviously lead to a logical conclusion. The man wants Violetta to debut in the castle, only because it is a quick way to become famous in society. Even if many are hostile, the event will make the mouths of the aristocrats shut. Basaniel saw with his own eyes how much attention Reichel received during her ball. If his wife had found a place in this empire, the inhabitants would certainly have loved her too, because in fact the heroine is gentle and beautiful. Like a beautiful flower, Arnoa destroys dreams, putting before the fact that the event will not solve anything. The Marquis knows that he has wished for too much, so he is not going to press further. The woman interrupts him before he can start apologizing. She says that there is no need to overexert himself. By breaking the traditions of the imperial palace, she has a much more interesting solution to the problem. It will suit even those who have never heard of it before. Rick falls to his knees, trying to explain something. Unfortunately, no one listens to him. The gentleman shouts, asking why the boy couldn't even wash the dishes properly, and also broke several beer mugs. The blonde makes excuses. It's his first time working. It's still hard for him to adapt. According to the pub owner, this is not a job, because to get paid, it is better to try to follow instructions. The boy said that he used to work as an actor. He was probably fired for not being able to learn the script or act out the scene as the situation required of him. No longer holding back and sobbing loudly, the man begs for another chance. The interlocutor steps back, announcing that the employee has just been fired. There is no turning back in sight, heading forward along the road. The hero remembers the good times when he was still the best actor in Durhan, and now tolerates being treated like a slave. Blue-Eyed was kicked out of the kingdom for treason, and in Kaizion, they treat him like a fool. The last time he managed to get into one of the auditions, the director ridiculed the invented name, not even knowing where the state was, where he came from. A place where he could stick was not found. A voice was heard behind him, so Rick had to tear himself away from his memories. The man in the cloak asks if it is true that Tabian is in front of him, and he nods. He wanted to ask who he has the honor of communicating with, but a second later, he was captured. The guy is thrown onto the asphalt, forced to kneel. Another hooded man asks if the servant brought the order. The blonde does not understand anything, but in order to survive, he begins to beg for forgiveness. Rick has done nothing wrong in his life and does not want to be killed. The words are interrupted. About halfway through, the voice seems familiar, and he asks if the actor knows who he is dealing with. The man standing next to him gradually removes the hood. He wanted to cover his face, with the familiar man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when it became clear that the Empress of the continent was in front of him. He still remembers her as the Queen of Durkhan, who destroyed his peaceful life. Anakin leans towards Her Majesty's ear. It seems that the delivered man is not very smart. The man is no longer sure of the plan they left exhaling. The lady waves it off. She believes that not everything is as bad as it seems. At first glance, they just need to convince Rick to follow all the instructions. The girl turns to Tabian, who is sitting on the ground. He probably still doesn't understand why he was dragged to the queen, but that doesn't mean he can't listen to her words. Holding out his hand, Arnoa asks Rick to play and plays again, but this time in the Imperial Theater. The very next day, the guy was taken to the place where the rehearsal began. Kaizion is present to check how everything is going for her. Everything looks too ordinary, apparently not too bad. The hope for success is still hidden inside. The director is glad that the lady likes everything. He himself is also happy. The brunette was very worried when the queen said that Tabian could be beaten up if he did not listen, thinking that a real bad guy would come. But in the end, the guy tries better than everyone else. He has some hidden incentive and talent. Apparently, Rick remembered well the condition that Binus's ex-wife had set. If the audience was unhappy, it would be the actor's fault, and if the performance failed, it would also be blamed on him. The lady briefly explained what would happen to the actor if something did not end as planned. The Marquise also arrived for the rehearsal, and of course he took Violetta with him. Smiling, the guy thanks her for the service rendered. He can't believe that Her Majesty treated the problem of her subject so creatively. The girl asks if the couple liked the staged scene. The couple not only liked it, they were truly delighted and shocked when the heroine told her plan. It was hard to believe in something like that because there were too many organizational moments, but in the end, everything ended more than well. After what they saw, people will definitely change their opinion about the residents of Viadal. There are only 15 days left until the day of the performance. Everyone who is really looking forward to it will be counting down the days. The blue-haired one lights up with joy. Everything looks great, even without stage decorations. Besides, the main character is an old friend. The beauty was looking forward to seeing how she plays on stage again, enjoying herself. The couple is aware that Her Majesty helped them for the sake of all the inhabitants of the country. Everything that the Marquis does for everyone his wife knows is only for her sake because she is the most precious person, deserving of recognition and kindness from others. Until now, the young man dreamed of stopping the terrible rumors about Violetta and the inhabitants of her state. People like her are no different from ordinary inhabitants of the empire and should feel at home. The man is seriously determined to get what he has been waiting for so long. In order to somehow repay the hero, promises that he will take care of all the affairs that the Duke conducted together with the one whom Her Majesty appoints. The girl herself knows that Acelier was responsible for a lot, but to curry favor just because of one favor is not worth it. Everyone has their own concerns. Hanging even more would be a mistake. In fact, it is true that Noah was going to befriend Bissaniel. Only her most trusted advisor, Willow, knew about it. What confuses the Queen is how easily the Marquis switched to her side. Usually allies are loyal to their leader, staying by his side until the very end. It usually takes time to change their minds. Noticing that Kaizion is beginning to have doubts, the hero announces that, as an ordinary person, he is ready for anything. The man had already mentioned the reason earlier. Violetta, nothing has changed. If for the sake of his future wife, he has to betray Acelier, he will even do this. The blonde does not want to interfere with the couple's idyll, but reminds that the damage will most likely be great. Hugging the girl, the young man carefully looks into her eyes and calmly says that he does not care. Arnoa has already noticed that the level of love between these two is off the charts. Consciousness is clouded, and only particles of their memories from that day on the ship remain there. Turning to leave the theater, the hero promises that they will see each other again. Most likely on the day of the performance, the Marquis probably heard about the Queen's relationship with the commander-in-chief of the army from Countess Hermann. In any case, Bissaniel's support can give good results. The director also wants to thank Her Majesty for giving him another chance to play with such an interesting plot. If he had been informed earlier, he would have paid all the expenses himself, because such a masterpiece deserves to be thanked with all his heart. There has never been anything like it in the theater. Casting the human Viadal as an actor was a last-second decision, and the girl wasn't sure how it would turn out, but the man lights up with enthusiasm, reminding her of the fact that in acting, background doesn't matter. The leader of the Wolves of the Stage is known for his stunning castings, which include everyone from criminals to the children of aristocrats. There was always a choice, but the director carefully selected the very best, making the performances unforgettable. The Queen breaks away from her thoughts, asking if her friend is satisfied with the actors. The brunette waves her off. He has already said that the main character is great. Although perhaps the conversation turned to Lola, the blonde wants to know if the beauty is being offended and if she feels better. Instead of saying a million words, the young man offers to go with him, closer to the stage where the main character is in the process of rehearsal. The beauty says something, but Rick makes a remark to her. It is impossible for the voice to tremble at such a responsible moment, as if the person is ready to cry. Smiling, the lady clarifies whether Tabian was really unhappy with something stepping back and shrinking. The blonde assures that he did not say that the actress was wrong. He also has a hard time with the emotions. In this scene, he just wants to try again and do it with a little more confidence. The man doesn't have to ask for something embarrassing when he can just say he's teaching the other actors, sitting in their seats, laugh teasing Rick, and asking why he's acting like that, putting Lola at a disadvantage again. Worry on his face. The director points to the stage. From the very first day, the whole troupe became friends with Viadal, and they liked her because she constantly makes fun of insignificant things. People who behave like an open book are usually liked by people much more than others. Usually if someone makes fun of another person, they can't become friends for a long time. Rick is bluffing a little, but everything is fine. He is still so dedicated to his cause and won't let anyone else get in his way. The Queen smiles. It turns out that they are doing well. The man smiles suspiciously. When Her Majesty sees the scene, she will be 100% pleasantly surprised. The maiden remembers that she was told that it is very difficult to direct the production. Since there are many scenes at sea, perhaps they managed to find some solution to simplify the task. One sponsor anonymously donated a huge amount of money. The reason is that the man is a real genius of directing, and accordingly, he solves all problems with the snap of a finger. Arnoa has already done enough. Now all that remains is to wait for the performance. The girl fell silent. She was lost in her thoughts because the sponsor was giving her no peace. It was problematic to make good stage decorations using conventional technology, but here everything was perfect. The assumption about the artifact was still spinning on the edge of her consciousness. This is what they were asking the director. The eyes immediately light up with joy when the man begins to explain every little detail. As it turns out, this is not a glowing pearl that can be used to find the way in the dark, and not simple accessories. There will be something even more expensive in the scene. Now there are such chic artifacts that even a man does not know how to use them correctly. Although I would like to understand where all this leads for the sake of presentation, this is an integral part that will still have to be left. A smile appeared on his face. If these were such impressive decorations, only one person comes to mind, who is capable of organizing something so spectacular. When he found out that a performance was being prepared, he decided to help. The next day, the news spread that the Stage Wolves were going to stage a skit. The maids have heard that the Queen personally sponsored the performance. One of them announces her joy at having managed to book 2 tickets for the best seats. The servant is still thinking about the plot of the production, because it is not clear how one can be sure that the performance will be truly interesting. Penelope does not want to upset her friend, but still quietly says that all the tickets for the first performance have already been sold out. Because of his thoughts, the young man was left behind, and now he will not be able to enjoy the premiere. In any case, there is no need to worry, because the girl promises that she will watch carefully, remembering all the details, only to tell her friend the words sound more like mockery. This time, the mockery was special. As the hero heard, it will be a simple production about love. It is not something that will suit aristocrats. If there is no suffering about life and death, about sins and forgiveness, then it cannot be called art. The guy continues to criticize without even watching. People who truly appreciate art behave appropriately completely differently. Her Majesty is beautiful. She opened a tea room in the garden for the sake of the young maids, and even maintained her leadership in the war with Keysman. The woman flew into the palace like a comet. No one could have imagined that she would achieve such success. Her Majesty's assistant, known for his pickiness in those he would like to serve, sided with good. What is even more impressive is the owner of the tower, who stopped contradicting Arnoa. He has a bad character, which was tamed just in time. Some believe that the Empress, on the contrary, sows discord, but lately it has only become more cheerful. The servants did not know that the subject of their discussions was sitting in the greenhouse and heard everything she did not want to, because it seems that many problems have appeared. Young aristocrats are known to love to gossip, but getting into a scandal with a handsome man is not so bad. The lady looks around. She is embarrassed by the absence of Countess Hermann. Initially, she came to drink tea to shorten the time. Before meeting with the brunette, she wanted to move on to the measures of conversation. Anakin looks a little sad when he says that lately she has not come to the palace, where she used to appear on a regular basis, after the meeting about the war in Kesman. No one has seen her anymore. It's as if she has evaporated. Most likely she is sitting out in her estate. The girl thinks that the lady also wants to curry favor with the Duke, and if she is next to the new Empress, this will not happen. She of course expected this, but still thought that the situation would change. Willow agrees. The lady should have appeared at least before the start of the performance. Usually, if a person does not appear in high society for a long time, no matter how rich or influential he is, he will be forgotten. Hermann usually acted differently, apparently becoming more cautious than it seemed, changing the trajectory of her actions. The Countess looks far ahead, calculating every step in the future, realizing that this is what will help her stay afloat. The performance has already been somewhat successful. If rumors start to spread that the woman, the main one in high society, has not joined it, her authority will be significantly reduced. Even so, the Queen has no right to give up. She must go to the very end, taking for herself the victory that she sincerely needs, the one whom the girl definitely wants to see at the performance is precisely Hermann. The plan has been made. It will not have to be changed if you try to fulfill the last few points. The main character gets up from her seat and is about to leave. She needs to meet with someone, and it is better not to postpone this meeting. Anakin was going to accompany the lady, but she only ordered him to stay where he was, with one wave of her hand, promising that she would return soon. Her Majesty said goodbye and disappeared from sight. She is in the office of Dr. Roods, her eyes darting with excitement. The woman just said that the Countess will most likely soon go to another world. Her life is coming to an end. Half an hour before the news, the blonde arrived to the girl. She stood silently at the door until she noticed that the doctor was working hard. Her Majesty had not visited her friend for a long time, so at first she even forgot how to greet. Bowing her head, the maiden greets the son of the Empire. There is no one in the Empire who can compare to Roods in knowledge of medicine and herbs. However, her etiquette suffers a little. This is undoubtedly true. The lady's mercy is boundless. In any case, it is good that she found the time to come. The first thing is to find out if you like working in the Empire's laboratory. Expressing gratitude for the provided quarters, the lady looks around in admiration, as if she is in the room for the first time. Of course, the place is much better than what was in Dirhan. Herbal tea is poured into a cup, which helps to improve health. Research is of course good for the whole country, but sometimes you have to go out. The lady asks if Rudy's likes the theater. That's where the play will be. Her Majesty wants her friend to go to the show too. After all, rest is important for everyone. Nodding, the brunette promises that she will definitely come. The performance promises to be good. Many aristocrats of the Empire will gather there, so it will be even more interesting. The theater is a good tool for dating. Having thought, the beauty clarifies whether that very person will be there. We are talking about the Countess, who promised to introduce the doctor to her old relative. Of course, the Queen immediately understood who they were talking about, but she is interested in how the two managed to get to know each other in such a short time. Usually, Hermann does not make contact. The girl assumes that her new acquaintance will not be able to come. Arnoa does not yet know whether the aristocrat they are talking about will be at the theater. Obviously, the one who has at least a grain of information is Rudez. She saw something. It is about health, because the lady looks sickly. Any knowledgeable person will say that she does not have much time left. Kaisione was quite scared when she heard those very words. She expected anything but that a few hours later, she arrived in the county with her maid and the doctor. A maid met them at the entrance to the estate. She was quite nice. Penelope, as usual, overreacted. She was angry because only one person met Her Majesty. The maid apologized for such a modest reception. Everyone, including the young master, are now in Hermann's room, so they were unable to meet the guests. The Empress immediately realized that things were really bad. These were not ordinary guests who had come to the house. They could be considered special, and at least one person should definitely receive them. But this did not happen. The trio was led into the room from which voices were coming. The woman shouts to her mother that she will do everything as it should be and greet the guests herself, while her brother will stay nearby and look after the countess. A small child is sitting near the bed who also wants to stay and not leave with his aunt. The little girl stretches her arms forward to ask her grandmother to feed her because she loves her more than anything else. The older ones have been arguing among themselves for more than a minute because they can't decide who will go into the hall and who will stay nearby. Hermann can't take it anymore and screams at the top of his lungs, accusing them of behaving in a way that doesn't fit into any framework. They are behaving like fools who can't decide what is most important. Right now, the meeting with Her Majesty cannot be postponed. The girl, dressed in a luxurious robe with a floral pattern, lies in bed, raising her hand to her lips, and with clear indignation, orders the servants to meet the Empress, fearing punishment for disrespect. Traces of fatigue are visible on her face, but her voice is strong. The daughter can do nothing, only objects uttering only "but," to which there follows an immediate angry response. What other buts? Emphasizing the intolerance of excuses. Her Majesty appears before the guests, radiating discreet elegance. Accompanied by two maids, in the sick lady's room, the assembled people greet the new arrival, with alarm calling her the son of the empire, clearly amazed by her appearance. The girl's condition is bad, so Arnoa asks not to get up. The woman sitting on the bed thanks Her Majesty and asks everyone to leave the room to discuss important matters with the Empress. The family, understanding her request, quickly leaves, their faces full of confusion and slight panic. The Countess, in turn, looks more confident and satisfied. Now they will talk calmly. Countess Hermann, radiating discreet elegance, apologizes for meeting the Empress in such a state, smiling softly to hide her worries. The heroine nods, saying that everything is fine. She notes that it is nice because the aristocrat remains on good terms with her family. Arnoa realized that despite the arguments, the relationships in the family seemed good to her, and she noted this with envy. The interlocutor, sitting on the bed, thoughtfully smiling, and admitted that although her family may be a little unreasonable, they are still dear to her because they are her close people, such as you will not find anywhere else. It is impossible not to notice the sickly appearance of the gray-haired woman, so the girl says that her interlocutor looks unwell, to which she jokes, saying that one can directly say that she looks as if she will soon die. Then Her Majesty confirms that she came to invite her to the performance, to which the woman readily agrees, understanding the intentions of the visit. The Countess thanks her for the visit, but admits that she will not be able to attend the performance. The blonde guesses that the reason is not illness, but family circumstances for which she is praised. The girl understood everything too quickly. The last thing she wants is to leave her family in danger at the end of her life. Hermann can't do wrong. Realizing Cajon, admits that she didn't come just for the show. With a surprised look on her face, the woman asks about the reason for her visit, clearly puzzled by the words. The queen says with concern that she has come because she is worried about her interlocutor's health. Then she smiles, and with a slight note of warmth asks if she does not die, will she be able to come to the performance, which has been in preparation for the second week. The gray-haired woman frowns. She is well aware of her illness, which no doctor in the empire can cure. It is often found in those who drank and smoked a lot. Since childhood, the doctor comes out and notices that in Dirhan, where the climate is dry, such illnesses are not uncommon, which explains its origin. The character admits that healing is impossible, but if she wants, she can live longer. The woman asks if there are those who do not want to prolong their lives, and passionately declares that she wants to live at least a month or even a week, because she has a lot of unfinished business. Her conscience will not allow her to leave too much for her family. The tense conversation continues. Rudis reveals details of the illness her mother suffered, from calling this illness hysteric. She tries to encourage her interlocutor, saying that even in such a state, it is possible to live for a long time if you avoid the previous mistakes that were noticed when she looked after her relative. Herman's whole appearance radiates determination and readiness to change her destiny. In the dialogue, she says that she will be able to give up bad habits in order to prolong her life, and that she will never drink or smoke again. Her confidence that she can do everything necessary is conveyed by her bright cry. A new wave of desire to live has already appeared inside the girl. Anxiously asks permission from Her Majesty for the doctor to stay with her. The Empress calmly answers that this was her intention. Just one look expresses hope and gratitude for support in a difficult moment. The Queen talks about the importance of attending the performance, promising to attract the attention of high society. Herman's eyes sparkle with determination. She notes the wisdom of her interlocutor with a slight smile, hinting at expectations. Regret flickers in her thoughts that she did not send more photographs of her nephew. The long-awaited day of the performance arrived. Beautiful tapestries with a fair girl who looked like a mermaid were hung on the walls of the theater. People from all corners of the city came to enjoy the music and the acting. More people came. There were no expectations. Her Majesty was already in the hall, which meant the performance was starting soon. All that was left was to wait a little longer. The young lady of the Riquil family also visited the theater. The Marquise can be seen in the distance. The girls standing nearby exclaim, in surprise, "The rumors are not lying. He came here with a mermaid who took human form and seduced him a long time ago." Even if that were the case, the girl was still a commoner from Viadal, and it seemed that the truly important people never showed up, apparently considering the performance to be something second-rate or being busy with their own affairs. Countess Herman is nowhere to be seen. This does not inspire any confidence, because usually the lady constantly appears at all important events. No one is aware of her health problems, so the aristocrats have moved on to building their own theories that have nothing to do with reality. The redhead snorts. If they were showing a really good scene, her ladyship would definitely appear. Her friend can't help but agree. However, the Queen is not a professional worker, so maybe that is the real reason. High society expected a lot, but it seems that the performance is good only at first glance. Toubert listens to all this smiling. He gets into the conversation, reminding that he knows the Countess well. She is obsessed with quality things, and also very picky. If she doesn't like something, she doesn't waste her precious time. There is only one reason why the content of the production and the list of actors were hidden. Until the day of the show, the man wanted to continue talking, but he was stopped by a familiar voice. It seems the lady was a little late. She is greeting the Baron. The most interesting part begins. People take their seats, and immediately special effects hit them in the face, in the form of water and beautiful pearlescent shades. The actor on the stage drowns, choking on what is pulling him to the bottom. He screams, begging for help. It gradually gets dark in his eyes. The awareness of death, which will come very soon, becomes real. But at the last moment, his hand is grabbed. A beautiful girl with blue hair smiles. A drop of determination is displayed on her face. Finding himself on the shore, the hero tries to clear his throat, and when his voice breaks, he calls out to the stranger. She saved him. All the man wants is to look into the face of his savior. It is unlikely that he will be able to repay her kindness, but he is not against making friends. The woman asks the man what he was looking for in her sea. Damon Resaniel introduces his name, saying that he is the prince of the kingdom. The brunette wants to know the name. The goddess bows her head. Her name is Viola. She has seen many people in her sea, but in front of her is the first one who wanted to know more. The hand reaches out to the palm of the beauty. His Majesty does not need the treasures of the waters. He simply wants to know more about the one who is nearby. The girl with beautiful pink hair slams her fist on the table with force. The princess's place belonged to her family, and the goddess took it. It was worth starting with the fact that many consider her not a real miracle, but something more terrible. Of course, the woman was not going to leave everything as it was. She would fight to the end. A real fire appeared. The man steps back, asking Viola not to come closer. His destiny is to die in this sea and not drag his love along with him. Thanks to the grace of the maiden, Damon managed to save his life, but he must accept the punishment of heaven for daring to love the goddess. Because of her beloved, the mermaid received a mark on her neck. He will gladly accept his fate. There is no point in refusing. Approaching closer, step by step, the lady found herself next to him and gently kissed the man. They found themselves underwater. Because it was she who pushed them off the ship, their love would remain with them forever. They did not have to sacrifice each other. The performance is over. The actors go on stage to accept congratulations and praise, while those gathered in the hall clap loudly. The aristocrats saw something like this. For the first time, they loved it incredibly. From the very beginning to the end, they could not look away. It is obvious that this is a success because the day went off with a bang. The Empress could not be more proud. She cannot get her head around how everything turned out, even better than planned. It did not work to rid Violetta of the rumors that she is a mermaid, but Her Majesty made a good choice, showing their story from the best side. Gradually, people will become more and more interested in the Viadals, and will learn that those rumors are complete nonsense. They have nothing to do with reality. More will become known if you observe the way of life of the people a little longer. When that blue flower dissipated, the main character was reminded of how Belle used his magic to fulfill the idea of giving Arnoa a good evening. The lady still remembers that moment, which will forever be hidden in her memory as something warm. She hadn't seen Fershen for quite some time because of his trip to Kesman. He should be back soon. All that's left to do is wait. Anakin suggests that Her Majesty go to the carriage. The business in the castle is still not finished. The blonde tells the latest news. Rudy's reported that the Countess has become much better, but the woman constantly grumbles since she quit drinking and smoking. Sometimes it is the hardest thing to give up bad habits. The heroine enters her chambers and freezes because she sees Penelope with claw marks on her face. She is holding a kitten in her hands, which behaved too aggressively as soon as the woman tried to tame it. There is no mistake, it is Belle. But of course Rikiel does not know about this. A month ago, a letter arrived in Kesman from the Queen's palace. Roxana was furious because the Asiliers were refused. Usually their requests are more important than anything else. The Empress was arrogant because she did not want to continue to supply the war. A magician enters the room. His name is Ray. The Baron sent is only a lower-class aristocrat, and the owner of the tower comes to the city for another reason. Besides, the journey will take several days. The Duke understands that all this is the work of the brunette standing in front of him. It was true that the man had forced Fershen to come, but he couldn't even think that he would come so quickly. In any case, there was nothing to worry about. Belle was not interested in war, which meant he wouldn't interfere where he shouldn't even, though the foresight was murky, but it was with the help of this ability that they were convinced of the truth. Roxanne follows the exit, pushing the boy away with her shoulder. His powers are terrible, although there are few among the magicians who have the same experience. But thanks to Rai, she understood that it is useless to hold someone who does not know how to use the nature given to him. Since the brunette is good at using poisons, it is better to focus on this. Asilier asks if the subject is afraid to meet the owner of the tower. He already said that even if they cross paths, he will not understand who is in front of him. All traces have been successfully covered. The red-haired man doesn't care about the affairs in Furchin. Considering that everything happened a long time ago, he asks if Kesman and the entire North will have problems if such a powerful magician comes. It's scary to think what will happen if the direction is completely changed. The outcome of events will also be different. Bel is dangerous. On the contrary, it is worth getting closer to use him in your plans. The brunette recalls the conversation when the Duke asked to remove unnecessary things from the road. Powerful people are completely unnecessary in his empire. The hero nods. He almost forgot about his own expressions in the kingdom. For Roxana, no one should stand in her way to the throne. She will become the best ruler in all history. What Ra did had absolutely no effect on the owner of the magic tower. Trying to justify himself, the servant explains that when you use poison from afar, its effectiveness is only 10. And if you are close, 100 and sometimes even more. It turned out that Ra had specifically called the man, but he had already said that he would take everything upon himself to achieve results. In the end, the chief magician intervened on the orders of the Empress. This is an excellent chance. Auxiliary looks at him with an angry look. A person has only one chance to do everything without mistakes. Besides, it is better to keep it a secret. Roxana has no right to know the truth. It will be much better for her this way. At first, the acquaintance does not understand the point of not telling the Duke's daughter, the princess, whom he knows would support their venture as best she could. Her dark heart is no different from their company. The girl does not need to know about the affairs related to Ferchin, and she does not need to participate in them either. The man promises that he will personally present her with an empire, clearing out every area from the wrong people who will help them. Ra can only keep the promise that was given not so long ago. Since the young man says that the brunette will sort everything out, the conversation is interrupted. An enraged Roxanne bursts into the room. Her face is different this time. The emotions are even darker. The man said that Baron Bent and the owner of the Tower of Magicians would come only in a few days, but now the situation has changed. The woman does not want to hear about any abilities that the young man possesses. They are not true. While the magician is about to say something, the red-haired woman steps away, and Ferchin appears behind him. He asks if the chambers of His Grace the Duke are located here. He immediately jumps up from his seat and runs to the door, while the brunette hides behind the hood. The young man walks forward smiling, as if he did not bring bad news with him. They arrived by order of Her Majesty the Empress and ask for forgiveness for the unexpected visit. They do not plan to leave without delivering victory. The first thing before starting negotiations is for everyone to sit down on the sofa. The Baron himself knows that money keeps soldiers alive on the battlefield, so money is the most important part of the plan. Auxiliaire does not think that what they ask the Queen goes beyond the bounds of what is permitted. Bento is uncomfortable talking about it, but Her Majesty strictly forbade anything to be conveyed. She even issued a decree. The woman must have conveyed something else, but what exactly is still unclear. Kaizion, thanks for all the merits in this bloody war, but in order not to bother herself anymore, the lady sent an aristocrat to a cold and harsh place. To relieve the Duke of his war problems, the maiden decided that it would be right. The words are striking. It is obvious that the brunette arrived for negotiations. He was appointed in charge. Negotiations with Kesman do not seem possible. Jumping up from his seat, the red-haired man declares that nothing can be done. They have invaded the territory of the Empire several times. The army will not surrender only after an order. The right to command the Imperial Army belongs to Her Majesty. No matter how difficult it is, they must check whether negotiations are really possible. No one will be harmed if they just try to do something. From today on, the Baron asks to leave him the duties of Commander-in-Chief of the army. The Duke does not like those who chatter in vain and do not understand anything about the affairs they take on. This is the wrong strategy. An ordinary aristocrat cannot know much. He has a limited mind. Auxiliaire and the princess are also obliged to follow Arnoa's orders. The red-haired man continues to shout. There is no one here who recognizes Bent as the one in charge who is appointed. The war will continue for as long as possible, until the hero himself stops wanting it. If the brunette doesn't like something, he can try to stop the actions, but he's unlikely to succeed. The man understood where the conversation was heading. He still couldn't give up on the idea. Then, as he had said, he would find a loophole. But for now, he was asking for a place to stay for him and 10 guards. They would not leave until the negotiations were over. Obviously, the man is bragging that he brought the owner of the tower with him, who if anything will solve all the problems. It is hard to believe that Ferchen suddenly went over to the side of the Empress and became her right hand. Ra stands behind and can't stop smiling, realizing that everything is right. The Duke changes his mind. He nods. Despite their differences, he can't just casually accept guests who have come all this way. The Baron and Ferchen were sent to their new quarters. The door was closed. The maid promised that if anything happened, she would appear as soon as they called. They realized that Acelier was not going to cooperate. He could even kill Bent and push everything onto Casman. The brunette was already aware of this. The Duke himself said that if they didn't like something, the only way was to try to stop it on their own, and that's what they would have to do in the near future. The young man pulled on his mask and went outside. Half an hour later, he was screaming at the top of his lungs, running away from many arrows. A magician was flying nearby, who looked completely at ease with the situation. An hour before, the horror began. The man continued to gather. He expected the Duke to refuse to cooperate, so he chose a new plan. The arrivals would mount horses and secretly enter the kingdom of Kesman to begin negotiations. The young man knew that the real power always belonged to the one who was formally considered the emperor, but he did not think that he would so brazenly ignore the orders of Her Majesty, pretending that she did not decide anything in this country. It's still good that the woman sent a few fighters who can be taken along with her. The mage from the tower can't stop leaving nasty comments, pretending that he finds it funny. The situation clearly amuses him. In any case, they will go to Casman together without an army, so as not to expose her to unnecessary danger. The man asks why he will also be there, but it is obvious that he simply has his own business. The magician lowers his head. He promised that he would only help get into the kingdom, but would not go anywhere further. Bent decided that the best option was to disguise himself as the inhabitants of that country. Without victory, he would not return. Ferchen asks if they really will succeed. The Baron has met their king before. The one who first violated the borders was Shurin. As opposed to letting all the captives die, his priority is to keep the hostages alive. Bent managed to agree on the terms of the negotiations, so it won't take much time. You just need to get into their territory. The magician found a quick way, which they used. The movement saved the situation. Now the duo is rushing through the streets, trying to escape from all the arrows that are trying to pierce their bodies. The young man asks them not to rush so much, otherwise they can accidentally get hurt. The Baron asks how Belle would have acted in his place. In just 10 miserable minutes, the brunette began to resemble a real hedgehog. He was promised that the arrows would not pierce his body, but it seems that this was a mistake. The hero could not even think of such a thing. So now he does not know how to behave. If everything is so, the magician is going to leave his companion first. After his words, magic is formed in his hands, which fades into the background. A little blue sparks flicker with a beautiful color. It would be suspicious if there were no arrivals left in the room, so someone would have to return. Ferchen cast a strengthening spell and threw the brunette into the enemy camp without even thinking about it. The man returned at the most opportune moment. The voice of the maid was heard behind the door. As it turned out, dinner was ready, and it was not recommended to be late for it. The blue-eyed man decided to join. Servants and knights have gathered around, and the long table is set for several people. The man looks around. Apparently, the Duke has no one to drink with, since he decided to invite him for company. This is even a little strange. Roxana is not going to listen to insults or any words that contradict if her father has no one to spend time with. It is better to call one of the knights. They will be the best company. The Duke asks both to calm down. It is not necessary to show everyone their strength or start a fight. He noted that he is sorry. The Baron is not feeling well and remained in his chambers. The redhead realized what had happened to them. She knew that the brunette had run away in order to quickly come to an agreement with Caseman. His mistake was that he had not found out in advance that anyone who went to the enemy camp alone would not be able to return earlier. The girl has only two possible scenarios. Either the young man died, or he had to surrender to the enemy he is responsible, or who, if he does not return within a day, he will be shot immediately without being allowed to object. The flow of words begins to bring only problems. The magician has a headache. Roxanne should remember that if she becomes an enemy of the tower's owner, she will have a happy life or a quick death. The words sound like a threat. If such a vaunted princess cannot catch Fairchen, the reputation will crumble. It would be a pity to lose what was built over the years. The structure is not so wonderful that it can be used. The woman jumps up from her seat. You shouldn't be so sure, since he is a magician. It doesn't mean that there is no way to defeat him. Something must still be found, and she will overcome everything, as long as it is. According to her command, the young man is not immortal. Roxana is not sure that Fairchen will be able to resist her, considering that their strength is almost equal. From the blue color, which is so similar to a toy, the man will definitely remain alive. Silence hung in the hall, because the Duke ordered everyone to be silent. He does not want them to measure their strength at dinner. Wine is carefully poured into a glass, a drink so valuable that it is not offered twice. The entire family that made the product accidentally died on the battlefield. Such was their sad fate. Life came to an end. Alcohol is a great way to heal emotional wounds. Although you don't have to do this, you just have to try it, and then we'll see how it goes. The toast to the prosperity of the empire did not sound entirely sincere, so now they drink to the well-being of the empire. This is exactly how it should be. The man is the first to bring the glass to his mouth and takes a sip, savoring the taste. A few hours before, Ra was brewing something in the dungeon that looked like alcohol in color. The Duke came in to check how things were going. He was seeing such a color perhaps. For the first time, it was very different from what they had prepared before, but the most important thing was that it had good properties. The difference is that this time the potion will be used for the person to drink it personally. The red-haired one clarifies about the effect. It is strong enough to use it on someone other than the tower's owner. They won't have any problems. The red-haired man reminds that poison of the usual kind will not work on his lordship. One should be even more careful in one's actions. The magician already had experience of killing. With his drinks, there is no one better than him. In any case, it is now clear that the end of the tower's owner is near. He will no longer be able to go to Kesman, and he will not be able to find out about the existence of the magician who started all this because he is quite good. It doesn't matter who he is. In the end, following tradition, he will die young. His mother suffered the same fate. Ra will settle down with his name, because this is how he can earn the trust of the Azeliers. The magician drinks the entire glass, leaving not a single drop. This poison is different from the ones the brunette used. Just one sip should destroy all organs, making you feel terrible. Leaving the glass on the table, the young man licks his lips, noting that the taste is truly magical. The hero thought that the Duke was actually bluffing when he said that everyone who brewed the drink accidentally died. Ra, standing in a row of knights, freezes in horror. It is hard to believe that the man remained in a normal state. After all this, the red-haired man does not give up. Instead, he offers another glass. They must have some wine stocked up, because obviously they don't spare anything for the guests. The brunette pours, again and again, finishing in a few seconds, licking his lips contentedly. Azelier can't give up, but his nerves are close to dying. Bottle after bottle evaporates before his eyes. Usually when suspicious people insist on a drink, they are up to something. Everything went completely wrong, as the Master of the North wanted his face is distorted by a grimace, which once again confirms what it is like to lose. For the first time, the Master of the Tower was tried to be poisoned right in front of the assembled knights. The strategy was originally built perfectly, but they forgot one detail that ruined everything. They didn't find out anything about the enemy's body, and that was supposed to be part number 1. Roxana, who had been trying to restrain herself and remain silent until now, suddenly grabs the nearest weapon. She can no longer tolerate the guest's antics. He is too intrusive. If his lordship initially suspected those gathered with him in the hall of attempting to poison him, then he knew that he would not escape the sword of the princess, who wanted to end all this as soon as possible and never return. Here the girl is wrong, because the queen said not only to meddle in the affairs of the imperial army. The red-haired one is angry. Now she can no longer control herself because she was just called only part of the detachment. Although everything should be different, the man didn't give a damn about all the machinations of their family. But things are completely different, because a man from Ferhia is hiding in this place without any effort. The brunette stops the weapon with the help of his magic. Wherever the bastard hides, the hero solemnly promises that he will catch him and do everything to make things worse for him. Such is the duty of the head of the magic tower. He himself chose this path. The Duke steps forward, trying to explain. The man misunderstood. Something he still doesn't care. Nothing has changed. The one responsible for the army will come very soon. And the magician himself doesn't want to talk about this topic. Footsteps were heard outside the door, and Baron Bent appeared on the threshold. He was trying to catch his breath. It was immediately noticeable that he looked worse than before. Something had changed in him. His partner had pushed him straight into the enemy camp. The most valuable thing was not damaged, in the end. In his hands is a document from King Kesman. He asks to read what is written and take it into account. The reaction of the soldiers is quite expected. Bent did his best and concluded a peace treaty exactly as Her Majesty the Empress wanted. In the end, the negotiations actually took less than an hour because the ruler himself was tired of this carnage. The owner of the magic tower smiles. The Baron managed to put an end to the war and did the impossible. Now all that remains is to return back to the royal palace. There are also many unfinished tasks there. The woman wants to rage, and though Kesman dared to surrender. Although they had planned a further war, Ra stands in the corner, trembling a little. He was also of no use. Although he made promises, Bent reaches back for the document. As the study is officially over, the Duke tries to grab the paper at first, but is asked to let go. People have gathered around and are looking at the two of them, waiting for the problem to be resolved. The red-haired man said at the very beginning of the meeting that the war would drag on and would only end when he allowed it to happen. It was a pity that it didn't work out as planned. The words sounded like mockery. The man, just like the Baron, returns back to quickly convey the news to the Queen. The father said that Arnoa is only a ruler in words, and she should not be taken seriously. But here, even he could not utter a word. I want to scream and do everything that is forbidden. They are obliged to participate in the victory ceremony in this war and meet Her Majesty at the ceremony. This way, it will be easier to understand what kind of person she is. Now Snowball is sitting on the bed and calmly washing his paw. Judging by the look of the baby, the negotiations were successful. Now we can move on to other details. Sitting down next to him on the bed, the blonde asks if the imperial palace is a joke for his lordship. The sweet look makes him continue to smile. Cats have always been Arno's weakness. To prevent anything from happening, the lady asked to enter through the main entrance. Officially, the blonde immediately asks a lot of questions because she wants to know how things are with the Baron and the war. Everything is ready, and the magician has arrived to quickly convey the news to Her Majesty. Bent received confirmation of the surrender, which means that the Empire defeated Kesman in this long, difficult battle. The messenger did the best job. It was done perfectly. The brunette brought him straight to the King of the North, so the matter did not even take an hour. The papers were signed. Everyone wanted to breathe a sigh of relief as soon as possible. There was still a little time left. The main character made sure that the problem was solved and arrived through the portal. Instead of the long journey on horseback, he, of course, did not take the Baron with him. In addition, the man also helped with specific effects on stage. He did everything so that the viewer could see a wonderful picture, composed of several important details. The smile doesn't fade, as the young man asks if his friend liked the gift. The equipment was meant for her, and it was she who wanted the performance to go well. The magician hadn't seen the queen for a long time, so he couldn't come empty-handed. The beauty's eyes were shining. For some reason, her heart was beating wildly, constantly trying to jump out of her chest and do a somersault. They would talk about this later. Discussing Kesman was much more important. The princess was the one who turned out to be serious about not obeying. But there were too many people who saw the agreement, so she eventually decided to withdraw her troops. It seems that Her Majesty could not do anything. The most important thing is that the victory is for the Empire. The leadership of the Duke led to the fact that now he and the squad will be praised. Although the Baron was successful in the negotiations, it was the Archduke and his daughter who led the army in the war for a year, and they cast aside all fears and stood up to defend their home. There is no point in talking about Bent. He is a real malingerer, although the hero does not mention that he abandoned him, and the soldiers immediately leaving, only waiting for the end of the negotiations. Everything will be fine with the guards too. Everything turned out even better than originally planned. All that remains is to hold a ceremony in honor of those who participated in the battles. This is a lesser problem than everything else. Unlike Aaron, the Duke will be welcomed by the inhabitants of the Empire, because they know him and even trust him a little here. Luck alone will not do. The maiden must know how to behave. Of course, Her Majesty must greet those who return from war with victory. The soldiers will be greeted by the inhabitants as they march into the fortress. The lady is obliged to reward the returning heroes and not just arrange a great feast. It turns out that very soon, the queen will meet Princess Roxanne. The brunette leans closer and promises that no matter what, he will always be on Arno's side. Smiling in response, the lady gently touches her friend's hair, thanking him for the trust he has shown. After the end of the war with Kesman, the king that everyone so much desired returned to the Empire. The discussions between the aristocrats did not subside for a minute. They said that the enemy had surrendered. Everyone knew that the Auxiliaires would win, but it became clear that Her Majesty had also made a big contribution. There was another topic in the palace: the inhabitants of Viadal. After the performance, more people learned about them. The pin Lady Rikiel wears was created based on the scar on the back of Violetta's neck and is a one-off. Marquis Bissaniel gave the girl a gift as a token of gratitude for her coming to their wedding. They held a modest ceremony in a hurry. There were few people there, and all were only relatives or friends. Still, the banquet was gorgeous. It must be admitted one of the servants overheard the conversation, noting that each of those in the greenhouse was among the invited persons. It would be fun to be there with the actors of the play, The Sea. The dark-haired lady talked to Lola for 30 minutes. In real life, she turned out to be even more cheerful and happy than on the screen. Behind her back, she could be called another wonder of the world. Marquis Bissaniel and his wife are the real heroes of the play. There is nothing surprising. Violetta was called the goddess of the sea from the very beginning when she arrived to her future husband. The man realized that he had said something wrong. Spreading rumors and distorting words was not the best option. They were the same inhabitants of the Empire as everyone else, no different. Anakin plays chess with the girl. He is glad that rumors are spreading quickly enough. On the contrary, it is to their advantage now everyone is looking for the actress from Viadal who played the mermaid. It is impossible not to notice that Bissaniel has blossomed recently. He is like a son. Her Majesty saw their couple during the wedding. The guy begged the woman to attend their event. The guy constantly pestered her, asking if he could name his child after the ruler, or put up a golden statue on his lands, and it helped him a lot, paving the way to a happy future. The blonde realized that it was difficult for her to refuse a man like the Marquis, so she agreed they had another topic to discuss that they couldn't avoid. The girl had previously asked to prepare a place for Belle. The man remembers their conversation very well, in which these words appeared. He could not ignore them. The young man said that he would not return to Fairchin and would stay nearby. He also helped with the negotiations, so you have to be kind to him. The brunette is a fragile person. He is easy to hurt. Willow managed to prepare the room. The maids helped him with this, but while the head of the tower remains in the castle, he should listen to other aristocrats, no matter how sad it may sound for him. The heroine nods. She understands what is being discussed and why there is such concern, but this is unlikely to happen. The task seems impossible, given Belle's character. At the meeting, Baron Tubert was once again the first to step forward with his proposal. This time they should greet the army much better than the last times they were having a holiday. The young man suggests decorating the entire castle with jewels. The war did not end as planned, so the Duke is angry. The banquet must be luxurious to calm his ardor a little. The Duke believes that the emblems of the Acilio family should be hung throughout the palace, and all the aristocrats present at the meeting will meet them in front of the court and do everything as is necessary, showing honor. The magician interrupts his fiery speech. It is too difficult for him, so he will not go there. Tubert has another option, namely a tournament for winning, which they give a good reward. The nobleman tries to ignore the interlocutor, but it becomes increasingly difficult since he irritates even the way he pronounces his name and title. He simply replaces it with noble aristocrat. Before finally calming down, the young man teased the man's pride a little by guessing his last name incorrectly, after which they returned to talking about the tournament that had taken place before. The brunette was so angry that he wasn't going to answer the questions asked. If Fershen was so interested, he could always go there himself and having one understand what was what. Turning around, Belle asks for details, but this time she turns to the ferret sitting next to her, who, trying to contain his anger and stumbling, begins his story. At important festivals or banquets, various tournaments stir up interest and bring joy to the public. So, as mentioned earlier, although the winner is predetermined for the sake of reputation, you need to prepare well. Headmaster Furchin interrupted the narrator once again so that a fight would not break out. Her Majesty respectfully asks to be a little more careful. It will be easier for everyone. According to Earl North, tournaments are a tradition of the Empire in which anyone can participate, and the winner gets jewels that are worth more than the estate. According to the Baron, there is already a winner. Most likely we are talking about Roxana, who has taken first place year after year, pushing out all her rivals in the first round. Today there will also be training competitions, but it seems the man was not informed about this. He asks to find out more, but at first, only silence is heard in response. It was possible to find out that if the hero wins, Her Majesty will fulfill any small wish. The words like ice water made the man perk up. This kind of action suits him quite well. The aristocrats start laughing. The Baron shouldn't tell such details to someone who knows nothing about martial arts. He'll start hoping for something and only make things worse for himself. It is true that the magician has never studied anything like this, but he is not against taking part, thus testing his strength. He is also destined to become a winner. The rest are unworthy. Anakin looks at the ring. He doesn't seem to be nervous at all, but in his opinion, it's quite logical. Other people are taking part, and he and the Queen are just watching from the sidelines. Smiling, the heroine looks around the stands. Her snowball must remain in good health. That's the most important thing now. Even though he's a mage, there's still a chance of getting hurt by swords. They're too sharp, even for such purposes. The man standing next to him was silent, but then he quietly asked if Her Majesty was really worried about Bela. Apparently she was acting like this for a reason. She wouldn't want him to get hurt. That's all, Willow reassured. The first round begins, and a young man comes out to the middle of the arena and explains it. He has glasses over his eyes, but this man was always present at such events. Pointing forward, he calls out the names of the participants. On one side is David, from the Rune family, and on the other is Furchin. They look at each other as if they were meat for slaughter. The girl watches the young man to understand that he is unlikely to disappear. The brunette's pose is slightly embarrassing, as if he took a weapon in his hands. For the first time, his eyes look scared, as if he is confused. Even though the owner of the tower is in front of the enemy, you won't have to wait for an easy victory, because in that case, it would be a mistake. The sword in his hands is not a real sword. If you hit him on the head, the person will not die. From the very beginning, Sir David confidently attacks, and Mr. Belcarianas does not react to his attacks, which become worse each time there are suggestions that the pain is to blame. The young man thought he had broken his opponent's bones, but instead, his sword crumbled immediately after hitting his shoulder, his eyes darting around in fear. This was something out of the ordinary. Even the queen gets the feeling that her friend is not human at all. Anakin smirks. This is according to the rules, because in the end the hero does not use magic. Nothing terrible has happened. He is fine. Virgo can't calm down, because she wants to know more about what it was like when Belle was little. Someone cast body-strengthening magic on him. This is what they mean when they talk about it. Because of this reason, the guy is not afraid, even of getting poison in his blood or a blow to the head. The body lives its happy life. The magic was cast by the greatest mistress of the tower, Amaryllis. The presenter runs forward, who is happy with how the fight was going. Because David lost his weapon, Mr. Belcarianas wins. Apparently the woman wanted her son to become the strongest on earth. Round after round, the man moved up to the top. All the swords looked weak, and the young man did not even understand whether he was really given something like that. Such are the realities of this world. Anakin exhales. The way things are moving is starting to irritate him a little. The young lady agrees with him. When he was studying at the academy, he heard that Amaryllis did not want a child, but simply to create someone strong. And then Belle was born. About 15 years ago, the girl went completely crazy, and until her death, she created a new spell for the young man. Apparently, it was her best creation, left after death, as a reminder to everyone else that they should be more careful. It's time for the finals, and Mr. Belcarianas, who has never lost, and Count North from Vectum will take part in it. And they have reached the finals after fighting off numerous competitors. Now the blonde begins to doubt, since the enemy is this person, it will become a little more difficult to manage the task. The girl immediately asks what the reason is. It's all logical. No matter how wonderful his lordship is, he still consists of skin and bones, like an ordinary person. An enemy can injure the strong body of a magician. Only people from the ministry can do this. The sword sucks mana out of the air. That's all that's worth knowing. So it's quite possible to resist magic. One might even say that it's very simple. The blonde wondered how this would change the course of events. The host adds fuel to the fire, reminding that the winner can make a request to Her Majesty. She will gladly listen, and of course try to fulfill the wish. The brunette raises his hand. He wants to be the sole owner of the glass greenhouse inside the imperial palace. A smile is on his face. Self-confidence is creeping out of every crack. North thought that he was not immediately understood, so he clarifies that he wants to get the greenhouse that His Majesty the Emperor had in his past life before he died. He owned it, although in fact he transferred the rights to Azilie. The woman bares her teeth. It becomes more difficult for her to control her impulses. Each time the person she sees becomes more and more hateful. The greenhouse is the most elegant and wonderful place on the entire planet. Several hundred years ago, one master put his soul and heart into his creation. It was a healing place for more than one generation of kings. But then one appeared who caused power to pass into the hands of others because he was an ordinary puppet. The Archduke also demanded that the previous owner give him the premises. He pressured them with manipulation, noting that no one was using the greenhouse anyway. The young man heard that the greenhouse was not being used, so he almost begged to be allowed to become the one who would restore order there. That place always belonged to the imperial dynasty, and when the person on the throne changed, it passed into the possession of the new ruler. Now it is clear that the princess wanted to take possession of the greenhouse again. It is remembered that due to her training with the sword, the glass there cracked and eventually fell. The advisor thought that the count must have been mistaken in his desires. The man was about to say that he didn't need that, and instead ask Her Majesty to do him the honor of having tea with her in a place that sounds more reasonable than anything else. North shakes her head. It doesn't seem that Her Majesty is one of those who throw their words to the wind. He won't back down so easily. The heroine herself doesn't understand what to do next. But at that moment she meets the gaze of her friend. He smiles. The host asks if they will have to wait before making a decision, but the girl replies that everything will be, as the count asked a certainty that she had never had before suddenly entered her. Willow tries to object, but he is shut up. The duel begins on one side. They have North, and on the other, Belcarianas. The magician is nothing without his powers. He still dares to be so arrogant. It is beyond all bounds. Although the tower's owner looks strong, he will suffer the same fate in any case because his body will be broken. As soon as the start is announced, the young man rushes forward without a twinge of conscience. The people sitting in the stands are whispering. Although Bel is powerful, not everyone can handle the sword. If he does not dodge, he will be cut into pieces. The consequences will be severe. His lordship was thrown back a little. The Empress was worried if he was okay. There were too many questions in her head. North realized that this was his chance and rushed forward shouting that the competition was over. Something happened. In a split second, the world seemed to turn upside down, and the hero flew off somewhere to the side, trying to grab the ground so as not to kill himself. When he stood up, his shoulder hurt as if it was broken in two. Bel hears the whining about death because the pain is too strong, but he is not going to pay any attention to it. Turning back to Her Majesty, he whispers with his lips that he fulfilled his promise to win. Willow, who had been watching her old friend's every move, realized that he had copied the trajectory of North's sword, but had no control over the force he was putting in. Physical strength had nothing to do with magic. The master of the magic tower has a natural talent that is completely different from what his opponents have. The master becomes the winner of the competition, and the girl asks him what he would like. The young man was silent for a second. He had a request to make to the Empress herself. He didn't want others to see him ask for something insignificant. It seemed like this was one of the most difficult tasks in recent times. When that ferret asked for a greenhouse, the girl considered it absurd, since she wanted to keep it for herself. Anakin and his mistress's evil gaze distracts her thoughts. It creates the feeling that he is too cool. Willow hurries forward to ask the brunette not to ask for something unrealistic, but the maiden stops him. With just one gesture, bowing her head, the magician wishes that the great queen would do her the honor of drinking tea with him. Obviously, that was all Belcarianus wanted, but the last thing he said was something about meeting alone. The blonde nods. She started to smile, promising that she would do it. Sitting at a table in a wonderful greenhouse, the young man looks around. It would truly be a pity to give the count such a place. It is different from what he had seen before. The knights of the imperial palace are known as very proud people. All that remains is to accept congratulations. The man does not immediately understand what is being discussed, but then everything changes. The blonde did not believe that they liked the hero, although they still dislike Her Majesty a little. It comes from somewhere in the soul. The magician remembers those loud screams, and his head starts to hurt. His friend explained that it was more like cries of joy, something that should not bring pain to those around. Besides, they clapped in vain. The queen believes that the squad did the right thing. It was in honor of his lordship, and there is nothing wrong with that. But to make the young man think differently, it will take a very long way to acceptance. It's strange that people like the man, because usually all he's met with was blind hatred, directed in the wrong direction. The woman still thinks that there's nothing unusual. The army respects strong people. Because of her abilities, Roxana is more popular among the knights than Her Majesty. The mention of the girl made the brunette wince. With displeasure, he felt disgusted. It is common that when a person is strong, they love him, and when they are weak, they humiliate him. Listening to this, the magician assumes that if this is so, they should hate themselves the most. That is exactly it. The army is weaklings to compare the queen to someone below her in rank. The lady has been so busy lately, she never thought she would get to such a charming place and finally relax. Noticing her gaze focused on the surroundings, the tower owner cannot help but ask if his friend likes flowers. She nods, smiling. The maiden adds that she does not revere them as much as Belcarianas. Having heard the words, the hero could not restrain himself, and because of this, he choked. Clearing his throat, the brunette again asks if he heard what was said correctly. It is difficult for him to believe what is happening. In that case, for the lady flowers are not as attractive as Fairchin. What the Empress meant was the fact that the young man loved roses much more than she did. The realization came quite quickly. Memories from the day when the hero took the rose from the vase are displayed in his head. Then they were still in Dirhan. If in this meaning you won't have to think twice. It has nothing to do with reality. Snapping his fingers, the young man turns all the desserts on the plate into flowers that are beautifully decorated. It will be a little better. It is impossible to take away the love for such beauty. The blonde freezes in surprise. She carefully examines the plate, asking what her friend is doing in the form of flowers. The food looks much more wonderful. As the lady said, the magician really loves such little things. Her face remains red like a tomato. The brunette is surprisingly thrifty. All he can do is use frightening magic, but his mother taught him this. Unfortunately, she didn't give him a choice and did what she thought was necessary. Realizing that the conversation has taken a turn in the right direction, Her Majesty asks if Belle was close to Amaryllis. It is difficult to say. She taught her a lot, so most likely they were close people. Despite this, the one who raised his lordship was Ascalaeus. The girl thought that this was the husband of the great woman, but she was mistaken. We are talking about the close magician, the same raccoon from the hunt. The guy's mother really liked to bring some handsome guys and spend the night with them. One of them is probably the biological father. Listening to such words, the lady herself did not notice how she blushed. The blue-eyed one is amazing. Usually people are afraid to ask unnecessary questions, and even more so to clarify about the mother of the magician. There has never been anyone who would be so confident. There is no point in lying. Her Majesty has been busy. In recent years, the girl has not heard other rumors that began to float in the air immediately after the woman's death. And although this would be useful for study, apparently even Anakin did not tell anything. He was afraid. Willow never believed the stories of the aristocrats, but it is true. The son of the great witch Amaryllis brutally killed her, sucking out her mana to the last, not allowing her to continue living. The advisor repeatedly tried to talk about the tower's owner, who amuses himself by stealing the life forces of mages, but the lady never listened to him. Arnoa hears for the first time that Amaryllis was among the victims. Smiling, the queen waves her hand. She does not believe that things are really as they should be. The words make the interlocutor freeze in his chair. He cannot predict where their conversation will turn. Her Majesty does not know the essence of magic, but she thinks that for such a thing to be possible, there must be something that would push one to commit such an act, in which case it is unrealistic. A person capable of taking the life of another must either be too afraid of being weak or want to become the strongest in this world, neither of which applies to Belcarianas. He is different. Most of the population by nature wants to become the best, and the main one, they are afraid of being in a position where they have to run away from fate. Noah, who became the Empress, is no exception. The lady never wanted to be weaker than Lu Xiang, and by Nus, for the sake of power, she had a desire to become a queen who would be called the mistress of the continent. The consciousness did not listen to the heart. The heroine thought logically. The girl has told her story more than once, and it makes sense to repeat it again. Belle is different even from her. He has no fears or desires that will lead him. The owner of the Tower of Magicians will always be unique. He did not want to become powerful. He was born this way and lived his whole life in peace, with his powers knowing that they were given to him by other people. The young man has no understanding of how to envy the abilities of others, and he does not take mana from them by force. Usually the two of them sign a contract or make a bet. Only after that the brunette does his job. The speech is coming to an end. Even if his lordship stole the powers of the mages, he must have had many reasons, which unfortunately cannot be told. The guy's eyes lit up with light. He had never heard anything like this. Still unable to come to her senses, Belle asks if he really seems like a person who doesn't want anything. It was true. The girl figured out his thinking. He didn't want anything and couldn't hope. Surprisingly, when the man looks into the blue eyes of the Empress, which look into the soul, piercing the consciousness, he becomes different. Getting up from his place, the hero asks if it is true that Her Majesty is not afraid of anything. Belle is worried, and this can be seen in his constrained movements and the worry in his eyes, which has not gone away. Clenching his hand into a fist and unclenching it, the man reaches for the girl's cheek. He wanted to say something, but the lady slipped and flew back straight into the glass. I remember one conversation they said that Acelier used the greenhouse for her training before the woman's accession to the throne. She considered it to be normal and disposed of her property as she wished. The place is truly wonderful, but unfortunately, no one has looked after it for a long time. Penelope is sorry that this happened. The queen agrees. She thought it would be good if the masters took a closer look at this place, thus checking if everything is in order. Last time they wanted to go to that place, Acelier got angry and chased everyone outside. They came without permission, so the reaction was quite real. The air inside the room, outside is different from what is everywhere. There is something special. Seeing that something irreparable was about to happen, the young man rushed to Her Majesty, and in a second found himself with his back to the glass, which cracked. He grabbed the lady with his arms, hugging her tightly so that nothing would happen, and thinking that now everything would end. The girl carefully moves away from the young man. She looks into his eyes. The world seems to freeze. There are only them, and everything around is spinning, losing its meaning. The first thing Caisson asks is if the young man is very surprised, but he shakes his head. If the heroine is not mistaken, the frozen feeling in the man's eyes is a strong fear that has never manifested itself before. How to react to this, the beauty herself does not know. She has too many questions that hang in the air. The gentleman returned back to his chambers, where he was met by a raccoon. They had not seen each other for a very long time. The boy even managed to miss him. The magician does not share his feelings, which are sincere, because they met literally a day ago. Noticing small details, the hero cannot help but ask if his friend is sick. His face instantly turns pale, and a second later, it turns red again. He may have a fever, even if he shouts that everything is fine. In any case, Belle said that he would stay in the castle and asked the young man not to appear until he called him not to obey orders. Already something as a correct decision every time the same thing happens. Since the magician is in such a state, not because his friend was not there, then the reason is something else. He is returning to Fershon, and without help, he has become very ill. This is unlikely to end well. He needs to be more careful. Ascalaus heard that that special person was in Kesman. He should have returned first. The hero is a little scared, so he continued to watch. In any case, he will not run away and will return back with Duke Acelier. If the magician is not a problem, the matter lies in the family of the future ruler, which he considers himself to be. The man understands that the princess will receive the throne only if she kills Her Majesty, freeing up the place that will be occupied. For now, the Duke had been preparing a rebellion for a long time, so he got rid of the other candidates earlier. The Emperor and the Prince died from poisoning. The brunette did not know that this family was involved in the mess. Of course, this changes the whole perspective of the situation. Belkarianas turns away. A strange expression freezes on his face, more like despair or realization. He does not hear the hand calling him, because his thoughts are occupied with the Empress and her affairs in the state. Although the man was far from politics, he couldn't help but know that in the royal family getting rid of each other was something like the norm. Nothing changed. He couldn't remember a moment when Arnoa had been attacked even once, which raised even more questions. After the woman returned from Dirhan, everything was almost stable. She fought for power and tried to help the inhabitants of the country. Unconsciously, the magician thought that he could always be there, protecting when needed. The hand tries to bring the gentleman out of his trance. Today he is somehow strange. He behaves completely differently than before, while thoughtfully looking to the side. In a rough voice he reminds that he has changed his mind and will stay in the palace. It will be more logical. The Empress needs protection. If not him, then no one will help her. Such are the realities of life. The brunette does not remember his friend acting logically, but now he has a different picture in his head. The owner of the tower does not cease to amaze and throws up new surprises when it seems that nothing new will happen. The realization fades. The raccoon screams that Furchin is in love with Her Majesty. It became obvious considering how he jumped up, starting to protest. It's not about feelings at all. No reason was found. Everything just looks like a resemblance. Questions begin that cannot be escaped. Ruka tries to understand how often the young man thinks about Her Majesty. When Luciano ruled, the magician did not behave like this. He only dislikes those who interfere with the queen. This is a new feeling, because usually he never interfered. There is nothing strange in the behavior. In any case, love comes from where no one expects it. This is the first time for him, so you can understand the feelings that are lost somewhere in the mind. This is how the young man tries to cheer up. The protagonist does not want to think about his behavior because he is uncomfortable realizing that he fell in love. To give the gentleman a little peace, a friend hands him a sphere. They already talked about this. The program contained rare footage that the man wanted to sell to Anakin at a higher price. He himself requested it. There would be no deal. In a second, the magician reacts and crushes it into 2 parts, making everything even easier. Going that far would not be the best idea when the Imperial army returns. The owner of the tower promises himself to catch the poison maker. He will be punished as he deserves for the attempt. And not only there is a whole list of sins. The young man repeated more than once that as soon as Ra caught him, he would be torn apart and the remains would be scattered throughout the forest. There would be no mercy for him. He should have lived and not gotten underfoot, but this was already a missed chance, which was worth nothing. Unfortunately, Anakin stands next to the queen's desk as she tries to work. Ever since the lady returned from the greenhouse, she has been somewhat absent-minded. Willow gave the order to repair the glass. The most important thing is that Her Majesty was not harmed. While tucking his hair and waving off unnecessary questions, the hero reminds them of the topic of their conversation. They were discussing the preparation of a welcoming ceremony for the troops, the most important thing being to do everything as perfectly as possible. When the army led by the Duke and Princess returns back to the Empire, there will be a grand welcome and ceremony that will be unlike any that have ever been held before. In front of the assembled residents, there will be soldiers who defended the honor of the country and the future. It is impossible to make everything be as it should be. A luxurious greeting remains in the plan. As number 1, that's right. If even one point is not completed, there will be more people who ignore Her Majesty as the commander-in-chief of the army. Her Majesty must remember that the princess is aiming for the throne. She must have already figured out how to get what she wants. Now Roxana doesn't know the queen very well and doesn't understand how to act, what sore spots to press. So for now she will refrain. She thinks that her sister is like her brother. Arian was quite weak. The redhead's opinion may change when she meets Arnoa in person. There is still hope that the woman will understand that in front of her is not someone from whom the throne can be easily taken away and who can be forced to dance to the tune. Even if the girl takes away the rights to own the lands, the blonde will not remain alive. The only daughter of the emperor and queen couple, born with the noblest blood in the empire, will receive more than anyone using Luciano's example. The heroine has already realized how dangerous existence itself is. Once Roxana decides to attack, she will not hesitate, and then there is no way to hide from her. No matter what attempts are made, the thought of a possible chance of an attack right at the ceremony does not leave your head. The advisor suggests surrounding himself only with trusted people. They will protect him from any bad intentions. Smiling, the girl suggests throwing the largest ceremony in history. The woman is going to invite ambassadors from nearby states, who, if they want to look good in the eyes of the ruler, will definitely find the time and energy to come even from the most remote corners of the empire. A good option would be to create a real crowd. This way, there will be fewer problems and a higher chance of survival. Anakin doesn't look like this is a normal thing for him. He's already thought about it and doesn't know how to put the words in the right order so as not to offend. The queen starts to get nervous, asking what happened. Smiling, the friend laughs. He was just playing. In fact, her friend's abilities are perfect for a place on the throne. She will go far if she continues to be so smart. The knights from the north are traveling to the kingdom. On the way they talked. Because there were no other entertainments, many heard that Her Majesty envies the princess. Before Arnoa appeared in the main castle, no one had even heard of her. Roxana is the complete opposite, very famous and loved by many. Despite her harsh character, Kaisian Jr. was the queen of Dirkhan, and then suddenly took over the entire continent. It was too much for her. Of course, she is different from the lady who commanded the army since childhood. The red-haired one was called the goddess of warriors behind her back. With her sword, she executed not only the enemy army, but also her comrades. All the soldiers respect and fear her. They do not count on pardon if they made even one mistake. Rumors about the hatred towards the knights also did not come out of nowhere. They are devoted to Her Grace the Duchess. And therefore this is the only reason to treat them this way. If they are received coldly in the castle, there is no need to be surprised. This is something normal. Everything is going according to plan. Acilier can't stop smiling because he knows that dealing with the queen won't be difficult. Finally, the horses have arrived at the main gate. They are ready for anything. There is no point in being surprised by anything. The young man wanted to say something, but froze. As soon as he saw the scale of the beauty, there were many flags and tapestries around the text, of which congratulated on the victory. This was something special. Several servants and one envoy, who was asked to escort the arriving guests, come forward. Her Majesty tried to do everything so that during this time they felt as good as possible. The knights immediately rejoice. The Empress has not forgotten about them, since she greets them so kindly. And this makes them smile even more. The red-haired one, on the contrary, gets angry. The aristocrats begin to show more attention to Arnoa's person. A better provocation should work, but for starters, it would be nice to come up with something worthwhile. The queen has prepared a luxurious ceremony, for which the woman will definitely be grateful. The party is just starting. Penelope is making sure there are no problems. She is a little worried about the Acilier family, but inside, there is a grain of hope that the two will not spoil everyone's mood, given the number of people gathered. An acquaintance of the girl's hurries to her. She can't even ask what's going on when Louise grabs her sleeve and begs her to go with her into the hall. Something happened there. The maid herself was shocked when she saw it. Now she shows it to her trusted people. The beauty's eyes widen because Her Majesty Roxana is sitting on the throne. She is calmly drinking wine, not paying attention to anyone. Penelope will not leave it like this. Perhaps the Duchess has problems with her eyesight, but there was a mistake with the places. The woman herself should be aware of where she can sit and where she can't, but where she stopped is very convenient. so the redhead has no intention of refusing to have a good time, no matter how much they shout at her. There is no place in the palace where a great warrior could not sit. If there are any claims, they must be presented directly to the Empress, since she is the true authority of this place. Roxana is sure that the lady will never order her to get off, but she is mistaken. A stern voice is heard, reminding her that the princess has no right to be on the throne, which rightfully belongs to the queen. Meeting the gaze of the new ruler, confusion blossoms. Kaizion lived in an unsuccessful marriage and was shaking with fear because of the death of her brothers. She should be a simple wretched maiden who became a false empress. The eyes strongly resemble themselves. In that passionate moment, when the little girl tried to protect her ladyship's horse, the woman could not forget something so impressive. So now she tries to play it over in her head again. It's hard not to notice that compared to their childhood days, Arnoa's gaze has become even more evil, as if she has lost all the bits of her kindness, not listening to the order. Roxanne calmly says that she couldn't congratulate the woman on her title earlier, so she does it now. Words will not be accepted while the girl sits on someone else's throne. She cannot hope for a good outcome if she does not go anywhere. Snorting, the heroine notes that the castle treats guests terribly, who are supposed to be dear. The army was tired, having made a long and difficult journey. The girl hoped that the throne would be lent to her, at least for one evening. The voice lowered when the blonde again ordered to move. The lady liked where she was sitting, so she let everything go in one ear and out the other. It was okay to respect Roxanne for how good she was at martial arts and military strategy. And when people said that there was no such thing as a good person like her, one had to agree. But the Empress would not stand by and watch the Duchess cross the line by sitting in someone else's seat. Smiling, the lady wants to say something, but instead first knocks over the glass from which she drank wine. And the Imperial Knights and those who came from the war, if there is a need, will raise their swords for the girl. That is how it will be. She is an authority for them. On the outside, most of those who serve at the palace appear to be loyal servants, but the queen knows the truth. They may feel disgusted by Her Majesty's orders. As to them, she is simply a new person. For the inhabitants of the castle, the blonde will always be just the younger sister of the incompetent past emperor, the former queen of a small state, without any power. No matter how she increases her power on her side, there are only a couple of influential people who try to be close. Let's face it, the Duke's influence is still great. So instead of drawing his sword because of the words and behavior of the princess, who is close to betrayal, it is better to simply watch from the sidelines, waiting for how it all ends. The girl wants to throw the scoundrel out of her place right now, so that she will finally stop behaving so arrogantly. But alas, this will not happen yet. For the sake of everything that Roxana has achieved, she should calm down. This is what a true ruler would do. It is impossible to allow rumors to spread that will play into the hands of the Duchess, even though it will sound offensive. There is simply no way out. Lowering her head, she is ready to endure the words, thinking that the interlocutor fought on the border only for this place. It is worth remembering that it was not Roxana who climbed onto the wrong throne, but Her Majesty, who showed mercy by allowing her to be in the castle and communicate with high society. That is exactly how it is. Despite her antics one day, the young lady will regret it. She has no right to such behavior, and is mistaken if she thinks that Her Majesty is so stupid as to remind about the rules of the palace. The case will be used against her. Images flash before my eyes, and again from that very day, the girl should have burst into tears and run away, but instead she sat next to the horse and calmed him down, promising that it would never hurt again. The princess thought that the woman would explode when she saw someone in her place. But she plays well. Rickle comes forward. The queen is right. She should behave like a servant and not the most important one in this empire. The Duke swore allegiance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have butted in where he wasn't even wanted. Other people's family relationships are none of his business. That's all the young man can say. For now, apparently, he doesn't care about the relationship with the Asiliers. the act is considered risky. The Marquise comes out from behind, noticing that only Roxana is constantly thinking about how to recruit more allies, worsening the situation of others. She freezes. Basaniel was an even more unexpected surprise. At that moment, Her Majesty leaned closer behind her. She repeats again, in case it was suddenly not heard. Acilier has the right only to get up and leave. This, perhaps, is where her actions end. While the war was going on in the north, the new empress slowly lured more allies to her side. The girl, like an insect, was trying her best to survive. But then why did a letter with bad news arrive before arriving in the capital? The redhead could have entered the battle right now and crushed the ruler, but there were too many eyes around this time. Mercy would be shown. Getting up, the woman asked for forgiveness, tired from the long journey she was in. The wrong place. This was all a misunderstanding. Since such words sound like reality, the blonde promises that she will forget about the rudeness shown to her, because those gathered here did not come to watch the squabble, but to praise the warrior's feat. Blue-eyed throws the last card on the table. If so, her request will be heard. The soldiers of the North spend almost all their time on the battlefield, but they are not much better than those who protect the Queen. Those people are so virtuoso that this is a separate topic. The girl would like Arnoa to personally train her subjects. She should find time to participate in military competitions with them. That's all the girl asks for. The previous rulers also took part in this venture so that they could realize the full power of the army and increase their military powers. Everyone knows that knights swear allegiance through special treatment. The Queen looks too angry, but it's not worth it. Roxana doesn't ask to take up the sword. Of course, you can fight personally too, but the idea is a little different. There is a suitable place for everyone. There are group competitions where you have to compete in leadership and strategies that the squad leader builds. You can't win by Arnoa's strength. You can see it, even just by looking. The woman suggests group competitions only for this reason. Roxana praised him for his initiative, but it was stupid to hope that Luciano's sister was exactly like him. They would still have to see how the game the Duchess had started would end. One of the most common methods of struggle between competing parties is competition in strategies. This also requires a lot of work. Getting everything in the best possible way is sometimes more difficult than it may seem. Under the leadership of one person, several knights try to get points for the team. The more they manage to earn, the higher the rank of the process advances. At first, it may seem that this is something simple, almost primitive, but it is not. The fighting techniques used in the competition are similar to those that are later encountered in war. There are not many differences, although, of course, to some extent, everything should have been completely different. The heroine has a great chance that only a weak mind would not take advantage of. If she wins, the people will start making up stories about how the new empress dealt with the princess. In no time, the one who recently returned from a brutal war. The girl twisted the situation while she was ranting about a victory that might not happen. Many people think in advance that nothing good will happen. The battle that has been accepted is one of those that the lady simply has to win. It will not be possible to avoid it either. The Duchess would not suggest something that would benefit her directly, but it is better to take advantage of the situation when there is a chance that everything will go well, in which case it will be possible to pull power in the army to her side, allowing the soldiers to believe in the Queen. After thinking for a moment, Her Majesty nods. She accepts the offer. A wave of excitement sweeps through the hall. Penelope, standing nearby, covers her mouth with her hands, smiling. Roxana hopes that they will see each other very soon. It should happen even earlier. Turning around, the lady gradually leaves the main hall. Of course, there will be no need to show mercy. She will make every effort to crush the woman like a bug, making her regret the day when Luciano died, along with Arian, leaving his little sister on the throne. Blue-eyed also promises that she will wait impatiently. She will never allow everything to go the way she wants. She will fight to the end, even through force, if necessary, to remain a happy person. Basaniel, like everyone else, arrived at the meeting. He asks about Her Majesty's confidence, Because fighting against Roxana is not an easy task, it can be considered almost impossible. Bent, as one of those who think sensibly, decides to remind the status the battle will be with the Duke's daughter. No one wants to face them on the battlefield. Everyone already knows the reason too much cruelty flows inside. Rickle interrupts the aristocrat. The battle can bring good benefits in the palace. They are obliged to take advantage of the chance and officially defeat the heroine of the empire. Thus, the position of the empress will be strengthened. Unfortunately, there are many soldiers in the army who have a dubious attitude towards the ruler's authority. They are still under the influence of Acilier. Getting out of the net is not as easy as it might seem at first glance. As an example, Arnoa's company will crush a longtime rival for the throne. She won't even have time to blink an eye, as it will all be over. The girl asks her friend about the information she asked to find. The army has many experienced soldiers who have taken part in more than one war. Usually they are not so talented on their own, but in the case of a detachment, everything turns upside down. The princess uses excellent strategies and knows the strengths of her subordinates, so it is obvious that she will try to do even more of the best in her favor, and together with her warriors, the woman will continue to openly despise the empress. In the Duchess's opinion, the weak Kaision doesn't even have a chance. Nothing will happen if she gives up right away, so as not to fall into the same noose that is gradually tightening around her neck. Looking around, the blonde clarifies whether the rest of the council thinks so. The lady may not have enough military experience, but her abilities are no less. Bent is taking the rap for everyone. He actively waves his arms, assuring that they will be able to achieve their cherished desire. It will be a little easier from now on. The girl has already figured out how she will act at the moment when the princess is confident of victory. She begins to pursue the prey to show her superiority. The woman realized that the best idea was to use a weak spot. Anakin, hearing the strategy, snorted. Her Highness decided to become bait. Rickle was the only one who took the idea. Normally, they would do everything possible to help. However, left alone with the Duchess, the woman is on her own. No one knows what might happen. The risk is always worth it. The woman understands that she cannot protect herself, but is ready to try. Now it is important to do at least this. The fact that the queen sits on the throne proves her thoughts. She trusts her knights and asks them to do the same. Ascalaus ran to Belle as soon as he heard the news from the palace. The master said not to go there anymore, but no one listened. The fact itself is not important. Now the brunette exhales. He wants to know. The raccoon must hope that it will be something magical, since the magician was distracted. They say the Empress will fight with Her Grace the Princess. She seems to have some kind of plan, but no one knows how this battle will end. The lady said that she was taking risks without listening to the end. Belcarianas flies out of his tower, flying away with the help of magic. The blonde adjusts her dress, thinking this is the first time she will fight on her own. Even though she has thought out a plan, it is also better to prepare for unforeseen situations. The blue-eyed girl was distracted from her thoughts when a familiar figure burst into the room, looking as if he was worried and out of breath. The words that form the question should be spoken by Belle. He heard that there will be a fight between Acilier and the Queen. One would like to hope that this is not true. The upcoming event is a group event. There is no point in speaking out when you yourself do not know what we are talking about. Her Majesty snorts. The young man worries more than his girlfriend, offering to cast a spell for good luck, or try to be present in order to help at every step. The lady doesn't want to listen to anything. She is sure that this time she can handle it on her own. She just needs to watch and finally relax. A little time will pass, the duel will end, and the maiden will return, victorious. You won't have to wait long. She is already sitting on a horse in front of the forest. Group competitions come in different varieties. There is an animal hunt, a treasure hunt, a maze, and many other options, each more creative than the other. Roxana decided to choose the most interesting one they're playing for. Who will be the fastest to rip off the bandage that is on the opponent's hand? Each team has a king and knights who protect His Majesty. Based on this, the leader must tear off the bandage. Whoever gets the piece of cloth first is considered the winner. In fact, the weapons of the competitors are fake, so as not to injure anyone. Various types of arrows and swords are coated with a special paint. It masks a little when something touches the body. A trace of paint will remain. Once the king is out of the game, the whole group is eliminated. Two smiling, Roxanne asks if they can start. She is already ready. The competition begins. Everything goes according to plan. The red-haired one immediately goes closer to Her Majesty. She also has her own strategy. The woman turns sharply and runs forward, giving the command to her knights. Roxana is going to follow right behind her, not losing sight of her. As the girl thought, they immediately went after her. It is clear that everything that was written in the plan is repeated. The day before, the lady showed the advisor a journal. For some unofficial reason, everyone on the list died. Only those who stood in Acilier's way were there. If the Duke really did disguise the murder as an accident that never happened, there is no guarantee that he will not do the same thing this time. If the Queen were to die, Roxanne would say that it was because of the self-confidence that was blazing when they entered the competition, and the princess would definitely follow the blonde to fight one-on-one. Best used against a woman's strategy, the maiden orders her knights to deal with the Empress's guards. On the screens, the video shows the queen giving a sign, the princess confidently galloping behind her, and there is not a single knight nearby who could help in the situation. Turning, her ladyship gives Ra a signal that serves as a call to action. The man nods and calls upon his power, which immediately spreads. The raccoon and the cat sitting on the branch immediately felt that same energy. They understand what exactly is being discussed and who is behind all of this. The broadcast from the screens was interrupted. The girl continued to run after the Empress, asking when they would fight alone as expected. Finally, the horse stopped finding itself 2 steps away. The red-haired girl raises her sword and at the same time makes sure that everything ends in a bad way. The princess has a real sword in her hands, but the blonde is no slouch either. She went for the same trick because it is not prohibited. The lady didn't expect it to come to this, but Acilier assures that she has a weapon that is usually used for self-defense. Someone is jealous of fame. But smiling, the main character does not understand how someone can think like that when in front of her is not even the main ruler of the country. The man looks around, as he thought that magician followed the Aziliers and returned back to the empire. The place is now left unattended. His Majesty is going to go and capture that master, and the hand will take care of the queen, who is already coping. Everything will be fine with the queen. But if she suddenly finds herself on the brink of death, Ascalius is obliged to rush to her defense. Bell is already in a hurry because he sensed the magic of his old acquaintance. He is sneaking along the wall, thinking where to hide so as not to be discovered. Last time the tower owner did not capture the poison master because they were outside the empire, but now there is no help. He will be in trouble. If only the man was stronger, it would be better. When Acilier's soul stone is in his hands, he will live a happy life like everyone else. Ra doesn't understand how much longer he will have to hide. He doesn't want to walk around the corners anymore. Footsteps are heard behind him, and then Ruka grabs his throat. The magician tried to say something, but the brunette was distracted by the screen, where the most terrible thing was happening. He seemed to block the transmission, but everything continued further. The young man suddenly threw some poison in her face, and while his lordship was watching the princess and her actions, he managed to get away. The red-haired girl knocked the sword out of her rival's hands. Rickle reasoned as usual truthfully. He and Acilier had a huge difference in strength, and their training was not just insufficient. Her Majesty will be able to withstand the first attack, and even the second, but it will be difficult to hold out longer, relying only on her easy luck, which will not save her in any way. In order to avoid being near the crazy woman any longer, the blonde sharply calls her horse, and they rush off to the side, which is supposed to be protective. The woman ordered to hide the weapon somewhere in the forest and show where exactly everything worked. She has a bow and arrows in her hands. The lady is up to something, but this trick won't work again. She launches arrows right under the feet of the enemy's horse, which immediately gets scared. It is quite difficult for the animal to calm down, and the blonde takes advantage of this, again sharply pushing the princess down, somewhere from the horse. The redhead lies on the grass and is already preparing for death, because a blade is raised right above her. It plunges into the ground a centimeter from her face. The smile is shining. Her Majesty is winning, while the Duchess is out, due to her carelessness and desire to win even an insignificant fight. Horror freezes in the eyes. It is very scary and difficult to accept reality, no matter what the enemy resorts to. When you put pressure on him, by force, the fight ends. The Empress won using simple tricks, and tore off the bandage, jumping up and taking the blade. The red-haired one orders not to look down on her. Roxana had already raised the weapon to her throat, but then the Baron appeared and ordered them to stop. The competition was over. The bandage was torn off. The girl screams that everything is still going on. Her soldiers are still on the battlefield, her voice echoing through the television broadcast. The magical connection returned. The useless Ra failed to keep the viewer in the dark. He failed again. The winner has been determined and confirmed. Her Majesty takes the honorable first place. She cannot help but say that she is not happy about this. There is only one strongest the heroine lost because of her excessive arrogance. She should have behaved differently so that problems did not arise. Maybe there would have been a different result. Thanks to her cleverness, the queen defeated the strongest enemy in the entire empire, and the people clap and shout, praising the maiden's strength. The image of the lady will remain in the memory of the inhabitants of this empire for a long time. There will be no one else equal to her, and this is a fact. This is how everything will continue to be. In the banquet hall of the palace, decorations were hung, and food was set out. Everything was beautiful, much more luxurious than before. All the previous times literally faded into insignificance. The Duke spent a lot of money. He was sure that his daughter would win, so he didn't spare a penny, and now he's really angry. The young Duke Rickle helped in the competition. He congratulates his sister on her victory, which was very well deserved. The smile does not disappear from his lips. It was an honor for the family to help. That was really the most important thing. But while the battle was going on, there were only a few fighters next to the queen. An evil look turns to the other knights, who had disappeared somewhere, and appeared only at the end, coming to the banquet itself. The Duke shouts that he must be careful with his words. Otherwise, it creates the impression that those who remained close to the princess are being accused of infidelity. This is probably true, despite the fact that everything is said correctly. Many other details appear that were not visible before. One of the main ones gets down on one knee. He won't lie, they had been following Acilier on the battlefield for a long time, so the competition was just a tribute to Roxana. Now the war is finally over. The queen is now the commander-in-chief. Everyone kneels and asks for forgiveness for the rudeness shown. The commander clearly has the gift of speech. The girl wanted people to take her side, but this sight makes her feel disgusted, and anger takes over. Until now, they had served the Duke faithfully, but as soon as it became unprofitable, they immediately decided to change the team. The lady does not know what to do. The knights will be given a chance. For a month, they will train in the knightly order of Raquel to learn how to serve properly. According to Acilier, such useless activities are of no use. The commander himself asked for another chance if he wants to serve. Then he will go through even this. Roxana can no longer listen to what is happening. She runs out into the street, but cannot get rid of the annoying voices. The woman was thinking about how she would kill everyone when she encountered Anakin. As expected, he was behind everything that happened in the battle. She should have guessed earlier. The Emperor is not able to come up with a sensitive plan on his own, so it is quite logical to see how everything is transformed. This is also in the order of things. Willow smiles unpleasantly. The girl clearly overestimates herself, because there is no point in her thinking about such things. She has no chance to compare with Her Highness. It is much better to bite the owner without knowing anything than to be a mad dog. The woman rushes forward with force. The words have made her very angry. The young man was ready to get what he deserved, but the owner of the Tower of Magicians appeared ahead and stopped the girl's weapon halfway. It was very noisy in the corridor. The brunette couldn't pass by. It seemed that the Duchess, as usual, had nothing to do. Everything was stable with her since she was behaving exactly the same way. Only people with power can decide what can be said and what cannot. That was the motto of her ladyship throughout her life. Now she doesn't believe in it. The anger is already overflowing. But the lady cannot act rashly. Everything is happening because of the magician. He burst into the game, ruining all the plans. The Duchess answers something, but it doesn't fit at all with the personality of hers that tried to use dark magic during her battles in the war. Just now, Acilier was called weak. The conversation was about her and the qualities that she still possesses with the help of the magic that the lady used. It is possible to separate the body and the head. Even after such insults, one has to remain silent. The lady is offended, but she won't be able to kill a person alone. This is not at all how everything should be related. This time Roxana will simply quietly leave the palace. But next time the offenders will pay, they will understand how to behave next to such a person. Turning around, the brunette checks to see if Anakin is okay, but he lifts his head, assuring that he accidentally scratched his neck a little, and now it hurts incredibly. Even if the tower owner has shield magic, he cannot hold the dagger with bare hands. The consequences could be irreversible. First of all, for him. The young man believes that he cannot be hurt because of his good abilities, but his eyes widen after seeing the blood that has accumulated on his palm. Recently, the main character was injected with a strange drug. This may be the reason Willow does not understand how it was possible not to do anything about it. There is no need to make noise. Usually his lordship is not susceptible to poisons at all. They have no control over him at all due to their weak components. The blonde points to his head, where ears have appeared, showing that everything is not okay at all. The immortal animal form is returning without control. This won't work, so Willow promises that he will return as soon as he finds a cure. Bars had better go to a safe place. Belle wanted to go through this corridor, but the road was blocked by mercenaries. The day was getting noticeably better. Nothing could surprise him anymore for sure. If you leave the transformation as is, in 5 minutes, the attackers will see a cute kitten, which they will quickly deal with. Realizing that he will have to fight, in any case, the boy begins to fight them off, one after another. In addition to magic, he can use the powers of his animal. After the rest were dealt with, the brunette grabbed one of the mercenaries. The leader is obliged to tell in detail who they are working for and who sent him to the castle. It becomes impossible to control the force, which is strange nosebleeds start to flow. This makes you feel even worse. Anakin said that he will find an antidote. Walking is also difficult, but the young man understands that he needs to go to a quiet place where he would like to be with other people. The woman was incredibly tired. For the first time in a long time, she considered the banquet to be a rather fun event. Willow disappeared and left the queen alone with the others, while the knights competed to escort Her Majesty to her bedchamber. The girl decided not to dwell on it, and when she entered the room she froze. Belle was resting on the bed, as if nothing had happened, only with her ears. The blonde didn't see his lordship at the banquet, so she thought he was in the magic tower. Something was wrong with him. Blood was coming straight from his nose. The young man smiled as he snuggled up to Arnoa. And as soon as he saw the young lady's wonderful face, everything immediately became good. The skin doesn't seem pale, and the hero himself isn't drunk. But then it's not clear how he ended up in the room, and why he's behaving this way. The brunette has developed cat ears. He himself does not understand how to control it, so he simply decided to ignore it. The blood on his face froze, but there was even more of it on his body. Snowball tried to take off his robe, but the girl did not allow this to happen. Looking closely at the clothes, the woman realizes that the scarlet spots do not belong to her friend. Mercenaries tried to attack him again. Arnoa asks to wait. She will inform the guards and return immediately. They grab her by the waist, almost begging her to stay nearby at this moment. The young man always dreamed of hugging the Empress, and not getting hit on the head for it. But when the money really comes, he will surely forget everything. Frowning, the heroine warns only once. Don't do something you'll regret later. Usually it's different, and this behavior only manifests itself when Belle is in the form of a cat, her immortal form. He would like to behave like this during normal times, but he constantly has to restrain himself. The tower owner really likes Arnoa, he admits it. The woman asks herself to pull herself together, but nothing happens. Approaching her face, her friend quietly asks her to reciprocate. Warm lips cover you, carrying you into a whirlwind. Kisses with Belle are like cotton candy that you want to eat completely. At first, it seemed that the relationship was based only on a contract, but once strong feelings had appeared, they could not be undone. The girl opens her mouth to say that she likes the man too, but at that moment he takes the form of a cat. In such a situation, the baby took shape. It was not worth expecting much. Now the blonde blames herself for the unnecessary hopes that she built up. Aciliar is probably to blame for the poisoning of the magician. This is the most logical option. It seems that he is in a stable condition. Now this is already much better. If the boy does not transform, by morning, the queen will go in search of an antidote. A new day has arrived suspiciously quickly. The hand reaches for the watch to check what time it is, but behind him there is a rustling sound that frightens. Belle has also woken up all this time. He was lying next to her. Even if the man was in the form of a cat, before he had to leave later and not stay nearby because it was easier that way. In the morning, the guy admitted that he felt much better. If that was the case, it was time to get up and start getting ready. The tower's owner grabs his beloved by the hand. She really wanted to forget everything, but it seems that her friend remembers everything. The blue-eyed man said that he liked the girl, but he still didn't get an answer to his question. He would like real reciprocity. Lowering her head, the Empress reminds him that this is impossible. She heard that the boy does not understand what love is, just like his mother. Anakin had said before that the tower's masters only felt affection, but were incapable of truly loving anyone but themselves. The young man will not lie. As was said, he never felt anything for anyone. The same was with Amaryllis. This is also true. The brunette thought that he would never like anyone because of his nature. It seemed to him that finding someone for himself would be a real challenge. All this was before meeting Her Majesty. Bending down, the man gently kisses the girl. She tries to move away. The conversation is not over yet. Penelope ran into the room to report the mercenaries, pushing away from Belle. The queen begins to explain there was nothing between them. If anything, the cat comes into the room too often. It feels like he gradually wants to settle in this place. On the contrary, he feels better this way. The girl smiles. Fortunately, Snowball has a quick reaction. Yes, he often sits alone, but this is absolutely normal. Changing the subject, the lady returned to the mercenaries again. Whoever they were all already dead. Only one person survived. And he too took his own life, no longer having the strength to continue to the end. The Grand Duchy must have taken care to keep quiet. They covered their tracks, carefully nodding. The lady calmly asks what happened to everyone else. The redhead understands that Her Majesty needs rest, but there are people who require a personal meeting, and postponing it won't work either. In the reception room, Luke and Anakin are already waiting for the heroine. Something is wrong with the Perhen Forest again, and no one understands how to fix it. It all started 10 years ago. A young man was walking through the forest, realizing that more life force was needed to cast the necessary spell. If you kill the most powerful magician of the Empire, it will be great. As if someone read my mind, the great Amaryllis descends from the tower. Her ladyship finally found out what kind of person was spreading the plague disease throughout Furchin. She remembered that the most annoying one was supposed to come. It seemed that even the brunette knew a couple of tricks that he could use, but he would not be able to hide from the witch's ability to foresee. The young man covers his mouth with his hands. There is fear inside that makes you suffocate. The woman seems to see everything inside, crawling in her consciousness. This is the reason why magicians do not get involved with dark forces killing people and animals. A man wants to feel his superiority. This is not clear. Jumping up, the boy denies he is going to put those who look down on him in their place. They will not see mercy. Everything will end deservedly. It's outrageous how a person who managed to do something with only a few magicians considers himself so great. Nothing will work out for him. Without hidden poison, it is impossible to perform even a simple trick. On the contrary, everyone boasts about their protective magic, but they underestimate potions. If all the innocent souls were gathered together, a powerful medicine could be created, which is exactly what Ra is aiming for. Anger runs through me because the man used miasma, or rather poison, which is absorbed into the skin. Because of this, the flow of magic is unstable. It seems that the end is coming now, but such a great witch goes to victory. The movements are completely blocked. There is nothing to do. The young man does not understand how Amaryllis managed to get out of this mess. He is still very far from being such a virtuoso magician. The lady does not believe that she could sympathize with the young man. Bad habits are worth getting rid of. That's why she will do everything to ruin the young hero's fate. That's how it should all end. The power is sharply cut off, almost disappearing. But the last stream hits the shoulder, causing the boy to howl in pain. It's his own fault. Indeed, the poison cannot be neutralized. The girl must come up with something the young man is shaking. Thus, the body mired in darkness is cleansed. By touching dangerous things, a person dooms himself to failure. From the very beginning, he should have thought first and then acted. The woman's head still hurts. She recognizes talent. Realizing that the jar of poison has broken, the hero grabs his shoulder even tighter and quickly runs away. He needs to hide from prying eyes. The kid is very reminiscent of the heroine's son. She won't be able to finish him off, even if she really wanted to. There will be hope that he will come to his senses. The poison increasingly consumes the body, covering the skin with dark spots, from which it is more difficult to recover. Ra will live and bother others for another 10 years for sure. The dark-haired girl doesn't know what to do or who to turn to. It's impossible to recover from this kind of pain, and it's also unlikely that she'll be able to make herself feel better. It's a pity that everything happened right now. The lady had only recently decided to keep an eye on her son from afar, and then everything went wrong in a split second. Anything can happen. Fate cannot be changed. In any case, a stone appears in the hands. This is the magic of truth, left for last. It is being used now. If the lady disappears so easily, it will be hard for Belle, but there is still hope that one day he will meet at least once more. The man stands by the window. He still holds onto his shoulder. It's a habit after so many years. He remembers the witch's words, which are imprinted on his consciousness. The Duke burst into the room screaming, and the tower's owner and the Empress were both alive, although the magician promised that this time everything would definitely go according to plan. The young man used the prepared potion. If the subordinates screwed up, it was no longer a fault that could be placed on other people. The brunette may not be aware, but after losing the competition, the Auxiliaries began to lose ground, and they only needed to succeed once to complete the whole thing. The Duke hopes that he will be able to give the lands to Roxana. Raya suggests first getting rid of the Queen, and then meeting with his lordship. The redhead doesn't see that the opportunity has presented itself. She has acquired a protector, so until now it has not been possible to attack. Each attempt ended in failure. The magician will soon go to Fershin. The man simply left him no other choice. You can consider that he tied his hands and feet, practically the same thing. The commander-in-chief will take care of the knights. There is still fear of Belcarianas. If he returns, they will not be able to cope alone. The man reminds about communication. As soon as the Duchess sits on the throne, he will receive the soul stone of the royal family. It is time to slightly change the actions. The best option would be to hand over the artifact now, so that Raya could go in search of the tower's owner and thus finish him off. Anakin had heard that the reason why Belle's apprentice was in such a hurry to get to the Queen's chambers was because the cat needed to be taken back to the forest. Despite his appearance, Snowball is a spiritual being, and it is awkward for him to deceive Willow. but he must not know the truth. Since the matter is urgent, Luca promises that he will return as soon as they finish, but he will not do so until then. Pulling the kitten into his arms, the blonde looks into his eyes, asking why the spirit form of the tower's owner and all the mages is so cute. The brunette transforms. It turned out that the friend knew about everything from the very beginning. The dirty look and skeptical attitude showed the truth. Only a few minutes later, the Queen's advisor noticed the state of his acquaintance. He does not believe that Her Majesty spent the night with the guy. The girl stands in front of the portal. She saw something like this for the first time in her life. The sight is breathtaking, very beautiful. Her Majesty, of course, wanted to go on vacation and take a breather from all the work, but she didn't know that it would be a magic tower. A couple of hours before this, the maiden tried to separate Anakin and Belle, who were discussing what happened between the magician and the Empress. Caesian will remain to deal with state affairs, and Luke and his companion will go back. Her Majesty cannot be left without support so easily given the recent events. Life must be well protected. The Queen could be in great danger. The brunette lowers his eyes. The last thing he wants is to leave the girl completely alone. He has things to do, so there's nothing he can do. Before leaving, the mage casts a protective spell. Anakin ignores the words, asking the blonde to go with Fairchin. Actions are taken only for safety. Belcarianas has a power that even Acilier himself would not dare to resist. Judging by the Duke's family's recent actions, once they learn that the mage has left the woman, they will begin to act. In such a situation, there is no other choice for the sake of protecting the Empress. Having decided to take this step, the heroine nodded. Half an hour later, all three put on cloaks. Arnoa was the first to be sucked inside the magical portal. The young man himself said not to take anything with him. Everything necessary will appear in the tower, so dragging papers and books around with him will only be a heavy burden. The ruler still has to get acquainted with everything, but of course it will take time. She looks around in surprise. The maiden thought that in such a place everything was shining, but she saw only cold weather. The portal is something like a corridor between dimensions. Move away, Noah. Further away you can get lost right away. The only thing that irritated me was how the brunette said such terrible things with such a cute face. Walking forward, Her Majesty almost fell by accident. Her body was caught at the last second. But it is better to be as careful as possible. They were almost there. The entrance was already visible. The blonde was lost in her thoughts. Her heart was beating furiously again, trying to make her change her mind about being nearby. Once inside, the beauty cannot utter a word. The environment is specific. Perhaps Arnoa is the first to step on the threshold of the house of the Master of Magicians. The girl can enter any room except the one that does not open. Belcarianas is interrupted mid-sentence. Someone wants to see him. It's clear from the voice that the man is calling Luca. It's obvious that he won't wait, so of course I'll have to go meet him. Even though it is a magical tower, there is absolutely nothing inside. It would be nice to eat cookies and drink tea while we have to wait. Desserts appeared before her eyes. The girl doesn't believe it again, because these are exactly the kind of delicious things she imagined. A voice came from somewhere. The child who got into the tower, completely calm. If she is interested, you can play and try to find each other. Time after time the heroine got the wrong door. She could not find the right one. She does not feel the magical power at all. Turning around, the blonde snorts. She is very tired of searching for the incomprehensible moment of the voice, so she is ready to forget about it. There was one last door left, the same mysterious and closed one that the owner of the tower had spoken about a little earlier. The two of them's thoughts converge. The lock suddenly turns, and the entrance opens. It seems that no one has been in this place for a long time. The owner of the voice should be hidden behind the curtain. But there was only a beautiful portrait of Amaryllis. As a child, her mother repeatedly showed her daughter the same thing. She said that it depicted the mistress of the magic tower. The woman is considered more powerful than all the magicians. and therefore she is called wonderful. In addition, the brunette is unusually beautiful. Mom's bright smile was directed at that person, and for the first time I managed to see the relaxed face of the always strict queen. Amaryllis's portrait was one of the few things that truly brought her joy. She always wanted to look at it. Something below caught fire. Fingers touched the sphere, which now turned blue instead of transparent. Finally, the lady found the one who had been playing with her for the last half hour, and the spirit of that very girl appeared. The sphere does not show the dead Belle's mother does not have a physical body, but spiritually, she continues to exist peacefully. Although not in her best shape, Amaryllis stands before the Empress. Now she will have to ask a million questions. The first thing the girl asks is how Belcariana's confession was. He looked quite good. The spirit runs from side to side, asking if the blonde is against a new relationship. And not only that, my head is spinning. The woman is much smarter than the Aciliers, who simply send mercenaries. She has never been noticed. Amaryllis is real, and not just a vision. I'm probably wondering what kind of person Belle is, and what he thinks about his beloved. There are many rumors about the tower's owner, and this only fuels the desire to learn more, preferably in all the details. The terrible tales of kidnapping people and absorption by magical power have become reality. It's strange that everything turned out this way. The main character of the horror looks at the queen with kind eyes. A man who is incapable of love confessed his feelings. Hearing these words, the brunette asks to stop. The woman also reads minds, and she doesn't like the number of questions. You can check it yourself. But the imperial family has no right to interfere in Furchin's affairs. Despite her words, the lady is worried. She is afraid that the child is absorbing someone else's mana and making a soul stone. So that the lady is no longer afraid, the beauty wants to help. She asks to come closer and dispel doubts. Before doing anything, the brunette says goodbye to Anastasia's daughter. Perhaps they will see each other again one day. Opening the door, the girl freezes. On the bed lies a small animal from which magic is being taken away. Finally, it became easier, but it turned out that it was some kind of wizard, and that was his spiritual body. Arnoa quietly asks, "What is happening?" The boy's voice became rough. What was happening should not be seen. I want to be wrong and think that everything is okay with the child, but no one gives answers to questions. Finally, the brunette explained that he had taken all the magical power, but that did not mean that death would come. The rumors were true. The mage seeks out the strong from the lands of Furchin and then takes away their mana. The woman wants to cry. She was sure that everything was just a lie. He did not tell anything because he was afraid that he would be misunderstood. If a man starts looking for excuses, then there is no point in listening further. The truth is always best. Turning away, the hero explains that to some extent, this can be called treatment. It is better to see with your own eyes. The baby who is resting on the bed gradually gets a little better. His face is not so pale. The method of treatment is truly amazing. The young man did not show it because it looks as if the hero is being killed. Although this is salvation for magicians, the fact of mana absorption will remain. Forever, people are afraid of this. The disease that the owners of magic suffer from is to blame for everything. The stronger the magic, the more the owners are overcome by the disease. The disease affects the mind and body, followed by death, which is too quick. Because of this, all the owners of the tower did not live long. Luckily, there was a way to cure it. When the abilities reach their peak, the poison can be neutralized, so the boy's mother shared her powers. Amaryllis grew a solution to the problem. The girl had her own plans, which she eventually abandoned. If the woman had not shared her powers, she could have lived longer. The young man still does not understand her motives. It's hard to understand mothers. Anastasia never explained the motives for her actions. Either she just took it and did it. Arnoa was forced to study. They talked about succession, and so on. At that time, it was something useless. Time passed, the lady grew older, and just before her death, a heart-to-heart talk finally took place. Sometimes the blonde was offended, but then they understood each other. Amaryllis acted appropriately out of love. The moment is interrupted by the baby who is tossing and turning on the bed, making some strange sounds. Blue-Eyed asks if it is possible to get rid of this forever. In general, the disease should have disappeared in the last generation. The Book of Curses fell into the hands of a dark magician, and with its help, he spreads the disease among others. Ryaganus is his name, and the man is acting in concert with the Asiliers. If the lady were told she would use the powers of the Empire, as the owner of the magic tower, the young man is obliged to solve his problem himself. Moreover, if he is captured, it will be talked about everywhere. Everything was kept secret to protect Fershen. There is nothing special in the forest except this very building. Because of the rumors, many people came to see the tower. The mages are trying to prevent this, but if the Empress interferes, there will be problems. You need to be patient. The young man already has some thoughts and is preparing for something. In your hands is a decoration that looks like a soul stone. You won't have to create a real one if there is a fake. Making a sad face, Her Majesty asks whether the guy needed the Emperor's power. The woman does not understand anything and orders an explanation. To tell the truth, the jewel had no value for Belle. For some reason, the hero agreed to the bet, and Luca climbs out and notices that it is not a useless thing after all. The servant was not even given a chance to leave, so he heard their entire conversation. He has nothing to regret. Everything seems normal. It seems the teacher didn't explain the details. There are many things you can do with the royal stone. This kind of power has healing magic, and it is easier to neutralize poison with it, as well as return part of the magical ability. Only an ornament in which imperial blood flows is capable of all this. Others certainly would not have succeeded. Belle shuts Luca up in time. He was about to tell her about the additional details. Furchin doesn't want to listen to nonsense. That will only bother him. They will talk later. For now, the hero takes the boy out with him. In the end, everything will be useless. It will mean nothing as such, and the flow of events will not change. Bowing her head, Her Majesty asks once again if Belle is sure that everything is okay. She must make sure. The young man would be lying if he said that he never desired the royal soul stone. But he became interested in something else. First, I wanted to know who Anakin was trying to protect so hard that his lordship agreed to the bet. Eyes in which the soul itself shone made the young man smile, and his heart beat faster. The hero decided to help. He didn't even count on the soul stone, and he still doesn't think that they will give it up voluntarily. What the tower's owner wants now is the Empress. There is nothing more important to him than her. Arnoa is shaking, looking down, as if she is crying, but in fact, the lady is laughing. They behaved funny. They lacked honesty among themselves, and that was what caused the most suffering. From now on, they will hide nothing from each other at all. Now the most important words that his lordship says are, "He loves Arnoa." When Belle shares her feelings, the moment feels like something very intimate, no different from how their future will be built in general. The girl seems to be enveloped by something. They merge in a kiss. The brunette says something again and asks to listen. A man feels something like this for the first time. It's all new to him, but the same thing happens with a beauty. The lady forgot something important. She heard the witch's voice again, so she took her son to that door. The room was the woman's laboratory before she died, and the memories-filled items remained. The conversation turns to a crystal ball. The creature inside can react and talk. Before she died, she had something left over from her research. The young man cannot go inside. The room is tightly locked with some kind of barrier. The Empress does not understand how it happened, that she has permission to enter, but the sorceress's own son does not. The brunette didn't care. Mother was a strange person, and if she wanted to do something, she would have done it long ago. Apparently, there is something that a magician cannot know. The great sorceress made her decision, and it can no longer be changed. In any case, Belle can neither see nor hear the girl. Unfortunately, she can only retreat. The voice was heard again. She was sure that it was her son in front of her, because he knew all the cases well. Sitting on the sphere, the lady asks if the two have talked about their relationship, if it was enough to discuss it, and everything was immediately resolved. Amaryllis is acting strange. Everything is as usual. Perhaps the lady has another question, you can ask it right away. For 10 years the lady did, who knows what, and now she decided to come and be kind. It's very strange. The woman still has great power. It is not visible, but it is called foresight. The ability is so rare that it is almost never found even among magicians, thanks to which the lady saw Noah's birth, even before Anastasia's wedding. The words never cease to amaze. The sorceress was friends with the queen's mother. They were even there in the tower. The girl knew that the ruler often traveled before her marriage, but she did not know such details. Anastasia heard the prophecy and set off on her journey. Most of all she liked in its words, the appearance of the daughter who will become empress. The blonde never thought about it. It turned out that her mother knew the future of her descendants. Everything fell into place. That was the reason for training from childhood, while others were looking for husbands for their daughters. Kazion was taught to manage people. Amaryllis spoke to the lady because she knew she was coming, and she wanted to know what the queen was like. One must become selfish to protect great power. The woman chose safety over feelings. The virgin decided everything so that nothing would happen. Before that, she corrected her son's magic. The queen's problem is that she thinks too much. Since the future is known, she would like to know more details. Of course, the lady can see how long Her Majesty will rule, but she certainly isn't going to tell. Knowing everything in advance usually leads to even more problems, but the beauty can show something. If all rulers were as smart as the main character, there would be no need to close the Fairchian Countess. The ball shows not only the future, Arnoa was waiting to show a little bit of the present. The forecast came true. The sphere will not last long and will break very soon. It will not be possible to fix it. His Majesty, the Duke, is displayed on the screen. The man is furious. His servants were unable to find the Empress, as if she had fallen through the ground. It's only been a few days. More time is needed. If the lady is not found soon, the Auxiliaire family will have to go back. Ra asks to calm down. If you scream so loudly, the Duchess in the room will hear their entire conversation. The man decided to get his hands dirty, just to give away the kingdom. He wanted to put a puppet on the throne and force her to abdicate. Everything was done to avoid tarnishing the daughter's name. But the plan failed. The magician agrees that everything should have been different. If only Arnoa had refused to rule, no noble would have opposed Roxana's ascension. Before they had time to come to their senses, everyone had gone over to the queen's side, and the nobles had immediately abandoned the duke. There is no one to rely on. Only the one who gave the necklace remains. Countess Hermann is calculating and cautious, so she will be on Acelia's side until the very end. Ra is glad that the news consoled the man a little, but Noah still hasn't been found. They'll have to get her out from under the ground. The gaze is directed at the floor. The facial expression is not right. The magician probably knows something, but is simply not telling the truth. The woman may be in Fairchian, with the owner of the tower. The man allowed her to enter there. It is impossible to believe. Belle allows her friend a lot. Acelier doesn't care. He orders to find Her Majesty. After seeing off the remaining knights, the young man asks why the magician is still in the office. It was time to remind him of the agreement. The condition of submission was that for every help, the young man would receive a part of the soul stone. The man remembers all this, but he has unfinished business. Ra's help is more than enough. He is tired of waiting. Upon the transfer of the remaining information about Her Majesty, the contract will be broken freedom at last. Jumping aside, the Duke asks what kind of nonsense this is. He would like to understand why the Imperial Soul Stone was needed right now. Everyone knows that the blood of the landowners flows in the hero's veins. By subjugating the magicians, he made every effort to appear to be a good father. Everything turned out to be meaningless. Roxanne is standing on the threshold, her eyes glassy, as if she doesn't believe what's happening. It was already said that the Duke subdued Ra, And now he somehow demands a reward. If he gives up the soul stone, there will be problems. They couldn't finish. Snakes entangled the body. Almost no one has ever successfully collaborated with magicians. They succumb to temptation and make the wrong choice. In the past, almost all branches of the imperial family were subject to repression. The Kaizion are the only ones recognized. There are only 2 people left from the side branches, and these are the Asiliers. The young man just needs a stone. He doesn't care who gives it to him. The woman promises that she will sort everything out. She grabs the necklace that hangs around his neck. The girl won't have to worry. There's no one to pay except her father. Leaning down to whisper in his ear, Roxana asks him not to be too offended. When it's all over, the honors will go to him. The time for a touching farewell has come to an end. Magic envelopes the Duke's body, pulling him down. There was nothing left in the place of the man. He simply crumbled into dust, which forms stone. The blonde standing near the sphere steps back. She is scared. The Archduke died so easily. She needs to report this to Belle. Running out of the room, the lady retells that the black magician killed Asilier, and things will be worse for them. Rajaginas has taken action. His plan is obvious. They urgently need to contact Anakin. It seems that the magician stole the Duke's soul. It is difficult for the maiden to draw parallels, because usually the person dies when this happens. You can't make a stone from just one component. It takes time to hone it in the workshop and infuse it into the stone. Until the man finishes what he started, he can still be stopped. There is almost no hope, but she dies last. Not all is lost. Roxana, standing nearby, is being capricious, like a child. Enough time has passed. I'm tired of waiting. By working at the same pace, they are setting themselves up for failure, and the tower owner and the Empress may find out what is going on. Blood is thicker than water. The red-haired one is a direct copy of her father and behaves just as terribly. If Her Majesty wants to become a queen, she must learn the patience that the current ruler has. The Duke didn't say that the lady would have to cooperate with him. Until her death, he was already starting to get on other people's nerves. Unlike her father, Roxana is not so merciful, and if necessary, she can finish what she started. An ordinary person will not be able to resist the owner of the tower. It would be better for her to remain silent and protect Ra while he sharpens the stone. After all, the girl will finally take the throne she has been waiting for, this since childhood. After the tower's owner's painful death, the woman will be next, but she doesn't know it yet. Taking the cat's eye that he once gave to the girl, he tries to call Willow. He just hopes that he will listen. It couldn't be that Anakin didn't answer. Maybe his necklace was broken. The blonde instantly became sad. She treasured the gift. Valuable things are usually not given to just anyone, and you can tell from the guy's face that he is most likely jealous. The other artifacts remained in the tower, so I had to take what Furchin had previously given me. Everything worked out, but the first thing the couple hears is accusations that they only got in touch now. They won't make excuses. The first thing the magician asks is, "What's going on in the palace?" Everything is fine, but the strangest thing is with the Duke. According to the spy, Asilier locked himself in a room. A rumor began to spread that something was wrong with his health. This could be true. The blonde was also shocked when he heard the news the man's daughter and the dark magician decided to rebel. It would be difficult to stop them from creating the Soul Stone. The two were probably hiding somewhere. It took a long time to find them, even using tracking magic. By combining jewelry and black magic, a person gets a destructive effect that cannot be avoided. Alas, this is true. Even the tower's owner will have a hard time fighting against them. After clearing the decoration, they will bring Belle to his spiritual state and neutralize him. The brunette reassures that if something happens, he will sort out all the problems. His own life is at stake, so he will give it his all. If you can prevent the stone from being created, your chances of winning will increase significantly. There are no miracles that can solve all problems. There must be a loophole in the contract between the Black Magician and the Archduke. Even such people must have their own flaw. Belle must know how to prove whose soul was used in the creation. The representative of the family is part of the dynasty, and his name is embroidered with gold thread on paper. The bloodline was created by the first master of the tower. A creation that ended in failure had already happened, but only once. A long time ago, a sorcerer tried to make a stone, but he failed. There are some exceptions. Anakin understood what was going to be discussed now. From this moment on, he would write down all the words in order to complete the task later. Roxanne orders the warriors to line up today. She will become the true mistress of her throne. The girl couldn't be happier. All the preparations were finally finished. She wouldn't have to endure the Empress any longer. Father spent too much time trying to resolve a situation, when in reality the solution was very simple. Now, after the stone is cleansed, the world will fall on the knees of Her Majesty. The magician came to say that everything is finished. They won't put off the task for later. It's to their advantage that it's night outside. So of course they immediately set off forward. The palace, the throne, and even the insignificant lives of the queen's subjects. All this is suitable only for a Celier. Penelope went out to check out the noise, coming from the hallway in the middle of the night. She was horrified when she realized what was going on. Working as a maid in the castle, the lady was unable to recognize the real ruler. It is true they are in a conspiracy. Blue-Eyed will get what she should be given. Last time she screamed, blaming the woman. Now she will be banned from the room. There was no reaction, which means that Her Majesty is not in the castle. So far, the plan is being followed. Well, there are no ramifications. Sharply opening the door to the throne room, the maiden sees that it is empty. Yana went to check all the secret places. In a few seconds, the man managed to discover a huge portal covered in particles of magic. This place is directly connected to Fershen. Luck exists. The owner of the Tower of Magicians passes on the other side. Now with the power of the Great Stone, Raya will call the young man. He will have no other option but to obey. The two standing on the other side were attacked by several hundred sharp snake chains. They will not be able to escape. Belcarianas is grabbed by the throat and pulled forward. The hand tries to help, but in the end, it just jumps away in fear. Resistance is useless. The magician no longer has the power to do anything useful. First of all, for himself. In his spiritual form, the hero can do nothing. His end is gradually approaching. Even a wizard of such a high rank looks weak in front of a miraculous stone. It gives strength and joy. Ra promises that he will finish everything with his own hands. He does not listen to Roxanne and leaves on the other side of the portal. The young man had been waiting for this moment almost his entire life. Since childhood, he had wanted to be at the top. All that was left was to kill his lordship. The hero froze. Something was wrong. He took damage, but is still the master of the tower. Magic is not felt. At the last moment, the brunette managed to restore the defense mechanism. A stream of bright energy hit him. Of course, there is a man standing in front of him who is laughing. He is not sorry that everything ended this way. Belcarianas will not be able to escape. Scarlet snakes are bursting out of his chest. They mark the beginning of the end, or at least that's what Ra thought. Despite his stupidity, the hero achieved a lot. He mastered his power perfectly and was able to understand what the world is. Raya won't give up. There's nowhere else to run, because that's where it all ended. The magician was thrown to the side by force. My hand is shaking, even with the soul stone. There is almost no strength left. I want to fall to the ground to catch my breath. For the owner of Rayaganas, too naive, the man appeared behind him and threw the enemy back into the portal. Roxana is even more angry than before. She asked to wait and not to push ahead. It's terrible that she is almost always ignored. It won't be possible to get up for some time. The wizard deliberately hit a certain point on the neck. The woman quietly orders him to give all his strength to her. There is no time left to think he must act. The Duchess puts her sword forward because she will not go back, smiling. The hero jokes that she will really attack. This seems beyond all bounds. His lordship will not stop the girl, but it would still be good for her to understand for herself that what is happening is not entirely right. The sword will fall in any case, just like its owner. The hand stops the weapon with energy, doing it in a rude manner. The lady did not deserve anything else. The young man will take care of all the details. He understood where he was going and did not miss a single detail. Raya is still lying on the ground. He can't get himself together. He has a feeling of emptiness inside his bones, feel like they're broken, although the fall wasn't that piercing. Nothing works, and it doesn't even change. No matter how strong the magician who owns the tower is, his power is not in line with the artifact that they sharpened in the castle. For some reason, the stone no longer works. Obviously, the hero still didn't understand anything, trying to figure out what to do next. He looked pitiful, but at the same time funny. Belle leans over him. Since explanations are unavoidable, the young man points to the item, saying that it is not a real treasure, but an ordinary one, something that originated with an extraordinary person. A cry of disbelief echoes throughout the hall. At that moment, the queen emerges from the portal. She knows that the stone was made from the blood of the duke, in whom the imperial power flowed. This was the case until the honing work was completed. Now everything has changed. The heroine will be happy to explain what exactly is different. It will be easier for her. The scroll was made by the first owner of the magic tower and a representative of the royal family, and all the names of people belonging to the imperial dynasty are embroidered on it with magic threads. By getting the consent of the head and erasing the name, one can deprive a person of connection with the kingdom's dynasty. The solution turned out to be much simpler than it was initially. It didn't even take much time. In accordance with the emperor's order and the consent of all the nobles, everything is finished. Roxana still does not believe. She does not believe that someone from the alliance gave consent and even put their signature. No one knew about the existence of this tree, except for the king's family and the assistant, the owner of the tower. The lady did not take this into account. Even if something could be changed, it is not important at all. The soul stone is a dangerous thing. It lures, clouding the vision, and makes people greedy for power. Because of it, you can imperceptibly lose everything most secret. The imperial family and Fershen decided to destroy the entire list. No one else would get to the information the united duo had already lost. No one would help them anymore. It is still impossible to believe what is happening. It is hard to imagine how everything became different in reality. The boy saw something different in the prediction. He himself does not know what came over him. The young man clearly remembers the horror that gripped his body. There was nowhere to run, and behind him he heard the voice of that same witch. She killed the dove. The next in line was a man. Since Raya sometimes thought that he would be able to defeat Amaryllis, he should clear his mind of such thoughts. There should be no talk of anything else. The guy jumps up and sits up in bed. He is haunted by the same terrible dream. Again, it has even more vile details. They make him feel as if what is happening is reality. Hands are shaking, but it is only with time that he manages to calm down. After the woman died, the power of foresight passed to Ray. Prophetic dreams are accompanied by nightmares, but now they are guiding stars. The young man went into the forest to practice what he saw. Any trick requires practice to perfect. Once again, nothing worked out. In the dream, all the details were clearly visible. But now it's like a blurry picture that you can only contemplate. The reality was different. They had nothing in common, but inside the man, there still lived the belief that everything would end as well as possible. Ra himself did not notice from what moment the nightmares that he always trusted began to differ from reality, not only in details, but in everything else too. The man no longer sees a future. He came to such conclusions only after several failures. This time, however, he was sure he could not be mistaken. The brunette screams and almost cries. Only he and the great sorceress have such an ability. It is impossible to lose your way so often, even if it happens by accident. Descending lower, the man grabs his opponent by the collar and asks if the power appeared after the death of his mother. Despite this, Ra is sure that he was chosen. The power was transferred to him. It turned out that only the man himself thought about his abilities in a good way. These were illusions, not prophetic dreams, simply subjugating him. Usually, this kind of action quickly helps to forget. Consciousness plays a cruel joke and gradually corrodes the soul, leaving not a drop. In Ra's eyes, you can see fear and awareness, a curse that constantly shows illusions and unrealistic dreams. That's what it's called. While the queen had time, she found several books in Amaryllis's office, thanks to which she was able to find out what research the sorceress was conducting and why all this was necessary. The woman had so much power that in the end she could not restrain herself. Although everything that was done was not superfluous, because of her power, the lady tried to do something good for the benefit of the future. Belcarianus pushes the man to the floor and looks into his eyes mockingly. What he saw was not his ability. It was only a prophecy that Amaryllis predicted, or rather an illusion that the woman wanted to show. The guy is shaking. He is finally losing control because he didn't think that everything would turn out exactly like this. He would like to think that this is a dream again, but then the disappointment would be much greater. Mother Belia reminded the guy of his meaningless existence with unrealizable dreams. You can say thank you for that, but it's not necessary. Looking straight into the eyes of his interlocutor, the mage of the main tower pronounces the full name of Casaromia. The man will be sealed, alas. He will not be given a second chance after the coup d'etat. This is the best turn of events. Hands reach up, but the seal grabs them and takes them closer to the body. There is no more strength to scream. Tears froze in the eyes when finally nothing remains but dust in the air. The girl was the first to ask if Ra had died. As it turned out, his body was only sealed, and on the floor lay a small knot where the soul of the dark magician now lurked. The guy has a true essence that looks like a snake. The size depends on the amount of magic which is completely gone. The battle was difficult, but the choice was made even earlier. The man did a lot and ended up in such a miserable way. Alas, this also happens, and it is impossible to refuse such a thing. He should have chosen a different path and not moved in that direction. The gentleman calls Luca to him. From this moment the boy will watch the reptile and take care of it as much as possible. The raccoon looks happy. He was entrusted with an important task, forcing him to jump. They figured it out, at least minus one task that was putting pressure on existence. It was time to turn to Roxana, standing opposite the girl. The Empress frowned. They still had the whole night ahead of them. But of course, the person would also get what she deserved. There are many people in the hall, not only aristocrats, but also servants who were released from their posts. It seems that everyone has gathered. They will move on to the official part so as not to delay. Waving her hand, the girl asks to bring the criminal. Toubert is the first to exclaim, not understanding whether it is really the Duchess Acilier in front of him, her hands and feet tied, and she herself sitting on her knees. Her Majesty said that the woman had done a lot and would now have to account. But there was still silence between the people. The blonde began to pass judgment. Roxana was accused of treason. The lady is asked if she admits her guilt. Getting rid of the woman will not be so easy. She promises that she will do everything to create more problems. The red-haired one is already prepared for execution. When she screams that everything is set up, all the girl did was avenge her father. She didn't want to tire the queen along the way last night. The duke was brutally killed by the owner of the tower, and his soul was stolen for some magic spells. Stealing someone else's property is forbidden, even for high-class wizards. The Empress conspired with Belle. Together, they planned the perfect crime, and now accuse the innocent Roxana of nothing. Impudence is the second happiness. The blonde did not think that everything would go to such absurdity. No matter what happened, the princess needs the support of empty-headed nobles if they believe chaos will begin in the castle. In addition, it is worth taking into account the fact that there is a special relationship between these two. For them, it means happiness that will be with them until the end of their lives under the throne. Warm relations became another reason why the couple came to an agreement so easily. The Duke is really dead. People around start whispering because the invincible Acelier should be fine. They start looking at the brunette angrily. Now there was an indirect ruler. The next one could be any person found in this room. Repeat with the magician to remove a member of the royal family. This is a new level. The man starts to get angry. Aristocrats are too fickle and gullible. They believe in all sorts of nonsense. The man wanted to say something, but the queen made him keep quiet with just one gesture. Roxana, as always, has a whole wagon of fascinating stories. But these are empty words. They should not bother anyone. The ruler demands direct evidence from the servant to confirm the truth. No one would dare to stage a royal coup just because of suspicion. The redhead doesn't think she has to report. The most important thing is that there is no evidence pointing to her. Although the event happened in the Duke's estate, she could provide evidence in the form of Raya. In this incident, the girl should have prepared better. Even this time she failed. The woman suddenly grabs Countess Hermann's necklace. It was not a simple piece of jewelry. There was a hidden camera that recorded every action, showing a good picture. As she places the pendant, Her Majesty orders the truth to be revealed to the world. What happened at the Acelier estate will now be on a huge sphere floating in the air. The man's hand reaches out to his daughter as he asks her to wait a little. There will definitely be a way to ascend to the throne. The voice fades away as the stone ends up on Roxana's chest. Thus, the video shows in detail what happened in the office. Everything was filmed until the last moment. There is no more accusation. It is stupid to hope that the queen was not prepared. All this was certainly not worth the life of a person, and her own. The maiden's voice is filled with anger. Hatred continues to ooze. The Empress cannot understand. She has never felt such a thing, because people like her should not occupy a high position in society. The place at the throne cannot be given to a divorcee who tried to please the ruler in everything in the past. Dirhan constantly wiped his feet on her. Nothing will change because her nature has remained exactly the same. In some ways, this makes sense, but it is worth admitting that everything turned out differently. The woman suffered the defeat of the man she hates with all her might. It is the heroine who has every right to become a queen. Anakin is called closer to read out all the charges Roxanne has committed. Treason, aiding, and abetting murder is also on the list, as is insulting the king's family and slander. It will take a long time to finish the long list. It is easier to just forget about it. The traitor Acelier is sent to the northwestern border. This type of punishment seems better than just the death penalty. The desert is called the land of suffering. A place full of monsters makes you afraid to go there. There is no place to hide. The chance of being killed is almost 100%. In that place during the day, the sun burns the skin due to the high temperature, and at night, even more monsters come out. People in the hall exhale in fear just because of what they heard. Only criminals are sent to guard the border. Ordinary people would not dare to go there. The Empress feels uneasy when she reads this, but in her heart, she does not feel sorry for Roxana at all. Her behavior has borne its not very good fruits. The redhead will spend the rest of her life there, driving away monsters from the land of suffering. Along the way, the woman must repent of her sins. But that will happen. As it happens, criminals go crazy. There the girl will suffer the same fate. The sentence is terrible. The knights take Acelier out, but she tries to resist, shouting that it is too unfair. A new day has dawned, and today, as always, people should be grateful to the Empire for saving lives. The redhead is forced to get up. She acts as if she doesn't care about the orders. The orders sound cruel, but the blonde still dares to give them, even knowing that the person in front of her is a former duchess. Now the girl is just a slave. She finds herself under the sun. In the desert, criminals are required to do good work even without equipment. The girl has already been through many battles, but in such an environment, it only gets worse. As expected of Miss Noble, she's not particularly useful. She should try to behave better and try to put in more effort. New acquaintances mock They place bets that the girl will not even live until the morning. I don't want to put up with the antics of scum. No matter what happens, it can't get any worse. Swinging her weapon, the heroine wanted to kill the man, but she was stopped with the help of magic. This is not the first time the warden has dealt with people like this person. She knows what to do. The strength is overwhelming, but it is better to save it until night. The girl was thrown into the cell. Unfortunately, it is impossible to understand how much time has passed. They are trying to force the girl to finish her sentence from cold and hunger. It is simply not funny. Roxanne promises herself that she will run away and kill all those who remained in the castle and are living their best lives. It's sword control time. Monsters are flying from all sides, and for the first time, a Celier will be useful again. The woman laughs to herself. They are fools since they gave her a sword after killing several monsters. She will definitely run away. Unfortunately, after half an hour, this does not seem realistic. Belle looks through the papers. The Empress received regular responses with reports from the manager. You can never predict what will happen at the border. The woman wanted to make sure. Most people there die within the first month. But Roxanne seems to be holding up well and is being handled well. In the box along with the letter came a special tree that grows in the land of suffering. Many countries have suffered from recent attacks, so Eucalia will be a great resource for the Empire. Thanks to the hard work of the former Duchess, there will be no problems with the supply. Even here, Her Majesty has planned everything. The magician who tried to kill the tower's owner was left with Luca, who still looks after him. The boy does different workouts every day, promising that this way he will cure his rotten mind. There's only one thing left. It's about the Duke's Soul Stone, which would rather be destroyed than used. The soul cannot be returned back, so this is what they will do. The option of finding a use for it is not yet being considered. With the help of the artifact, it is possible to subjugate mages acting on their own and force them to work for the good of the Empire. The tower owner doesn't like this option. You can even see it from his facial expression. A lot has happened during this time, and once the situation is settled, the couple can finally enjoy a cup of tea. Without Belle, the Empress would never have coped and overcome her fears. She can only thank him. The young man nods. He gently kisses the woman, smiling slightly, but not showing his feelings. The man has something important. It's some kind of gift for Arnoa. She should be happy. Getting down on one knee, the young man asks if the girl will allow herself to be by his side for the rest of her life. Sitting in her office, the blonde looks at the box with the ring for the umpteenth time. The tower owner's proposal was simple, but no less romantic. His eyes sparkled with joy. Belle once again confirms the seriousness of his intentions. Of course, this is an important decision, so he does not demand an answer right away. Thanks to the wedding ring, a lady can call a man at any time. The magician needs to go, but he promises that he will appear again. Very soon, he will be there even when he is busy. The young man did not specify what words exactly needed to be said. The woman herself would understand everything very soon. The heroine could not even dream of marrying for love. She had no idea that it would become a reality. The queen and the master of the tower seem like two parallels that don't even intersect. Everything is settled with Roxana. She will not come forward again. But if I explain about the engagement, people will start whispering and condemning. It's scary that it won't be possible to wash off all the dirt later. Her Highness wants everything to be fine. Penelope came to the mistress. At the first call, she controls how the preparations for the banquet are progressing. A woman has nothing to worry about. Every detail is worked out perfectly and worthy of attention. There is sadness in the queen's eyes. She is grateful that, with the help of the maid, she was able to rest a little. It's immediately obvious when something is wrong. The girl is worried about something. You can think about it. It seems that there are too many worries in the head. One of them is connected with the box that the girl is hiding. Riekle promises to help, as best she can, only if she is told the whole story. The man proposed if they were ordinary aristocrats, she would not even hesitate. But this story is different. The nobles are fickle people. They can take advantage of the moment, and it is not a fact that they will refuse to side with Her Majesty. Penelope tries to explain that the marriage is unlikely to harm the empire in any way. On the contrary, everything will be fine. Feelings are much more important. They have been spending quite a lot of time together lately. The girl often sees Belle because of accumulated business. Unfortunately, this has nothing to do with a date. In a few days, there will be a fireworks festival, and the two of them will go there. No one will recognize them in disguise. The most important thing is to be careful. The blonde feels that all this was in vain. She did not respond to the proposal, but instead arranged a date. The young man pulls the Empress aside, and she accidentally stands in the passage, thus complicating her task. The lady extended her hand and intertwined their palms. It would be better for both of them. And Belle's face instantly turned red. On one of the counters, there are gifts made of flowers, all of them intended for loved ones. It's the first time Arnoa sees something like this, and her breath is taken away by the wonderful sight. Taking one of the flowers, the brunette carefully notes that it matches the color of the girl's eyes perfectly. Since everyone sees the couple as future spouses, this is something to think about. After the fair, the magician penetrated the top of the tower. The heroine starts a conversation she thought a lot, and decided that there is absolutely no point in this ring. Without letting him finish, the man apologizes. Perhaps he was in a hurry. He needed to think about the queen's wish. All Arnoa meant was that movement magic wouldn't be needed. Now the owner of the tower will always be near Her Majesty. She wishes that he does not leave. The answer, yes, escapes their lips in the moment they see only each other, even forgetting about the fireworks scattering roses across the sky. It was all finally over. The girl had to sweat while she sorted out paying taxes. Due to the amount of paperwork that had accumulated, there was not even time to breathe calmly. The gaze meets the ring again. There is not much time left before the ceremony. A smile appeared on her face every time the lady remembered her future husband. Arnoa says the words out loud. A brunette appears above her, smiling and reciprocating. The ring is useful. It helped me appear in the right place. In a second, the spell became the best work. Making a sad face, the girl remembers the cat. She would like to pet the fluffy creature. The tower's owner pretends not to have expected such a turn of events, but he is no match for the cat's appearance. Hugging the young man close to her, the lady laughs. She was just joking. In fact, she missed him very much. Arno looks into Belle's eyes. He wants to be called husband from today on. Very soon, everything will be as the brunette wishes. You just need to wait a little. The ceremony is very soon. The girl is being prepared. The decorations on her hands and in her hair look wonderful. The advisor knocked on the door. Noticing the beautiful image of his friend Anakin, freezes his eyes glowing with a hint of warmth and delight. Between them, the blonde cannot believe that the lady will become Belle's wife. The young man is just used to them dating. Her Highness's last marriage was a failure, but this time she has high hopes for the future. Willow congratulates her on a good start. As a close friend, he wishes the girl only happiness. The hall is packed with people. Music is playing, and there is joy in the atmosphere. A couple walks down the red carpet, giving the aristocrat smiles. And now these two will say their vows. From this moment on, the new family will live in happiness and sorrow, and will never betray each other. Feelings will not change. A person cannot change his mind about his greatest love. The couple kisses. Penelope's eyes fill with tears. From this moment, she is ready to jump for joy. Today's ceremony is not just a personal celebration, but a unification of the Tower of Magicians and the Caesian Empire. The kingdom's soldiers are now stationed in Fertian to protect the inhabitants, and the two states have become allies. The empire will begin hiring outstanding wizards, thus allowing them to build a career and gain status. Finally, the heroine feels truly happy. There is a lot of love inside her. As a puppet of her family and the wife of an incompetent king, Arnoa was like a bird in a cage. When the lady was riding back home, she didn't think that life after becoming empress would be so wonderful. There has never been a ruler with a husband from the Tower of Magicians. They are an exception to the rule. The woman can't stop smiling. There has never been a day as wonderful as this one. Doubts have disappeared. Life will become much more colorful and better with loved ones. A loved one will always be on the side of Her Majesty. He will not betray and will always support. Arnoa Kaisión promises herself to move on. She has already overcome many difficulties and deserves to be happy.